All right, what's up? What's up, man? I hope y'all are having a beautiful day. Trust that y'all are. Trust that y'all are, of course. The title of today's discussion is The Law of Assumption Works Everywhere or Nowhere. The law of being, right? When we talk about your words, your speech, your beliefs, your assumptions create reality, this is an all or nothing thing. We cannot say that my beliefs create my reality in one perspective and then say, but in this other place, I can't get what I want. Let's give an example. We will say, well, I can choose to have this person in my life. I can choose a different version of them. However, then we will talk about our family and we will say, this person is stubborn. This person will not change, right? It's as if naturally as humans, we put certain people in boxes. We say, oh yeah, the law works here and not here. Let's give another example. We will say, I am source. I am all that there is. I can have whatever I want. But if the zodiac sign says that I'm jealous or controlling, then I have to be that. Now, am I saying these things are not true? No. But what is true? What is false except for what you put your belief in? What is truth? What is false except for what you put your belief in? So we're going to talk about this today from a different perspective. Let me hit this live button on Instagram. All right, let's get into it, okay? So first we got a letter to you, and then we're going to go straight into the discussion. Beloved, stop dividing the infinite into boxes. You have been guilty of treating the law like it works for some things but not for others. You affirm easily for money, love, and opportunity, but when it comes to deeper matters, your health, your peace, your family, you quietly whisper, this is different. But hear me. The law does not know difference. It does not measure by difficulty. It does not distinguish between a coin and a kingdom. Gravity does not choose to work for a feather, but not for a stone. Neither does the law of consciousness. It is impartial and unconditional as God is. That's an important part, right? The law is impartial and unconditional as God is. When you place limits on what the law can do, you are not being humble. You are crowning circumstance as your God. You are worshiping shadows and calling them truth. Right? When we base our identity on the external world, we're saying, no, this is who I am because reality says this. That is making the circumstance, the outside world, your God. You're making a false idol out of it. All right. Yet the voice of eternity keeps echoing. Like Luke 1:37 says, Luke 1:37, with God, nothing shall be impossible. With God, nothing shall be impossible, right? I make a way out of no way. With God, nothing shall be impossible, all right? So today, repent. You know, that's what church folks will tell you, repent, right? But we're not talking about repent in a worldly way, right? We're talking about repenting in a spiritual way, which means turning away from the old self, turning away from the self that thought you were small and thought that you could only change certain things, that thought the situation was bigger than the God within you. Repent forever believing, thinking that the situation was bigger than the God within you. Not with shame, right? But with a renewed mind. So when we talk about repentance, we're not talking about walking around and calling yourself a sinner and spitting on the altar of God's creation, right? Okay. All right, Pharaoh Alexander, you know what I'm saying? We're not talking about walking around like that. We're talking about walking around with a renewed mind. I appreciate that. Walking around with a renewed mind. Move every desire, every need, every so-called impossible circumstance out of the graveyard of doubt and into the garden of fulfillment. Refuse to live in a split world where some things are manifestable. Manifestable. We got a new word today, all right? We say some things are manifestable and other things are not. All things are already finished. All things. Either all things are finished or nothing. Either your words create reality and you can use this to impact all things or nothing. There is no in between. This is not a conditional God within you, right? This is not a conditional God within you. This is all that there is within you, right? All things are already yours. Stand boldly in this knowing. You are not testing whether the law works. You are revealing that it always has. Do not ask, can this be done? Say instead, it is done because I am. All right. Walk now as one who knows the law is everywhere, in everything, and as you. All right. So with authority, as we always say, right? I am that I am, no matter what. I am that I am, no matter what. All right. So we're going to be called into divine remembrance with this. This is absolute divine remembrance of who you are, right? Like I was saying at the beginning, we tend to put these things in boxes. On this side, yeah, I can manifest these things. On this side, no, that's just out of my control. This person's stubborn. This person won't change. This situation is like this. This thing has to be like this. Some people are just like this, right? You see how we put certain things in this box and say that cannot change. All right. So this whole discussion is about transcending that. It's about transcending that. All right. So the two boxes we create, we have this unconscious habit of dividing life into categories. One box we label things I can manifest. Into it we place money, promotions, relationships, cars, or travel. And then the other box we label things beyond my reach. Here we tuck away health, reconciliation, peace of mind, family, healing, etc. And without realizing, we begin to practice a selective faith. That's exactly what that leads to. It's just selective faith. Okay, I believe that I have power here, but not here. I believe that God is good here, but not here. I believe that this is right, but not this. Okay? We affirm for some things, but we surrender others to the graveyard of impossibility. But law does not respect compartments, right? The law of consciousness, the law of being, the law of assumption, whatever you want to call it, does not work on Tuesdays and disappear on Thursdays, right? Gravity does not just work for you, and it does not work for a rock. Yeah? It doesn't just work for what you have in your right hand and in the left hand, or in the right hand and the left hand, all of a sudden it does not work, right? It is impartial and it's unconditional, and it is consistent just as source is. It either works everywhere or it works nowhere. Beautiful. All right, so next part. Scripture speaks of limitlessness. Scripture speaks of limitlessness. All right, so Luke 1:37. We already talked about that, right? Luke 1:37. For with God, nothing shall be impossible. For with God, nothing should be impossible. The sub discussion was earlier. All right. So nothing is a holy word here. Okay. This is a document I put together. I'm going to upload it to YouTube. It's always on YouTube, so you can get the document after we finish this, right? So the YouTube video will have this document, will have all the affirmations, reflection questions, all of these things. Right. So you got it. It's all yours. It is all yours. All right. So Luke 1:37, for with God nothing shall be impossible. Nothing is a holy word here. It does not mean some things or easy things, right? For with God nothing shall be impossible. It doesn't say for with God some things shall be possible and others not. It says nothing, okay? It means no circumstance, no condition, no appearance stands outside the reach of the divine. We know this, right? We know this. I make a way out of no way. Right? That's the way of God, right? It doesn't matter what you see. I make a way out of no way. What you say it is what it is. All right. To declare that nothing is impossible is to admit that every boundary you see is a mirage of thought. This is all it is. What is the reason? What is the true reason why right now you have not relaxed into living the life of your dreams? Well, we can make all kinds of excuses, but the truth is all of those excuses are just thoughts. It's just us. It's just us creating thoughts. Okay? So to declare that nothing is impossible is to admit that every boundary you see is a mirage of thought. Every wall is a projection of belief. God does not operate by probability or human logic. Okay? God is the unbroken law of being, the living I am within you. That's the same question 3 times. I wrote it. All right. It's on the YouTube. If you want the document, go to YouTube. Okay. So God is the unbroken law of being, the living I am within you, capable of rearranging every fiber of reality to reflect your assumption. To limit what is possible is to worship appearances rather than source. That is what we're doing. We're making false idols. And it says, I am the Lord your God. You shall have no false idols besides me. You think, no, this circumstance is too big for source to change. You're making a false idol. That's all you're doing, right? Oh, I can create money here. I can choose money here. But in this situation, I can't, right? You're making a false idol. You're saying this is bigger than source when nothing is, okay? When nothing is. When you accept this truth, your life ceases to be a negotiation with circumstance and becomes a demonstration of consciousness. The impossible is not a barrier. It is an invitation. It is just giving you an ability, an opportunity to transcend an old way of thinking. So when we see this thing and we become attached to this story, that should be the alarm that says, okay, I've been saying that this person is stubborn and they can't change. Well, that right there is just a story, right? This is an opportunity for me to transcend that belief and get to a higher level of consciousness, a higher level of oneness and unity with source, all right? So the impossible is not a barrier, but an invitation. It is the doorway where faith proves itself faithful. To look at any condition and say, this cannot be, is to forget Luke's declaration, right? But to look at that same condition and say, this too must bow because I am, is to walk as one who knows that the law is everywhere, impartial and unbroken. Nothing means nothing. And that includes this moment, this situation, this desire, that person, whatever. Insert whatever. When we say, for with God, nothing shall be impossible, then nothing is absolute. The nothing is absolute. Okay? Notice the word nothing, right? Not some things, not the easy things. Nothing means no exceptions. Every time you decide the law only applies to manifesting a text back, but not to transforming my body, you contradict this truth. Selective faith is not faith at all. It is doubt disguised as wisdom, right? The law of one. Yeah, the law of one, the law of I am, the law of being, right? And, you give it so many different names, but just that everything is so. Okay, so the law of I am. And let me explain the law, right? Just to make sure that we're all speaking the same language. When I say the law of I am, the law of one, what I'm saying is everything is God. What I'm saying is there is only one law, and it's I am. It is God is everything. God is me. God is you. God is this cup. God is this water. God is everything, right? Made animated through you, okay? Made animated through you. Right? So as we're walking through this reality, you're always in contact with source, with God, right? So there's only one thought. The one thought is I am. The one being, the one awareness is I am. Everything after I am, right? I am prosperity. I am in lack. I am whatever the case may be is a reduction of all that there is. So as we're walking through and we're declaring things to be this way, right? Whether we're saying I am this or that is that, or the circumstances like this, all of those things are a reduction of God. It's just collapsing God into law in our reality. So this is what I'm talking about. Okay? Cool. So the gravity analogy. Okay? All right. So the gravity analogy. Consider gravity, all right? You do not say gravity works for my keys when I drop them, but not for the book in my other hand. Gravity does not ask your permission. It is a law. So it is with consciousness. It is not a pick and choose principle. Whatever you accept as real within, your outer world must reflect. If you've ever really sat around and heard people debate what they believe is true to them, what you'll realize is that we could all sit around and debate our truths, and we probably couldn't get each other to come out of that truth. Because the truth that I perceive always will have a way of revealing itself to me. Okay? If I believe my truth is women are like this, if you believe your truth is men are like this, the world will have this beautiful way of showing you, right? And if you change your belief, your truth on it, the world will have a way of proving that, right? We think that the truth is secondary. We think we've been shown something or proved something, and now that truth is just crystallized within us, right? But no, that's not how it is at all, right? You've made the assumption, and then reality has crystallized to continue giving it over and over and over and over again, right? In psychology, they call this cognitive bias, right? But this is just the law of I am at work. You are constantly walking around and making law of your reality, all right? So Neville Goddard taught, here's a quote by Neville: "Dare to believe in the reality of your assumption and watch the world play its part relative to its fulfillment." Okay, hear that one more time. Dare to believe in the reality of your assumption. What is an assumption? Well, everything is an assumption, right? Walking into a room and saying, it just feels like, the example I give, it feels like everybody's looking at me, everybody's judging me. That's just an assumption. They don't like me. That's an assumption. They can't get enough of me. That's an assumption, right? Whatever we say about other people, we'll really never know what's going on in their mind. But we have our belief and our perception about it, which turns out to be true. Because the truth tends to what? Play itself out for us. Okay? So the dare, when it says dare to believe in the reality of your assumption, the dare is not in believing what you already see, but in believing what only your inner eye can hold. Okay? To assume a thing as real is to crown it with authority, to call it finished even before it appears. The world does not resist your faith. It simply waits for your decree. Life is a stage and assumption is the script. The moment you embody the state of already having, the universe aligns itself to play its role, bending time, space, and circumstance to fulfill your inner confession. Beautiful. Beautiful. And really, that's just a practical human way of me saying what? Reality is you. The universe is you. And when you change, everything changes because it's you. There is no separation. You are that person out there. Now, you are all things. All things flow through you, to you. All things. Okay? This is why Neville called it a dare. Because it takes courage to declare abundance in the presence of lack, to affirm love in the silence of loneliness, to speak health when the body still trembles. Yet this is the essence to divine power, to know that the unseen is more real than the seen. When you dare to assume, you move from begging life to send you proof into commanding life to mirror your truth. The fulfillment is not somewhere far off. It is already complete within you, awaiting your bold recognition. The dare is not in believing for the small. The dare is in believing for all. Right? So when we talk about dare, right? Dare to believe in the reality of your assumption. We're not talking about partially daring, right? Seeing this person as perfect, but other people you're like, man, they just stubborn. They can't change. We're talking about seeing it all as you want to see it, as you want it to be, and allowing all things to unfold for you. All right? So number 4, idolatry of circumstance. Okay? Idolatry of circumstance. When you say I can manifest a job but not healing, you are not being humble, right? You are committing idolatry. You are crowning circumstance as God and demoting the law to the servant of probability. All right. So Exodus 23. Let me see what else we got. All right. So Exodus 23. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Okay. Thou shalt have no other gods besides me. I want you to realize this, okay? Believing that circumstance is bigger than you when you are the temple of God. It's the same as worshiping a golden calf. It's the same shit. Believing that circumstance can't be changed and it's the reason for your suffering and it's oppressing you is the same thing as walking around building a statue to a donkey and giving it 10% of your money as a tithe. It's the same shit. You are saying that thing has control over you. That is your God. All right? It's all idolatry. All right? So this commandment, thou shalt have no other gods before me, this commandment is not merely about statues. It is about authority. To place another God before the one is to give power to appearances, circumstance, to the fleeting shadows of the 3D world, bro. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, bro. We're all in this together. We are all in this together. All right. So every time you say Okay, hear this, hear this, hear this, hear this, hear this, my folks, my family, hear this. All right, every time you say, I cannot rejoice until my bank account changes. I cannot rest until this person chooses me. All right, you have bowed before another altar. You have crowned conditions as your God, and in doing so, you have forgotten that the only true source is the I am within you. The I am within you. Okay? To honor this commandment is to refuse to give authority to anything outside of consciousness. Because there's only consciousness. Okay? Hear that. Hear that. To honor this commandment, thou shalt have no other gods before me, is to refuse to give authority to anything outside of consciousness. Right? It is to recognize that all idols, whether money, right? I can't be prosperity until I see it in the physical reality. Making that paper an idol when you are the prosperity that you seek. Right? Oh shit, where did I go? Where did I find? Where did I go? Where did I go? All right. Okay. It is to recognize that all idols, whether money, opinions, quote unquote sickness, or delay, are powerless apart from the belief you give them. This is why Jesus, standing in front of Pontius Pilate, when Pontius said, don't you know I can kill you? Just, you have no power over me if it's not given to you from above. Nothing outside of you has power until you give it power. Matter of fact, nothing that even flows through you has power until you give it power. A thought has no power until you say, oh, well, I identify with it. An emotion has no power until you say, yeah, I guess that's who I am. I identify with it. You are the I am behind it all. Right? You are not the feeling. You are the one aware of the feeling. This is why you say, well, I just feel sad. Who is the one who feels sad? That is you. You're just feeling it. You're just aware of it in the moment. Who is the one that thinks the thought? You are aware of the thought flowing through you. Who is the one that names the circumstance? Who is the one that walks into this situation and the bill comes and makes up this story that says it's just never working out? It's you. It's you. Okay? So the only God is the living awareness declaring I am. This is the only God, right? This is why we say you are the God of your reality. When you're walking through reality, you are crowning all circumstances. You become Adam, right? Because Adam was given the task of what? Naming the animals. Sometimes I do talk fast. Y'all been getting on me for that. But sometimes I do talk fast and start switching subjects a lot. All right, let's slow this down. Okay? You are the one walking around naming circumstances. So in your reality, you're the only narrator. Have you ever really sat back and thought about that? That in your reality, you are the only narrator. People can give you their input, but you have the final say so. You could easily say, hell no, you're tripping. Or say, oh my God, you're right, it's all falling apart. But at the end of the day, you're the only one walking around narrating. What is this representative of? It's the conscious mind walking around and narrating things. In the story of Adam and Eve, one of the metaphysical meanings of Adam, because remember, we've talked about this. If you ask somebody about the Garden of Eden, ask 10 different people, you get 10 different meanings. Well, it means this, it means that, it means that the serpent was bad, right? Everybody will have their own different meanings. But one of the meanings of them is a story of consciousness, where Adam represents the quote unquote conscious and Eve represents the subconscious, something like that, right? The masculine, feminine principle, which is all conscious, subconscious mind is anyway. So Adam was given the distinct task of what? Naming the animals. What does this represent? Well, it's the same way that you walk through your life and you name all circumstances. You say, oh, this means that. This means that. This is the job of the conscious mind. It's to name everything. And so when you were in the garden, you would name everything and everything was cool. Everything was good. You were always taken care of because you walked as one with source. But then you eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Now, you ask 10 different people about this, they'll give you 10 different reasons. They'll say, women lead men astray, and the man should have protected the woman. And they'll have all of these very interesting opinions, right? Not saying any of them are false, but one of the other meanings of this is a story of childbirth, right? Being kicked out of the garden represents your fall into duality. So biting of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil would represent what? It would represent your ability to look at reality now and say some things are good and some things are bad. Even though it's all good and all bad, I mean, even though it's all perfect and it's all good because it's all God, you get to say some things are good and bad. So you get to create from the dark and create from the light. You get to choose now. You are going to be like gods. You will be like gods if you eat it. Well, of course you are, right? Because you get to choose whatever you want now. So this is one of the metaphysical meanings of the book, right? So when I look at scripture, because that's a very interesting question, do I look at it as a book of rules? No, absolutely not. Because you'll find all kinds of interesting things in there that we would not agree with doing today. But when you read it from a historical perspective, it can be kind of confusing. Right? It can be contradicting. It's a very interesting book. But when you start reading it, what I have seen, right? Because this is my truth. When I read it from a metaphysical perspective, it makes a lot more sense, where all of the characters in scripture represent different aspects of you. Now, if somebody were to come to me today and say, all right, just pick a side. Do you believe that Jesus was a historical figure that existed or not? I would say, maybe. I wouldn't pick a side. I would say it doesn't matter. Right? I've been on both sides of the fence, but I would say it doesn't matter. What matters more is the actual message. Right? What matters more is the message. Do I believe that he's a being that I need to pray to outside of me, that will one day descend from the skies and save me and rescue me? And the only way that I can get to a quote unquote heaven in the afterlife is to follow some guy named Jesus in the past? No, I don't believe that. Right? I believe that Jesus sure represents the Savior of Christ that's within all of us, waiting to be awakened to save us from whatever situation that we're in and allow us to actually create heaven in our own day-to-day lives. So that would be my perspective. But whatever perspective anyone has, I'm open to it, right? The only time I'm not open to it is when I give my perspective and somebody tries to present me with their perspective as if mine is wrong and theirs is the eternal truth, and they're speaking for God to me. That's the only time where I'll be like, all right, let's get into it, right? Let's get into it. So I believe everybody's entitled to their belief and their perspective, right? Because remember, there's only one truth, is I am, God is everything. To believe that I myself could tell about God in totality, well, that is the definition of ego and arrogance, right? We all, right? All 8 billion people, if you believe there's 8 billion people in the world, all of us are doing what? We're taking a different perspective of all that there is. All of us are taking a different perspective of all that there is, okay? So to think that one man knows everything would be, it'd be pretty hard to get my mind wrapped around that concept. And like I always say, right, what I believe to be true will have a way of revealing itself to me. So me believing that sources within me and all these things gives me the opportunity to live a beautiful life in closeness to source. If I were to walk around, which I did for a while, believing that I was just a natural sinner and, you know, I had to do these things to reach salvation, well, that made my life interesting as well. But both truths have played out in my life perfectly to match my identity. So I would say whatever you're called to believe in, cool, be called to believe it, and own it as your truth. Right? That's the only thing I would say. Own it as your truth. Right? But even when we talk about this, we talk about reality creation. You don't have to believe in God or scripture or anything to create the life of your dreams, right? Because God, I am, awareness is above us anyway. It doesn't need our feeling. It doesn't need our belief in it, right? You don't have to believe in God to get what you want. The law just works. The law just is. God just is. God doesn't need your love. God doesn't need your affection, your gratitude, right? Sometimes we'll say things like, oh, gratitude is the highest prayer. But when people hear that, they translate it into begging. So even their gratitude becomes a position of lack where they're like, oh, well, you know, if I just give gratitude for something I don't have, maybe I'll get it. Which in itself is just a big statement, a big declaration of lack, which leads them into more of nothing. But Source doesn't give a damn about your gratitude. Source does not give a damn about your bitterness or your anger or your frustration with it. You can sit there and spite God and still have the identity of the person that has exactly what they want and get everything that they want. Because I am unconditionally supports you in being whoever you decide to be. unconditionally supports you in getting whatever you want, being whoever you want. It's just law, right? It's just law, right? And yeah, we can talk about the mechanics of the law, right? So the mechanics of the law are this. You'll always be given proof of who you say you are, your identity, okay? When we talk about, so one of the quotes that I'll constantly say is, I am that I am, all right? I am that I am. This was the name, that source, that the Lord, right, which translates in the Old Testament to the law, gave to Moses at the burning bush. He said, I am that I am. I am that I am can also be translated as I am what I am. Okay? I am what I am. I'm going to try to talk slowly, because y'all been getting on me today. I don't know what's been going on today, but y'all been getting on me with the talking fast. So I am that I am, or I am what I am. Okay? So what that truly means is we know that God is the Alpha and the Omega, all right? The beginning and the end. I want you to think about life like this, okay? Think of the nature of reality like this. If you could sum up God as close as possible, what we would sum up source as is we would say source is omnipresent, okay? Which means that God is in every place all at once, and there's only right now. So this is a tough concept to get your mind around. At least it was for me. But it would be, the closest way that I can explain this, it would be as if all time, all life, all experiences, okay, were not condensed, but all existed right now. And source was all of those, every single thing. Okay? And so this source makes itself manifest within you, and creates the illusion of separation to experience all that it is. Right? So it's not that we perceive that we're walking through this time that's holding back, withholding things from us. But really all that there is, all time, all love, all life exists within us right now, and we are simply going moment to moment. If you had to break up, if you had to break up infinity, which you can't, okay? But if you had to break it up into moment by moment frames, where every frame was but a picture, a snapshot, okay? What we're doing as an individualized perspective of all that there is we are sliding from moment, boom, to moment, boom, via changing our perspective to experience one moment of all that there is at once. It's almost as if we're getting fed or dripped, right? A drop out of the ocean every moment of whatever we choose. And this illusion allows us to experience ourselves. One of the things that is beautiful about the illusion of separation is if there was not this illusion, how would you know the love of yourself? Okay? Put it like this, all right? You simply are love. But to experience the embrace of another, you have to create the illusion of separation. You simply are prosperity. But to experience the prosperity that you are, right, you create the illusion of separation. And you experience yourself from all of these multiple, beautiful, expansive, perfect perspectives to get all that there is. Okay, now let's get into the mechanics. So we understand that the vastness of it. Now let's get into the mechanics of how to actually shift moment by moment. Well, it's your perspective. There's a beautiful quote in scripture that says, in my Father's house are many mansions. And then it also says, right, do you not know that you are the temple of God, the temple of the Most High? What this means is right now you, the perfect being that you are, okay, are the temple of God. You are the house of God. That means God dwells in you. And since God is omnipresent and also God is indivisible, where a piece of God is, all of God must be there. So it's not that you're a fragment of God trying to be whole. You are all of God pretending to be a fragment. Okay? Boom. So what is the mansion? What is in my Father's house are many mansions? Because you are the Father's house. Well, a mansion sounds like dimension. So that's the easiest way we'll put it, right? A mansion is a dimension. In your Father's house, in the temple of you are many dimensions. Because you are an infinite being, this means every version of you exists within you right now. Version of you that's rich, the version of you that's in lack, creating the illusion of lack. The version of you that has the love you want that doesn't. All those versions of you exist within you right now, infinite. So with this view, how could you ever be anything less than whole and complete and fulfilled and perfect and divine and majestic and beautiful? And you are already whole right then, okay? So you, from all of the houses in your father's mansion, or all the mansions in your father's house, get to choose what perspective you want to take next. So if you want to choose to look out at the world and say it's all working out for me, life will reflect that back. If you want to look out and say, these men are like this, these women are like this, life will reflect that back, because you will always be supported 100% in your perspective, because your perspective is just reality. So what are you really doing when you take a perspective? Okay? What are you really doing when you take a perspective? Well, even scripture says, whatsoever you ask the Father within my name or in my name will be given to you. All right? Now, whatever you ask the Father, what is the Father? Father is source. It's God. It's all that there is. Okay? All that there is. So everything is all that there is. The cup is all that there is. You're all that there is. I'm all that there is. And we also know that all that there is the kingdom. In some teachings, they call this the quantum field. In some teachings, they call it the Akashics. They call it the universe, whatever the case may be. But in scripture, it says the kingdom is within you. Okay? All that there is within you. So whatsoever you ask the Father, which is already within you, all right? Within my name, in my name. Now, we think from a physical perspective, we'll say in the name of Jesus. But remember, Jesus metaphysically represents what? The first begotten Son of God. And what is the first manifestation of God? The first manifestation of God is the Word. In the beginning was the Word. And the Word was God, and the Word was with God. So the first manifestation of all that there is the Word, and the Word is I am. Okay? Jesus is taught to be the first begotten Son of God. The first begotten Son of God. Okay? So the first begotten Son of God represents the first manifestation of God. I am. All right? I am. So Jesus represents the I am awareness. Now, when we say, whatsoever we ask, or you ask the Father, whatever you ask, everything to do, in the Father's name, or within my name, Don't think of you sitting around begging in the name of Jesus, right? This is why we see a bunch of people in the world that are saying that in the name of Jesus, yada, yada. They're high off of hope and things aren't changing. But when you understand how the law works, in my name means within my name, because scripture is a book of all these beings within you. It's just states of consciousness. So whatever I declare myself to be, since Jesus is I am awareness, whatever I declare myself to be, whatever I declare myself to be, will be given to you. Okay? The second part of that is what? Hitherto, you've asked for nothing. If we translate that to a more simple word, right? They were real verbose in scripture, right? Hitherto. Verily, verily, right? It says, until now, you've asked for nothing. Now, at first look, we think, well, of course, I've been asking. I've asked for 6 months. I've been praying for this for 3 months. What this means, it's pointing to the concept that, quote unquote, time is an illusion. It doesn't matter what you asked 5 minutes ago, 5 days ago, 5 hours ago. All that matters is whatever is going on around you. Who are you being right now? That is reflected to you. Who are you being right now? Who are you aware of being right now? Right? So this is the mechanics of it, that there's only right now. So even me saying, man, I've been doing everything right for 6 months and nothing's changed, right? It hasn't been 6 months, because hitherto you've asked for nothing. Until now, you've asked for nothing. Until now, nothing that you've asked mattered. The only thing that matters is who you're being right now. So if right now I'm being a person that's saying I've been doing all these things, but nothing's changed, it hasn't been 6 months. To the physical part of me that's trying to string together moments to create a sense of what's going on, a sense of change, sure, I can say it's been 6 months. But who I'm being right now when it matters is someone who is saying, I've been doing it all right for 6 months and nothing's changed. So reality says yes, because that is my prayer. Okay? Does that make sense so far? Whatsoever you ask in the Father's name, whatever you ask reality to do, Whatsoever you ask the Father in my name, whatever you ask reality to do, by who you say you are, will be given to you. Will is a beautiful word here because remember scripture, there's no past, there's no future. When we say the word will, we're not talking about will in the future. We're saying will is an absolute statement of ownership. It will be given to you because it is you. It is yours by divine right. Hitherto, you've asked for nothing. No, I don't care what you've asked for 5 minutes ago, 5 days ago, 5 years ago, 5 months ago, 5 weeks ago. Who are you being right now? So this is the mechanics of it. This is how you change perspectives. And so you put your identity over the circumstance. It doesn't matter what's going on out there. The only thing that matters is who I'm being. Circumstance can look like whatever, but who am I being through it? This is when you start seeing people change in the middle of conversations. All right? When you say, oh, no, they're like this. This is how they view me. And they might be talking a different way. And as soon as you make that declaration, you just say, okay, well, this must be the perfect unfolding. And you just do your best in that conversation, get into flow. You're present with them. And all of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. It redirects. And all of a sudden, they're admitting to you how much they just can't wait to love on you all night. Right? This is the law. When you choose who you say you are now, that's what matters. Okay. Another part of this that I want to be very, very careful with or very clear with is we'll often say things or believe things like our thoughts create our reality. In a sense, yes. But while we used to talk like that and say that, and we've said this multiple times, right? We've had this discussion. Why we'll say that is because a lot of people tend to not be able to separate their thoughts from their identity. If right now you were to sit in your room and turn off all the lights, turn off all the TVs, the music, the books, the conversation, everything, you were just to sit alone, you would realize you have lots of thoughts that aren't yours. Matter of fact, if we really want to get into this, a lot of our thoughts aren't ours at all. Most of our thoughts aren't ours. Okay? Our thoughts could be things our teachers told us, parents told us, the school told us, books told us, YouTube told us, the memes told us. So when you cut off everything, right, and you're in the presence of yourself, you'll see a lot of things pop up. Song lyrics pop up. Is that you? If you go to a movie and you watch a movie and you think about the movie after it's done, does that show up in your life? Sometimes, sometimes not. Why? Well, it's what I identify as. Okay? What I identify as also. Right? So you're not your thoughts. You are what you identify with. And you don't identify with all of your thoughts. This is why some people can just try to think good thoughts. Try to think good thoughts, but they identify as somebody that this is not working. And guess what shows up? What they identify as. Right? So it's who you say you are. It's who you say you are. I am the proof that everything's changed. I don't have to see you change to know that you've changed because I've changed, so you must change. I don't have to see the money to know that I am money. I simply need to know that I am money and everything's changing. This is why even we talk about trying. I constantly say, stop trying to be worthy. Stop trying to be in alignment. Just know that you are source. Know that you are all that there is. And from that knowing, you must always be in alignment because you are source. So hopefully that helped. Even though I think I opened a can of worms at the end of that. But hopefully that helped. Okay? So the arrogance of selective faith. Matter of fact, I'll pause for that. Did that help? Did that help? I am that I am no matter what. I am the proof that everything is changing. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Good, 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 good. Cool. We all in this together. So if y'all have questions, let me know, right? We'll walk through it. And remember, like, I'll still go through the comments after. So even if I don't get to it, I'll go through the comments. So if there's something that stands out and I'm like, all right, yeah, let's do a discussion on that, we'll do that as well. But I do try to answer as many as I can. Okay? Try to answer as many as I can. Learn that trusting God fully is to let go of outcome. It's to let go of the unfolding, right? Let go of the unfolding. Let go of how things look, right? It is to, you know what we were talking about, because we did a subscriber only live earlier today. And one of the things that popped up was someone was giving a story about how things are changing in their life. And we were just all having a discussion. And one of the big realizations is the moment that we simply give ourselves permission to love people the way that we want to love them, now they can actually change. For instance, you might have a person that you're trying to be with, or a child, right? And your love for your child, you see them as, beautiful, and you love them, right? But you're constantly trying to push them to be better and physically change them. You see these deficiencies and you're struggling against the mirror, right? Oh, you need to change. I just need you to do this, right? Instead of simply having an intention of what you want and choosing to see them as perfect, giving yourself permission to actually love them the way that you want to love them. Anything outside of loving someone the way that you want to love them, anything outside of that is simply what? Worshiping lack. It's simply pushing lack. It's simply saying, I choose to see you as what I don't want. Right? Love is is giving yourself the permission to love them unconditionally. To see them ideally, to see them the way that you want them to be. Whether it's your child, whether it's at SP, whatever the case may be, it is loving them. Loving the version of them that you want, and seeing them as perfect no matter what's going on in your external reality, and saying, okay, cool, it's all unfolding. You are perfect, and giving them the actual energetic space to change. I get it. It's a paradox. A lot of you will say, well, it's easier said than done. Is it? Is it? To actually love someone the way that you want to love them, is that difficult? Is that difficult? If you think that's difficult, I would ask you, okay, like, what is the real reason that you want this person? Is it truly love? Is it truly love? Or are you trying to pet some kind of egoic thing that's going on with you? Do you want to love them to celebrate the love that you already are? Or do you just want them back because you can't survive by your damn self? Because you don't believe you're enough alone? What is it? These are the difficult questions we have to ask ourselves, right? These are the loving questions we have to ask ourselves. Right? It's very easy. Like when I see my mother and everything was going on with her, right? To give myself permission to love her instead of sitting there and trying to lecture her all the time, it was a relief. It was, okay. I could just love her. I don't have to try to get her to believe more. I don't have to try to get her to be more positive. I simply have to know that she's healed. You know that our relationship is perfect, and that is enough. But imagine trying to wrestle. That's harder. Trying to tell you that you need to change. Trying to struggle with, please change. Please think positive. Oh, I'm just tired of you not thinking positive. Think like this. Do this. Be this. Change this. So I can feel comfortable with myself. That's difficult. That always leaves you just in lack, feeling small. Right? When you are the universe, right? Let's talk about all of those. We can talk about all of those. Right, trying to change someone by focusing your attention on what you don't want. That's not love, that's lack. That's a lack. Just focusing on the shit that you don't want, trying to change that shit, trying to wrestle with the mirror. You're basically standing in the mirror with a big ass mustard stain on your shirt and yelling at the mirror to change instead of just going and changing the shirt and then coming back to the mirror. Right? Just loving yourself enough to change your shirt or change your perspective and then coming back to the mirror. Is that the same thing as allowing the highest version of them? Absolutely. Absolutely. Giving yourself permission to love someone is giving them the permission to actually be who you desire them to be. Right? the more you expand the world. What a beautiful paradox. With your son wanting to game all the time or something, social media, you just accept it? You just accept it and let it be? Do you want to accept it and let it be? You accept him and you see him as perfect, right? But you choose what you want him to be, and you understand that everything is simply the perfect unfolding to it, right? And you don't even know what could happen on social media, or you don't even know what can happen with the game, right? What if he all of a sudden starts making money from it? $1 million next year from it, right? So it's about seeing them as ideal, seeing them as perfect right now, having an intention for them like successful. I know that they will be successful, and I choose to see them lovingly as whatever I want them to be. And now they must show up that way. Okay? And then can I explain when others say that you're not the thinker or doer and just the awareness? But isn't that separation from source? So this is such a beautiful question. It's not separation from source, okay? It's actually the awareness of you being source, because it pulls away your identification with this physical vessel. All right? It pulls away your identification, right? Like, we think that we're in this body, but this body is actually within you, because you are the awareness around it all. You would exist without this body. Right? You are not in time. You are not in this world. This world and time is within you. Everything is within you. You are the awareness above it all. Right? So you think, all right, here's a good example, all right? When you decide to move your hand, what is doing it? What is actually moving your hand? When you decide to pick up your hand, when you're speaking, okay? A better way to say this is, if you are in flow state, right? Or you're just in the middle of a conversation and the conversation is flowing and it just feels like you naturally pull out of the conversation and you just observing it and everything is flowing, and then eventually she's out of her drawers and y'all are just, you know what I'm saying? When you are in that flow, right? Who is the one doing it, right? It's the awareness. You're simply aware of it. What we all are, what a tough question. What we all are is we are the awareness being aware of ourself being aware. So we are the awareness being aware of ourself being aware of ourself. Oh, what a paradox. Okay. So no, it's not separation from source. It's saying that I don't have to identify with my thoughts, because the thoughts are just temporary. They're always changing. I don't have to identify with my actions, because my actions are always changing. And typically my actions are just a byproduct of what I assume myself to be. But even my assumption of who I am, right? That is the true truth. But the truth greater than that is I simply am. I'm the awareness behind it all. What up, Serena? What it do? So basically, no, you're not the thinker. You're not the doer. You're the awareness behind all of it. You are awareness. You're pure awareness, right? If you had no memories, would you still exist? Yes. You would. Could you exist with no body? Could your awareness exist with no body? When you really start to become aware of it, absolutely. Could you exist without doing anything? Yes. So that can't be what you are. That can't be what you are. Anything temporary cannot be you. The thoughts are temporary. The one version of you, the one assumption of yourself that you dare to take is just temporary as well. Right? You are the awareness behind and above it all. I did read The Power of Awareness. You talk about Neville's book? Dang, what is this notification? All right. So let's end this with, it's 8 o'clock. Oh, Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. I've read that as well. I have read that as well. Matter of fact, let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right. So the arrogance of selective faith. Number 5, the arrogance of selective faith. Selective faith sounds humble, but it is arrogance in disguise, right? It implies you know better than God what can and cannot be done. It implies you know better than God what can and cannot be done, right? Saying, oh, I can choose this. Oh, I can choose this. I can have more money, but this person, I can't change. I can't choose them, right? It implies limitation has more authority than source. It implies limitation has more authority than source. But Meister Eckhart, not to be confused with Eckhart Tolle, right? But Meister Eckhart reminds us the eye with which I see God is the same eye with which God sees me. If this is true, then the divine vision that imagined galaxies can surely reorder your health, your peace, your relationships, and your destiny. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, absolutely beautiful. So repentance is a change of mind. Okay, next. Repentance is not groveling before a throne. Right? Repentance isn't this, you're a sinner and yada yada and blase blase. It is turning to that old self, or turning away from that old self, the old self that thought it was small, that made source conditional, that said only this, I can only choose these things, and these things I cannot choose. Right? It is the radical act of changing your perspective. To repent is to move every single desire, circumstance, and situation out of the impossible box and into the already mine box. Just put it in that box. Already mine, baby. Already mine. The only real sin is unbelief in your own divine image. To doubt yourself is to doubt God within you. To doubt yourself is to doubt God within you. And number 7, walking as the law. Okay, walking as the law. This is not about forcing outcomes. It is about alignment. To walk as law is to see no situation as greater than the one who imagines it. You do not ask, will it work here? You rest in knowing it always works, because it is what I am. The situation is never just, it never is what it is. It is what I am. It is what I say it is. It is what I say I am. Okay? The 3D world is not your God. It is your mirror. And the mirror has no power to choose what it reflects. That's a bar, and that's an affirmation right there. The 3D world is not my God, it is my mirror. And the mirror has no power to choose what it reflects. All right, so reflection questions. We got 3 of them. Number 1, where in my life have I put limits on what I believe the law can do? Where in your life have you put limits on what you believe the law can do? Whether it's you believe somebody's stubborn. Oh, they're stubborn, so it took a while. Oh, they've been through this and this childhood trauma, so they have to be this way. Oh, money's hard to get because of this economy. Where in my life have I put limits on what I believe the law can do? Be honest with yourself, right? What these questions are meant to do is get us to confront any limiting beliefs that we have. And by a limiting belief, we would say, where are we putting an intermediary between us and source? Okay, think of a limiting belief like this. Anything that implies that I am not who I decide to be right now is an illusion. Okay? I have to reprogram my subconscious mind to get there. Well, that's putting the subconscious mind as some intermediary between me and God. Like the subconscious mind is some gatekeeper. There's no separation. There's only one. There's only unity. Okay? By thinking, oh, this person, because they went through this, they can't change. I can't choose a different version of them. Well, you're putting that circumstance as an intermediary between you and the version of you that you want to be to get what you want. There are no intermediaries. So whenever you perceive an intermediary, that is a quote unquote limiting belief. Even the thought, right? Or the belief of I have blockages that are keeping me from what I want. That right there is a limiting belief. Even if I say right now, I'm just not getting it. There's something else that I need. That itself is a limiting belief. You don't need to find anything else. If you are listening to this discussion at this point in time, if you are still around here listening to this word salad, you have all the knowledge you need. The next step is for you to just know. It is getting away from the trying. Oops, got the puzzle piece. Right? It is getting away from the striving and the trying and the reaching for more and falling, resting in the knowing of who you are. Okay? Why does my manifestation waver when I said and believed? What do you mean? Why does my manifestation waver? If I understand what you are asking correctly, even you saying that it's wavering, that's the wavering. What is wavering? You never waver from being God. What is wavering but a decision that we make to identify ourselves as something less than who we are? What does wavering even mean? It's just a story. You're always God. You're always source. Okay? You're always source. So the whole, when I said and believed, why does my manifestation waver or it changes? Okay. What is in control? Is it the circumstances or the belief? You're not wavering. What you're really doing, you're not, okay. So in a sense, yes, you're wavering, but only because you say you're wavering. Think about it like this. Let me paint a simple picture about this, all right? If I decide that I'm prosperity, or if you decide that you have this person, let's use a specific person, because I know that y'all are SP crazy in the chat. You can't fool me. I know that y'all want that specific person, all right? So you want this specific person, okay? And you have decided who you are. Oh, I'm source, I'm the center of reality, I have it. Then they show up and they're cool for 3 days and then they show you some shit that you don't want. And then you think, I must not be doing it right. What is the wavering in this story, y'all? You think you're not doing it right because they showed something different and then it falls off and you think, I gotta start all the way over again. Well, the wavering comes from what? It comes from you basing your identity on what you see outside of yourself. Exactly, doubting yourself. It is instead of putting yourself first and knowing that your identity is the source. You are saying, because I see something out there, that must mean I'm not it. So you're quote unquote wavering in your identity of who you are because of what you see out there. This goes back to exactly what we're talking about. You're making the circumstance your God. You're making the circumstance your God. Who says it's not your desired reality? Who says that? Who says it's not your desired reality? All you said was the manifestation wavers. Well, what I get from that is it shows up sometimes and other times it doesn't. But you're simply identifying and saying that if it doesn't look like this, it's not what I want. Instead of saying firm and saying, okay, it's all the unfolding. It's all perfect. It's all unfolding perfectly to me. And so when you understand or when you allow that to be the truth, that you allow it to all unfold for you. Exactly. When you stay consistent, reality stays consistent because it is you. But when you're all over the place because you see something you don't like, all of a sudden you change your story. Reality has to match you because it is you. Reality has to reflect you because it is you. Yeah, because it is you. So the wavering is just a story. But telling the story that you're wavering creates the illusion of wavering in reality, right? It's just you, right? It's all you. Remember, we're always making a choice. Let's put it like this, okay? The choice that I am prosperity brings me prosperity, all right? The choice of lack, I am so in alignment with source. I am so much God that if I start to identify with lack, I can create the illusion of lack even though there isn't lack. But you know what also is a choice? Confusion is a choice. This is what some people will do, right? When it comes to choosing confusion. Because a lot of us will say, well, I would never choose confusion. Why would I choose to be confused? All right. This is what can happen. All right. Let's say that you want a person and you're thinking, I have this person. I'm in the identity of this person. I'm in the identity of having this person. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. I'm in the identity of having this person. And then something, it doesn't work as quote unquote fast as you want it to work. And then you start saying, well, maybe this means that God doesn't want it for me. Maybe this means there's something better out there. Maybe this means this. Maybe it means this. Maybe I'm not affirming correctly. So half of the time, you're solid in who you say you are. The other time, you're over there making up these questions. The ego's just creating questions. And you know when the ego starts asking you questions like that, well, maybe it's not the right thing. Maybe there's something better. Maybe it's not a righteous desire. Even if you answered that question, it would just lead to another question. So you just get more and more confused. And reality does what? It mirrors you, so it gives you a whole bunch of confusion. That's it. So you being confused is just a choice for reality to look confusing to you. It's all you. Now, this could be terrifying or this could be liberating. Why could it be liberating? Because it's all just me. So there's nothing to control out there. The only thing to master is me. It's me. What's more liberating than that? You mean I don't have to put my consciousness on all these things out there and I simply need to focus on who I'm being through it all? Yes. Who are you being? Okay? Are you being someone who's saying that they're wavering? Or are you being someone who decides, no, I don't waver. I just am it. This is my identity. Even if I think different for a second, even if I feel different for a second, even if I see things that look crazy for a second, I'm still it. This is who I am. Right? And when you stay solid in that, now things show up solid like you are. But it's all us. That's all it is. Just a reflection. It's just a mirror. There's no out there. There's no as within, so without. There's just you. There's just you. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, brother. All right. So that was number one. Number two, second question, okay? What situations have I unconsciously placed in the impossible box? Oh, absolutely. We're all here together. What situations have I unconsciously placed in the impossible box? Hopefully nothing. Hopefully nothing, right? Man, it may be impossible, but with God, ain't nothing impossible. Huh? Mm-hmm. Somebody help Miss Bella out. Somebody help Miss Bella out. Somebody give her some wise words of love, right? Because even saying that it feels like a block, that's just a story, right? What is a block anyway, except for a story that we tell? There is no block. They're yours. You can choose to have them or choose not to have them. You can choose to have them or choose to have a block. But even us saying a block, when we really start dissecting these things that we're saying, right? They're just stories. Nobody is telling us to say these things. We're just making things up in our mind. There's no block, except for the illusion of the block that we create. That's how powerful you are. This is why consciousness is so important. And when I say consciousness, like I always say, when I say consciousness is important, I'm not talking about intelligence. Intelligence is just intelligence. Consciousness is your ability to walk through life and pay attention to your own story. Be aware of your own story. Be like, all right, cool. Let me think about this. Why would I say that I have a block? Who is the one that is saying that, right? Who is the one who told me I have a block? When you realize that it's just you telling yourself this, you know, oh shit, well, I guess I don't have to say that anymore. When you realize it's us, right? That the realization that it was literally just me in here saying, oh, it must be my subconscious mind keeping me from it. Oh, it must just be my nervous system. Oh, it must be this. It must be that. It was just assumptions. It was just stories. That's all it was, right? And once again, it can be, this is why even the Gospel of Thomas said, right? At first you will be shocked, right? Or at first you will be afraid. Then you will be shocked, right? And then you will be, what does that say? Let's look it up. Gospel. I'm sure somebody knows it off the dome. First you will be troubled, right? Yep. Let him who seeks. Oh, yeah, here we go. So the quote is, let him who seeks continue seeking until he finds. When he finds, he will become troubled. When he becomes troubled, he will be astonished. And he will rule over the all. Oh, I cut off the quote. And he will rule over the all. All right. So when you find out that you're the only one creating your reality, at first you will be troubled. Well, it can't just be me. It has to be Jim and Susie and all these people telling me things. It has to be the president. It has to be the economy. It has to be the SP. It has to be this. But then you will be astonished. No, I'm the only one telling myself I have a block. Nobody broke in, tied me up and said, you have a manifestation block. I am the only one saying that. And then you will rule over the all. Right? It's just telling you the journey that you're going to go on when you come into the realization of who you are. And this is from the Gnostic text. I don't know if y'all believe in the Gnostic text or not, but it has a lot of insight on it. This is from the Gospel of Thomas. And the Gospel of Thomas has like legions. Let me see. It's saying two. Not saying two. Matter of fact, let me just put the quote in here. Or let me put the... It's from the Gospel of Thomas. And I'll put a website in the chat. And then number three. What would change if I dared to move those things? Oh, I already talked about that. All right, so what we got now is I have a love letter for y'all. Okay. So it's not give them any energy, okay? Because I want to be very clear when I say this. Your thoughts don't necessarily create anything. Who you are, what you identify as creates things. So if right now your thoughts are wandering, the thoughts that wander are never the problem. If you feel a certain way, if you feel anxious or tired or you feel doubt, the emotions are never the problem. Where the issue comes is the story that you tell about them. If you say, oh, because I was thinking this way, now I'm quote unquote out of alignment, whatever that means. Because we really have to, okay, I'm about to say it. We really have to think about this, okay? When we think about alignment, frequency, vibration, all of these things, none of us walk around with a magical vibration/alignment thermometer shoved in our ass that beeps when we're in alignment. None of us have this, okay? We simply walk around telling the story that we're in alignment or we're not in alignment. That's all. We simply walk around telling that story. It's all us. And when you realize this, it's like, oh shit, what is alignment or not? Somebody one day told us about alignment and we literally started walking around making up stories in our head saying, oh shit, I think I'm not in alignment. The problem isn't your thoughts. Your thoughts are going to do whatever. You have 60,000 of them a day. You don't control all of them. But who are you being? Do you come back to the realization that, no, I've already made the choice that I am this person. That's all. That's it. I've already made the choice. This is who I am. Perfect. Beautiful, right? But if all of a sudden I start thinking and I'm like, oh shit, I messed up. Let me start my affirmation clicker over again. Well, we're just making up problems. Who said that you were out of alignment? Who said you were that thought? Who said just because you feel sad, you're out of it? Who said that shit, right? It's just us saying it. Okay? That's it. So it's not that you don't give them quote unquote negative energy per se. Right? I don't want y'all to think that y'all Goku out here kamehamehaing your negative thoughts or whatever. But it's who you decide to be. It's the story that you attach to them. Right? You can think all day. It doesn't mean that you don't have to tell the story because I think this way, then I'm out of alignment. You simply have to remember who you are. All right? So here we go. I got a love letter to y'all. Then we got affirmations. And do I want to do a Q&A today? We'll see how we feel. All right? So here we go. Here we go. Sit back, relax. Remember, you are already these things. This is divine remembrance of who you are. All right? So, my beloved, why do you keep drawing lines where God has drawn none? You have told yourself, this I can manifest, but that I cannot. You place some things in the box of faith and others in the box of impossibility. But there are no boxes in infinity. The law is not selective. It is not partial. It is not a servant of probability. It is life itself. It governs all as easily as it governs one. To believe it works for some things and not for others is to confess that appearances have more power than the source within you. That is not faith, right? It is idolatry. So remember this. Mark 9:23. All things are possible to him that believeth. All things. Not the small, not the likely, not the convenient. All. Every limitation you accept is self-imposed. Every boundary is an illusion waiting to be dissolved by recognition. So shift your gaze. Repent, not as one who has quote unquote sinned, but as one who has awakened. Repentance is simply the courage to change your mind, to say nothing is beyond me because nothing is beyond God, and God is I am. God is who I am. Let today be the day you stop asking whether the law works. Let today be the day you declare the law is my nature and it cannot fail. Carry this certainty. Oops, my bad, y'all. Carry this certainty like breath, like heartbeat, like your very name. Walk forward with no compartments, no limits, no exceptions. The whole of creation bends to the authority that you embody. Always your true self, right? I am that I am, no matter what. Here are the affirmations. Here are the affirmations, all right? Number 1, I am not a fragment tossed about by circumstance. I am the living law of consciousness itself, and it governs all things in my life without exception or resistance. I know these ones are kind of long, all right? I am not a fragment tossed about by circumstance. I am the living law of consciousness itself, and it governs all things in my life without exception or resistance, right? I am that I am, no matter what. Next off, nothing stands outside my reach. For the I am within me is one with the Father. The power that spoke galaxies into being now fulfills every word I declare. Because I am the Father I want. Because I am the Father I want. All right? I bow to no appearance, no shadow, no fleeting condition. I walk as the authority of Source. And reality itself must yield to my command. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, next. My life is not scattered, but ordered. Every corner, every detail, every unfolding reflects divine harmony, power, and abundance made flesh through me. I appreciate you, Cynthia. Thank you. We all in this together, okay? And last but certainly not least, y'all, last but absolutely, certainly, positively, divinely not least, I dare greatly. I assume boldly. For I know the world is only the echo of my inner decree. And since all things are finished in God, all things are already mine. I'm going to say that one more time. I dare greatly, right? I assume boldly, for I know the world is only the echo of my inner decree. And since all things are finished in God, all things are already mine. I am that I am, right? No matter what. Right? That no matter what is important, you are everything you desire to be right now. You are the prosperity that you seek right now. You are the love that you seek right now, no matter what. And no matter what means, it means no matter what. It's not lip service. It means even if you don't feel worthy, you still are. Even when you don't feel quote unquote love, you still are. You just are love. You just are worthy. If your heart is beating, you are love. If your heart is beating, you are worthy. You are everything you desire to be, right? No matter what. Okay? No matter what. All right, y'all. Cool. So that's what we had today, man. Let's do Q&A. If y'all got questions, let's talk about them. If y'all got questions, we can talk about them. If y'all want to join, please feel free to join. She said, wow, you knocked me out. Yeah. These are all for you. Absolutely. This is all gonna be on YouTube. So if you go to the link tree in the bio, there's a YouTube link. And right when we end the stream, I upload the documents to YouTube. So you'll have the letters, you have the affirmations, you have the reflection questions, you can download them. You can use them as a paper airplane. Hell, you can use them as toilet paper. Don't care. They're all for you, right? Do whatever you want with them. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Tips on how to not identify with feelings, emotions. I'm trying to think because there was a part of me that just wanted to say, just don't. There was a part of me that just wanted to say, just don't. And you know that. When you put your awareness on whatever you're feeling, right? Instead of just going through life unconsciously, and whatever feeling comes up, you just feel it and you let whatever story that pops up, right, just push you down whatever path that you want. Okay? Well, that's identifying with your emotions right there. Okay? But whenever you become conscious and you start walking through life and you actually start putting your awareness on whatever you're feeling and saying, oh, right, why am I feeling this way? What does it actually mean that I'm feeling this way? If you just put your awareness on it, that is the healing in itself. That is it. It's not that the feeling just quote unquote goes away, but now I don't have to tell a story about it. I can simply say, I feel sad. And that's fine. That's enough. Why do you feel sad? Because you thought that this was going to happen. Sure. But now you can say, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen. I'm still this person and I can still feel sad. That's it. All right? When we think that the goal is to get to a point where we never feel sad, never feel anxious, well, obviously we're going to be pressing against ourselves in those situations. We're demonizing parts of ourselves as if all of what Source created is not perfect, even your emotion. Right? Simply be aware of yourself having a feeling. Allow it to be. Don't judge it as right or wrong. Become the observer of yourself, right? And you will see that this too shall pass. This too shall pass. Yeah. If it's a feeling, it's okay to feel it. That's why it's called a feeling. It's so your divine ass can feel it. Or else it would be called a no feeling. Is authenticity the highest form of frequency? Sure. Sure, it is. But when we say frequency, what does that mean? The highest form of frequency to what? To get something? Perhaps. Why authenticity is the highest quote unquote frequency? It's because just being yourself right now and accepting that you are already right now everything that you desire to be, that is when you actually walk in faith and allow everything to unfold for you, right? Becoming authentic. Why I'm always careful when we talk about this is because people hear authenticity is the highest vibration, then they start trying to quote unquote be more authentic or be more themselves by doing more things. And it's like, well, wouldn't authenticity just be being yourself right now? Like, what does being more authentic mean? It's radical acceptance of you. When you're trying to do something, that's perfect. When you want to take a nap, that's perfect. If you consider yourself a hustler and you want to go out and fucking hustle, that's perfect as well. It's acceptance of just who you are and what you want to be. Knowing that that's perfect. And then knowing that that's perfect, you actually allow yourself to flow through life and let the things that you desire flow to you. You stop fighting against the mirror. Pushing against the mirror to change, saying it needs to show me this. I need to feel this way to get it. When you just accept that some days I feel good, some days I don't feel good, some days it all seems to work out, some days whatever. When you just accept how you feel, some days I feel like hustling, some days I want to take a damn nap. When you accept who you are and you just do the best that you can moment to moment, and you see yourself as beautiful every single moment, now everything can flow to you because you've just accepted that everything is perfect. In the Quran, both Adam and Eve eat the apple. Which is a better representation of it. If you think about it from a perspective of consciousness, that would be a better interpretation. Because if you think of the feminine principle within polarity, it's often the conscious masculine part of you that is chasing the enlightenment, chasing the information. But it's the feminine part of you that surrenders and allows you to truly reach enlightenment, right? So both parts of you reach this enlightenment, the conscious, the subconscious, because there's only one, there's only you. But the feminine principle and the masculine principle, both eating the apple, would make sense a little bit more metaphysically. So you just tell yourself that you don't have it. Sure. I was talking to, as I told y'all the other day, right? I was talking to this goddess and she was starting to feel sick. And what she was doing was every time she took a bite of her food, she was like, oh, this is healing me. Every bite is healing me. I'm getting healthier and healthier with every bite. And she woke up the next day and she was like, I don't feel anything. I feel healthy. And typically I would get sick after feeling like that. I'd be worried about getting more sick. So is it about just saying that you're sick or saying that you're healthy? Yes. But you can do whatever you want on the way there. I'll always tell y'all, if you want to know about how to heal yourself, go start reading The Placebo Effect. Go start reading The Placebo Effect. Go on Google. Or we just did a discussion on it. We've done several discussions on it, right? You go to YouTube and probably search them, but on the YouTube. But all of these things where people have cancer, people have knee problems, people have all kinds of issues, health issues, and they're given a non-effective fake pill and they heal it. How? Because mentally they made a choice that when they were taking this, they were getting better every time they took it. What is stopping you from deciding that you get better every time you drink a cup of water? What is stopping you from deciding that you get better every time that you take a shower? Every time you go for a run, every time you do this, every time you do that? What is stopping you from believing that? All right? Because even when I say things like that, people are like, well, you can't just get the body of your dreams without working out. You can't just heal without doing all these things. Then what is the placebo effect then? What is that? Every time you breathe, right? Guys, I'll tell you, I've worked with people, women and men, that have manifested changes in their body simply by deciding that every moment that part of their body was getting bigger. And I'm talking about those parts of their body, right? The women parts, the breast, the ass, right? For men, the member, the main thing, the vibranium staff, right? So what is impossible? What is possible? Well, it's all what you believe to be true. It's all what you believe to be true. You're only limited by your perspective of reality. That's it. If you want to decide that every time you take a breath, right? You know what I'm saying? Every time I take this pill, my shit is elongated. If you want to do that, do that. But if you want to say every time I eat this, whatever the case may be, every time I take a sip of water, right, you get thicker and thicker. Do that. What's stopping you? This is the placebo effect, right? This is what we've been talking about. The law of assumption works everywhere or nowhere. I cannot say my beliefs and assumptions create reality and say, except for in this situation. What is stopping you from having the life of your dreams? What is stopping you from looking the way that you want? What is stopping you from having the health that you want? What is stopping you from having the chemistry that you want with that SP? What is stopping you from having the love that you want, the money that you want, the car that you want, the house that you want? What's stopping you? Well, like we continuously go back to on this point, the only thing stopping us is us. It's our limitations. It's our perception of how reality works. It's us cutting off our mind to that possibility and saying, no, hell no, that can't work. Oh, hell no, I can get money. I've told y'all, bro. I've told y'all specific stories of people just manifesting money out of thin air. Thin air, wake up with different amounts of money in their bank account. Magically have lottery tickets appear in their crib and win it. Magically have bills paid. Magically have these things happen. What is possible? What is the limit of God? Right? When we're children, we hear these stories and we say, oh, well, a man put a staff in the Red Sea and it parted and a whole group of people walked through it. Okay, you believe that when you were younger because somebody told you it, but where do you shut off your imagination from what's possible or for what is possible with Source? We'll hear a story and be like, oh, a serpent told a woman to eat an apple. Oh, and that's possible. When we say you can heal, you can get the body of your dreams, you can get this person, you can get this home, you can get this money, that is where you put the limit on Source. Why is it so easy for us to believe the indoctrination, what other people tell us? But we cannot open our mind to the possibilities of the divine. Where does your imagination stop? Where are your limits? Do you push your limits? Do you allow your limits to evolve? This is what this is, right? This confrontation of the limiting belief is about you waking up every day and confronting the illusion. Right? Confronting the illusion. We've been taught the opposite our whole life and now simply walking through life believing. I'm assuming you're going to say it's difficult. Isn't that true for everybody? Who hasn't been touched by programming? Right? Right? Yeah, of course. Right? What if walking through life and believing that you can just say you're healed and the disease disappears is hard to believe? That's true for everybody, right? Who is outside of that conditioning? But once again, that's a story, right? Even scripture will tell you, right? You haven't faced what any other man hasn't faced. There's no temptation, okay? The temptation to quote unquote sin or sin. What is sin? To miss the mark, right? Matter of fact, let's look up that verse. Let's talk about that. Oops. That hasn't been given to him. Yeah. Not the truth. All right. So 1 Corinthians 10:13, right? Because we tend to do this, right? We tend to think that our situation is so much different than other people, right? But there's people that are walking around with stage 4 cancer and believing in the law, and all of a sudden things change, right? So let's really talk about that. Let's really push ourselves. Let's really push these boundaries, right? This is the purpose of these discussions. The purpose of these discussions is for us to constantly test our limits, to grow in our belief and understanding of who we are, right? 1 Corinthians 10:13. No temptation has overtaken you that is not common to man. God is faithful, and he will not let you be tempted beyond your ability, but with the temptation, he will also provide the way of escape that you may be able to endure it. Basically, ain't shit that you're facing that other people ain't faced. Now, when we think of this from a human perspective, we think of what? Tempted for your lust. Oh, the ultimate sin. Right? Well, no, nowadays, the ultimate sin, let's talk about it with your sexual orientation. Oh my gosh. He likes men. She likes women, right? But what is true sin? True sin is missing the mark. All right, there's a scripture that says, Abraham believed in the law, and God counted it to him as righteousness. This is what righteousness means. Righteousness means believing in the law, believing in the Lord. Lord in the Old Testament translates to law. Y'all hear what I'm saying? Because this is important, right? This should be an ego check for all of us, because we're all in this together. So hear this, right? If this triggers you, that's fine, right? It's in the triggering that we are expanded. Who here has not been told by the school, by their job, that this is what makes you a good person, this is what makes you a bad person? Who here has not been told the limitations of their mind by the world? Who here has not been taught by the world to look out there and judge things by appearance? Who here hasn't been taught that? We've all been taught that. Anyone that you see who has walked down this path of manifestation, of reality creation, has had to make a choice to walk by faith and not by sight. No one's exempt. No one has been exempt from this. We could all talk about our stories and we could line them up. We could all write them down. But I've seen this, but my SP did this, but the money looked like this, the situation looked like this, my mother said this, the trauma said this, therapy said this, that. We could all make a long list, a master list. But whoever has had the reality decided to walk into the reality that they wanted, they made a choice. They made a choice and said, the source within me, the God within me is bigger than this circumstance. So yes, we can sit and complain and say, yeah, but it's hard when this and this and looks like this. Of course it is. Of course it's difficult. But no temptation has overtaken you that is not common to man. The temptation to sin. The temptation to sin, and sin means missing the mark. Sin doesn't mean what the world teaches you. Your lust, or your sexual orientation, or this, and that's not sin. All right? We talk about sin, we're talking about missing the mark. We're talking about sources. Put this desire in your mind. Prosperity, this person you want, the life that you want, the car you want, the house you want, the whatever you want, the peace you want, the joy you want. You have a desire for that. And now you make excuses and say, I can't have that because this looks like that, and this looks like that, and this looks like that, and this looks like that. That is the sin, to walk away from the truth of who you are, to miss the mark, to turn away from who you truly are. That is the sin. No temptation has overtaken you that is not common to man. Guys, we can sit and bitch and whine and moan and complain and say the world looks like this and that and that and this situation. Oh my God. And they didn't text back, and this 3P, and they were out at the movies and I saw them do this, and the economy is this and yada. Oh my God. We could all sit and whine all night. But God is faithful, and he will not let you be tempted beyond your ability, because nothing is beyond your ability. But with the temptation, he will also provide the way of escape that you may be able to endure it. What is the way of escape? I am. I am. You have the ultimate trump card. I am. I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. You get to decide, who are you being. It doesn't. The situation can look like whatever. Whatever can go on. But who are you being through it? Like I've told y'all, bro, I was facing eviction. I didn't know where the money was going to come from. No job. I was driving Uber Eats. Constantly saying, it's paid in full. It's paid in full. It's paid in full. Feeling doubt, anxiety, fear. Damn near hopelessness. Asking people for money, nobody had it. And the day I was supposed to be kicked out of that shit, it was paid in full. How? Have no idea. But God made a way out of no way. Out of no fucking way. I could have sat here. Look. Did I feel 100% happy throughout the whole thing? Hell no. Doubt and anxiety were close to me. They were common visitors in my consciousness. But I was more faithful to the story. What God will you serve? Okay? Will you serve the God that gave you the desire? Or are you going to serve the fear and the doubt? This is the narrow path. We all face fear. We all face doubt. We all have been told that reality's first, identity's second. Base who you are on reality. Guys, we can all sit and make excuses. But you can make a choice to transcend those excuses. When you finally come to the realization that all of these excuses, I'm the only one making them up. All of my whining is just me. All of the things that I perceive as bigger than God out there, it's just me saying that. Well, number one, you should get some empathy for yourself and be like, oh shit, okay. Well, it's just been me against me. And you're going to get troubled at first. But then you should transcend that, and it should be a very liberating realization. You mean if I created and chose all this, now I can choose differently? You can. You can decide to make the choice that cuts through all those excuses, that cuts through time, that cuts through circumstance. You can choose to go to the truth of who you are. You are already everything that you desire to be. Because you are. All right? So I say that with love. I say that with love. But that is the trap that so many fall into. Well, what about this? It's so hard, but I get it, Alex, but the situation looks like this. That's what it looks like for everybody. That's what it looks like for everybody. The only person keeping us from living the life of our dreams is us. Which one do you want? Do you want to continue to tell the story of what you don't want? Or do you just want to be who you want to be? It's a decision. It's an absolute decision that we all have to make. Right. It's just like the Israelites, right? God gave them miracles, 7 miracles. If you don't know the story of the Israelites were in Egypt. Okay, and Moses was tapped to save them. Long story short, all right? Moses went into Egypt, gave them 7 miracles. Right? Turned his staff to a serpent, put the locust, turned the water into blood, right? Even when as far as killing the firstborn children. So the Israelites saw all these miracles that God, the quote unquote Lord, the law, did to Egypt. And then when they left Egypt, right? And the Egyptians started chasing them, they seemingly forgot. They started saying we should have stayed in slavery. At least we could have ate back then. That right there is the temptation. No temptation has overtaken you that is not common to man. That is the temptation that we all face. Even the suffering seems familiar and comfortable because it's predictable. But you don't even want that. Why are you arguing for something that you don't even want? You don't even want to be there. But you're saying, oh, but it's so hard to believe in it. Okay, then believe in what you don't want then. You have the freedom. Then believe in what the fuck you don't want then. Okay, then. It's a simple choice, right? I can believe in what I want or I can believe in what I don't want. This is your superpower. Right? I say this as a loving brother. I say this out of pure love for y'all, right? We can all choose what we want, or we can choose what we don't want. It's that simple. It's that simple. Love y'all. Choose, 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 choose. Choose, my beautiful people, choose. Right? You got this. You got this, you got this, you got this, right? We're all in this together. And once we start really waking up to this, it's like, I'm the only one in my mind telling myself that I'm out of alignment, that I have blockages, that it's just so difficult for me to actually know that this is working out, that I'm not the person I want to be, that everything seems to be going wrong, that things never work out. Those are all just things I'm saying in my mind without any pressure. No one's pressuring me to say any of that. I'm just doing it to myself. Well, okay, maybe I should love myself a little bit more and give myself grace. And when I come into that realization, now I can just be aware and I can stop telling myself those types of stories. Right? But it's literally just us against us. It is just us against us. All right, I got 5%, y'all. What's up? What's up?
Hi.
How you doing
My
today?
same name, brother.
I know, the most beautiful of names.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Do you think that you have to genuinely get your conscious mind on board for your desires to come into fruition?
Absolutely.
Because, right. So even this idea that we have to argue internally every time we see a contradiction in the 3D is still appealing to the ego. It's still appealing to those doubts or fears trying to lessen, when if you just decide that this overarching, I am loved, I am chosen, I am desired, I am everything, then you don't even have to do the whole back and forth in your mind. You don't have to do all that, because I think the unfolding will reveal itself. At least in my journey, I look back like, oh my God, all these areas of my life got better without me even consciously looking at them or even deciding based on the embodiment, not so much me seeing the negative and then making, like, saying out loud or declaring something. It was just like, no, this is who I am overall. And then everything kind of fell into place.
Absolutely. Absolutely, right? It's that comes from or trying to argue within ourselves to get what we want. It comes from the illusion that the ego has some power, that if I bring the ego on board, then all of a sudden God will say yes, right? But the illusion or the truth is that the ego is not creating anything. It's just a collection of thoughts that's trying to keep you safe. It has no power unless you give it power. You don't have to argue for it. You can simply know who you are, think however you think, feel however you feel, and allow everything to still be added to you because you've already made the choice, right? Who you have declared yourself to be is already the promise. It's irrevocable. You can't take it back. Unless you say so.
Yes, I agree, because it gets exhausting when you're always trying to affirm against stuff, and you're always trying to speak against stuff, to the point where I'm like, I'm not doing this anymore. Like,
Exactly.
everything is perfect. Everything is unfolding perfectly. Even if, I don't necessarily see what's going on, I know that it's me. It's all me. So therefore it is obviously perfect.
Exactly.
And I don't have to, like, the law of assumption, I don't have to, like, make up a story. Because I was like, even that's exhausting. Like, that's still doing and not just being.
Exactly. Even trying to run around and say, oh, I have to be more clear. there's so many limitations that make the assumption that you are not all that there is, right? Even you have to be specific to get what you want. Well, that's a limitation as well. That's just another story. I don't have to be specific at all, right? Before I was formed in my mother's womb, Source knew me, right? I don't need to affirm for anything, right? I simply need to, the desire is enough and everything will be added unto me. This is like the same one that we pray to is who we are, right? That ego, or that ego implies separation. It wants to feed into that illusion of separation, of I need to do more and I'm separate. But if you are truly one with Source, if there's only oneness, then what is there to do for yourself to give you everything that you desire?
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, I think once you make the decision that this is the embodiment of who you are, all your thoughts, actions start to go into alignment with that thing or with that identity. So if I am not answering to people outside of me, if I'm not over explaining to people outside of me, why would I do it to myself? Exactly. Why would I do it to my own thoughts? Like, I don't have to explain myself to you.
Exactly. 100%. 100%. Keep on.
I think I get caught up in, I don't want to repeat patterns or cycles in my life because I know that I'm the creator. So if I am triggered by something, I go through the process of feeling the emotion, and then typically afterwards I'm shown what needed to be released that is not a part of this embodiment, and that's why it doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Because it's not a part of who I am
exactly.
anymore. So I need to release this in order to, fully be who I say that I am, and then after that, reality just mirrors exactly who I'm being. In multiple different facets and multiple different forms. But I was just like, I'm not about to convince my old selves or my previous selves of who I am anymore. I'm not doing it.
Right.
It's exhausting.
Exactly. There's nothing to convince. That's an important point that you made, though, right? Part of the journey of becoming, when reality is becoming, it's almost this purification that you go through, where you've made the intention or the decision of who you are. And then things pop up that are just part of the limiting beliefs. And it's just literally giving you the opportunity to purge them, like you said. So you're walking around, you're simply being aware of, maybe I feel this way, or this situation is unfavorable. But all it is an opportunity to simply purge a belief that's not in alignment with who you say you are, right? Which is part of reality becoming exactly what you desire it to be. So even that part becomes meaningful and beautiful on this journey.
Yeah, and how would you know that without contrast?
Yeah.
You wouldn't. You have to go through the contrast and not distract yourself or point the finger at other people or other situations. When you realize it's all you, it does become very beautiful, and you really see how much power you actually hold in your reality, that everything that you've ever desired and everything you've ever decided actually has come to pass, even if it's stuff that you didn't
don't
want.
Yeah.
Even if it's, terrible, it's still like, I decided this. So when you take radical responsibility, you just know that it's all you and it's all beautiful. So you don't have to convince your ego. You don't have to make up stories. You don't have to do any of that. It's all going to fall into place perfectly.
Absolutely. And it's that's that divine trust, right? Really just, and it's part of that trust is that surrendering, right? It's very easy for us to try to micromanage the process. Am I in alignment? Am I worthy? Am I doing it right? But part of that relaxing and just being, that kind of becomes the final boss on this journey, is even so many times I've talked to people, and the whole well, I have to do nothing to get, that becomes a technique in itself, right? So how would you advise someone to get from trying to do less to simply being? If that makes sense.
I do kind of think it's a process of bumping your head, at least for me, where the more you embody who you say that you are, the effort becomes too much. And you realize, I got to a place where even meditation became a job. I was like, I have to meditate in the morning, I have to meditate at night, every day. You know what I mean? Like, it became like, okay, this is feeling more like a burden instead of just being in the moment and appreciating the moments. So I think once again, even focusing on how do I just be is still efforting instead of just continuing to focus on who you say you are and then letting things fall into place. And certain desires will just fall off. Certain habits, certain behaviors will just fall off on their own without you even trying.
Yeah.
And then it's reflected out. So then you just realize, this is all I've ever had to do. And this is way more freeing than all the previous versions that efforted our way to get to where we are. Like, they're appreciated, but that's not it anymore.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And I think people get so caught up in the contrast and get thrown off. And me, too. Because like the girl said about wavering, I was like, it's not wavering because the unfolding is, you're basing the unfolding off of a linear structure that your ego is trying to show you. That's not how it really works, because you're still basing your identity off of what you see instead of who you are. Because I've gotten caught up in that too. Like, okay, A plus B equals C, or this should be the next point, because this is giving me safety and security and comfort off of what I see instead of who I am. And you can get tripped up, and then you get this big contraction, and you're like, what the hell did I do wrong? Why did they pull back, or why did I lose the money, or whatever? And it's like, it doesn't really work that way. You just stay anchored and know, that this is still a part of the unfolding.
Yeah.
And I tell people too, like, when you take on this new identity, you should expect contractions.
Exactly.
You're becoming a new person.
Yeah. It's part of the growing pain.
That's part of the growing. Like, every time you take on a new identity, you're going to be pushed into that new identity through contractions, just like childbirth, to get to this place of being so, like, I've become so detached from people, places, circumstances, money, career, all the labels that we give ourselves. I'm detached from all of it, but in that, there's so much peace and freedom because you just trust that everything is unfolding perfectly. But the only way I got there was through contractions.
Exactly.
It's like the final boss, like in some of these situations, it's like, that is what pushed me to detachment. Like, I don't care what the mirror says. I know who I am. I don't even care what the outcome is, because I'm so okay and in love with where I'm at right now. And in that paradox, you know that all your desires are coming. They're already here because you are the person that can hold them.
Exactly. Beautiful. Glow, yes, y'all got anything to say to that, or y'all wanted to say something different?
I would love to expand on that even more, because I understand the words, and I also have the awareness that I'm not doing that. Specifically the line of, I don't even care if it doesn't happen anymore, because I do care. I care a lot. So I'd love to hear more on that. Alex squared, 2 Alexes.
I think that, at least in you just become so detached to the outcome, and you're so fulfilled that it's not that you don't care, it's that you have this deep inner knowing that it's going to play out and be beautiful, and you're not attached to the how or the when, because you're so present in the moment. So it's not a matter of like actually not fully caring, you're just not focused on it anymore. You're living life in the present moment and loving every minute and seeing the good and the growth in everything that you do.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's never about not wanting it, right? Because of course you want it, right? You have the desire, you want it. It's a divine urge, right? It's source desiring something through you. But have you gotten to the point where you've realized that you are all that there is? And every single moment is perfect. It's a perfect unfolding. It's a perfect opportunity for you to grow. The ride is beautiful. Have you made it about fulfillment in your entire life? Or are you simply focusing or hyper-focusing on this one thing, believing that when that thing shows up, then you will be the person that you desire to be.
Yeah, I think that like I've said before, one time I came online, like marriage is to me the best mirror to that. Because there's so many times in my marriage that I have decided something that I wanted and I wanted us to do, and there was always a delay for the mirror, which is my husband, to get on board. Like, I wanted a new house, and he was like, this house is fine. I'm like, this house isn't big enough. This is not what I want. So I kind of, in my, inspired action and my excitement, I tried to kind of lay the groundwork for when it did happen that we would move. And then, when he got on board, we found the perfect house within a day. We went in contract the next day. So that's happened multiple times. It's like, my decision first, mirror second. And it wasn't at a time where I was super hyper focused on moving. I had kind of just let that desire, my focus on that desire was not in the forefront of my mind anymore. It was like when I wasn't even really focused on it anymore and I was present in the moment and I was okay with everything, then he just popped up and said, hey, I saw this house down the street, do you want to move? I'm like, I said this 6 months ago.
Yeah.
But, it played out exactly the perfect timing. The perfect house popped up, but it was like the mirror situation, like me first, my decision, my embodiment, mirror second. But it wasn't because I was hyper focused on what the mirror was doing or what the desire was.
Exactly. Makes sense, Chloe?
Yeah, it reminds me of the eviction story. So, I mean, you obviously wanted that to get paid, but you also, you just knew it was going to work out. And so there's this, just this dichotomy of oh, yeah, I'm going to be fine. But also, oh my God, but also, I'm going to be fine. And letting go of, I don't know how or who. And then also that other example you gave earlier cracked me up of a mom, or I don't know if it was a mom or a dad. What if my child just wants to play video games all day? What if a year from now they're making millions of dollars off of it? Will you still be mad then? They're perfect, perceive them as perfect, and be in flow, and yeah, just let go. And I'm just realizing how much the lack of that I had throughout my life.
You can expand on that. I think that could help somebody. If you don't mind.
So I've been on this live before, and I've talked about how I manifested the perfect family. But there was a time when they were absolute villains in my life. And my dad is a really great example of this. Perfect dad, absolutely perfect. I could not ask for a better dad. Same thing with my brother. My brother was also, and still kind of is, a video game player, but also is getting straight A's in college. My perception of them changed them, but also when I was treating them like villains, that control, right? Why can't you be this way? You have to be this way, and just constant fighting, and things got really, really bad to the point where I took everything away. I was nope, you have financially, mentally, emotionally abused me enough. I'm done. I'm out. This is a boundary. I'm taking all my cars. I'm not paying your rent anymore. Good luck with your life. And I left. I just left my family. And now, but I'm also grateful for that experience because I'm where I am now. But yeah, just, gosh, that part of I wish I knew what I know now back then, but also I'm so glad I didn't know because I'm where I am now because of that.
Perfect, right? That's another interesting part of the journey, right? Is would I be who I am today if it wasn't for me trying to figure out who I was back then, right? And whatever that path looked like, whether it was a path of my spirituality, whether it was a path of my career, my job, what hasn't been perfect in leading me to this moment right now. And from this moment right now, I get to choose whatever I want to experience in the future and in the present.
Yeah, I think parenting is a perfect example too. It's like, especially as they get older and you have to let them kind of play out their independence and not fighting them on that because they need to learn to like bump their head, but you have to trust that you're the one leading the ship. So you let them be who they are and then just watch it unfold. Or once you've already made the decision of who they are.
Yeah.
I recently did that with my son. He wanted to go on a trip with his friends. And I said, okay, even though inside I was like, this is not a good idea. But I was like, okay. And it fell apart 2 days prior. And I was like, see, I didn't have to do anything. I'm the supportive mom. And he learned a lesson. And, I just let the marriage play out. I didn't have to force it. I didn't have to tell him this is a bad idea. It, turned out the way it was supposed to turn out.
Oh my gosh, I love that example so much. And I'm using mirror in a different context here, but when I look in the mirror and I reflect too, I'm like, wait, I've done that too. Where I'm like, I got invited to this thing, I really don't want to go, and then it got canceled, and I was like, oh, I got to be the supportive friend. Or yeah, these are such great reminders. I really love these lives so much, and it just brings me back to remembering, because y'all, I'd be forgetting.
Yeah, I think we all do, and that's why I always look forward to his lives, because I'm like, I just need to be reminded, every day. Because even if you are in the embodiment, obviously, like you said, you're going to have emotional times, you're going to have emotional days, but, always having that awareness of who you are. And just like marriage, parenting is hard. Like, this is just wait, y'all. It's not easy. I mean, my son, in the course of last October, he totaled one car that we bought him, and I was in it. It felt like a video game. We went across the freeway. I was like, we could have died. Car was completely totaled. Within 30 days, he totaled my mom's car. But because of that, and I was still supportive, I was so nice, he bought his own car when he turned 18, and I didn't have to do anything, and he keeps great care of it, and he's a very safe driver because I'm not fighting the mirror, but it takes a lot.
Oh my gosh. Wait, I love the ending to that story. I mean, I just love the story in general, but also my baby brother also just got into his first accident last week, and yeah, legit, I was gonna come last week when Alex went live and complain about it, but I didn't. I was just like, it happened. Nobody got hurt. He's safe. Yeah, my insurance is gonna go up, but you know what? I'll just make more money. It's gonna happen. Everything's gonna work out, and
Literally, the first car, let me tell you, we bought the car had 30-day tags on it. And I took him on a college visit, and I have an electric car, and I was like, let's just take your car. We get in this accident. He's not even on my insurance, and he's an underage driver. He was 16. So when I called the insurance company after not calling for a month, because I was like, they're going to deny me. He's not on the insurance. I didn't even add him. My mom's friend told me, just call and see. So the lady was like, I'm just going to tell you right now, he's not going to be covered. And in my mind, I'm like, yes, he is. Yes, he is. So I was like, well, just run the claim. A week goes by. She called me, like, I've never seen this before. They covered it. I was like, I knew it.
Of course.
I knew they were going to cover him.
Of course.
So the insurance company covered both accidents.
Yeah.
We got to pay out for both accidents, yeah. But like I said, it all worked out because now he's super responsible with his car. He takes care of it. So that's an example of just not fighting the mirror. Because it can be a lot. It can be stressful.
I do think the source of a lot of, I put it in the chat earlier when Alex was talking. I was like, oh, Alex is calling me out. Why are you going to call me out like that? Almost 20 years of therapy in and out. Therapists telling me this or that. But I'm realizing, again, just remembering that, I think so much of the source of my, the pain, discomfort that I put on myself was from fighting the mirror. It really was so much of it.
I love you. Facts, man. So much of it is fighting.
I think we're told that the mirror's not us.
Mm-hmm.
I think that everything in the world, I mean, now I'll just, if I'm on social media and someone starts talking about narcissists or them out there or many, I scroll. I'm like, this is spam. Like, they're all you. Why are you talking about them out there? They're all you. So we're never really taught that everything that we're experiencing is us. So why would you fight yourself? Internally and externally. It's an exhausting road. Like, I'm not doing that no more.
Wait, can you explain that? There's something that I missed there about like fighting you. So I also, bro, I think the fastest way to figure out where your awareness is focusing on is your algorithm. So it's so fascinating that I think about a year ago, my feed was about how to escape a narcissistic, abusive partner, and like that was my entire feed: YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Now, guess what's there? None of it, right? And so, wait, but can you go back to that concept of what do you mean fighting yourself?
When you realize everything is you, everything is a reflection of you to varying degrees, then why would you focus on anything but you?
Ooh,
when you're putting your focus on something out there, it literally is just a reflection of you. And honestly, even before I got into any of this, I realized that every time I would get mad at some aspect or get upset about some aspect of my husband, a small voice would be like, you know you're the same, right? You know it's you, right? And I was like, no, it's not. Like, yes, it is. You're the same. So that was the first, that kept happening. I'm like, oh my God, he is me. And then, I noticed it in other people. Like, they're just me. They're just a different version of me. So that's why I stopped arguing with people. I don't, it just is futile. It literally is futile. So if you recognize that when you put the focus on the external reality, you're giving power to the external reality, which never going to get a good result that way. You're never going to get the ultimate or result that way. Focusing on yourself solely and taking radical responsibility for everything that you experience, everything that you go through, is the way to actually be the creator of your life.
I think I'm understanding a little bit now. I don't know where like my brain is just not comprehending. And so the next time, if and when, or I mean never, because we're saying that we are the creators. Like, those things almost never ever pop up on my algorithm anymore. Like, sometimes they will, just because I was in that for years, right? Like, that content, like the narcissistic like content for a long time. And so when it does, if you could walk through, because maybe I'm just like not fully understanding. I'm just giving like context. Yeah, because I also just scroll. I'm like, oh, I don't need that anymore. That's not my reality. I just scroll, but I'm not like, what do you mean that that's me?
Because even if you listen to that stuff, if you really dissect the root of why these people supposedly are the way they are, it's all rooted in emotions or things that can be perceived in our reality as exactly the same. We've all been hurt as a child. We've all been let down as a child. It just manifests differently in that particular person, but the root is exactly the same. So if if I feel that I like to control my bank account and I like to have everything on a spreadsheet because it makes me feel safe, whereas my husband likes to be spontaneous and spend more money, that makes him feel safe because it makes him feel independent. The root is the same. Seeking security externally, seeking security. So we are essentially the same. It just manifests or comes into our 3D reality differently. It's just presented differently, but the root is the same. And I'm not saying that, and I've noticed too, the more you just look out there, you're like a hamster on a wheel. You're kind of running in the same place when you're looking out there to try to analyze them or analyze the situation and make it about that instead of what is it trying to teach me about me? Mm-hmm. What are the patterns that I've created or the cycles that I'm in my life? And the only way to get that through that, to learn that, is through the contrasts and the contractions and what you need to let go of. but it's all me. It's all you. You are everything.
Yeah. You better preach that.
I do
That makes sense.
understand. I love the bank account example. Love that. Of like we all want the same thing. Like we all want safety, stability, security in terms of finances, but that just might look different in everyone. And so it's about understanding people, or like dissecting why do they do the things that they do. They like we all want the same things, but ultimately it all just comes back to me, because what's the point of understanding someone else when it's all me? Like yeah, ooh, like I need to sleep on this one. And yes, just like Alex said, please keep preaching.
Keep preaching.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying being the closest mirrors are the best, to me, the best teachers. Being a parent, being a wife. And I noticed stuff like that, that the minute I stopped focusing on, like say we got into a fight, a disagreement, and I'm like trying, please talk to me, let's talk about it, and he's running. The minute I stopped focusing on him and focused back on me, he would focus on me. And I'm like, this is so bizarre. What is happening? And I didn't know what it was. I'm like, how is it that like I can just change my whole mindset, not even say anything to him, and then he changes? Or like I can stop focusing on how my kid is acting and start like not give any energy to my daughter's tantrums, and then they just go away without effort. So I'm like, wait a minute, I think I'm doing this. This is all me. It's all a reflection of how I'm seeing them and how I'm responding to whatever the behavior is.
Oh, you're speaking directly to my soul. Like that one hurt in a good way. Oh, it hurt so good. Because the story I told myself growing up was that I was always the parent in my family. I was the financially like savvy one. Like I always paid for everything. No one appreciated me. I'm the only person in my family that spoke English, so everyone depends on me. Like this sucks. But yeah, I could have just let them be and let it all go. And that's where I am now, where I'm still paying for my parents' like rent and their medical bills. Like I own 4 cars because 2 of them are for my parents, one's for my brother. Like nothing has changed. I just want to be so clear that I've been the breadwinner in my family since I was like 15. And like now, like again, nothing has changed
Big money
in
come
the
out.
3D, but like my relationship to them, like I am so happy, and like my bank account reflects that now too. Like I give them everything that they want. Like I go out of my way because like to see them happy makes me happy. Yeah, like and it's like, oh, I wish I got there a little bit sooner when I was younger, but also just yeah. But I love the examples that you give about your husband, your daughter. Yeah. Just it's all about remembering.
All about it.
Hi guys,
Yes, what it do?
how are you guys doing today?
I'm always blessed. I'm sure everybody else is. But I'm gonna speak for everybody today. We all blessed. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, can't complain.
Perfect.
I have a question. I don't know if I'm using, what's that thing called that you sent me, the Telegram?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm using that properly because I had sent you a message, but it's about what I'm gonna ask right now. I just had all this random people.
Is it about time?
Yeah.
So I did a whole live to answer that question. I thought I responded. I thought I responded to you. I might not have because I couldn't answer it in just one response. So I was like, damn, okay, let me do a full live. So I did a whole live on it. It's called. Oh no, it's not. It's not a Telegram for everybody, y'all. But so I did a live. It's called. Let me find it.
Alex, you did a live based on my question, and you didn't tell me you were gonna do that live.
I did tell. I thought I saw you on the live and I said it, right? I was like, hey, this is for you, Leslie. This is time. This is about time. All right. It was called I Am the Frequency of Fulfillment, Becoming Whole Before Receiving. I Am the Frequency. It was the one that I did on the 20. I think it was that same evening. Yeah, because it was the one I did on the 24th. I Am the Frequency of Fulfillment. I can send you the link. But, all right, go ahead and ask your question. Let's talk about it right now.
It was just, I wanted to go a little bit more in depth about, well, anyways, before that, Alex, I have random people adding me on that damn thing. I was like, what did Alex send me?
I don't know. I have, so just for y'all's information on the Telegram, all right? So Telegram is when people work with me, I send them a Telegram that they can ask me questions throughout like the weeks or whatever. But I also have another Telegram group. In the Telegram group, it's a group for anybody who subscribes, like the paying subscribers on TikTok or YouTube. It's a Telegram group where I'll just put like random things, like an affirmation of the day or random thoughts and questions, etc. Right? So it's kind of the benefits of them for working with me. The interesting thing is I do have random people that'll just hit me up like, hey, I got a question. I'm like, I'm sorry, man, but if I just look, it would take all of my time to answer all those. But yeah, I have random people that hit me up on there. Some people are just like, hey, do you want me to send you pics? And I'm like, are you AI? Or is this my manifestation coming true? Well, who are you, girl? No.
Yeah, well, okay, well, it was just more, I wanted to know a little bit more in depth about time, just because, I always do hear that all we have is the present moment, like, we cannot go back to the past, we cannot go to the future, like, it's always just now, but I kind of wanted to hear a little bit more in depth to kind of understand it more, get more knowledge about it, but I don't know if there's any more in depth to it.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about it like this, right? So why that is an important question. I'm going to answer it from my perspective after knowing you. Right? So when we think of time, all right, when most of us think of the things that we want, whether it's more money, whether it's a person, whether it's a house, a car, whatever, we think of it in terms of this is how things have been in my past, and I need to change my perception of how things have been. I need to get over this or heal these things, or this person has to change from how they used to be in the past to get to a future. What that's doing is that's putting a veil or a boundary in between who I am and where I want to be. It's saying I have to go through this change of them, this evolution of them to get there. When I don't have to do that, I simply have to know what I want, and I need to go straight to that. So we often use time, we'll use the past as this thing that we have to go through to get to the future. When we don't, we simply have to decide who we are right now. Okay, so that's one way of thinking about it. If we want to think about it in a metaphysical way, think of it like this, okay? Within you right now is God. God is all that there is, okay? And what all that there is encompasses is every experience that you could ever experience. Not just in this life, but in every life exists right now. Every single person that you can ever experience, and every single version of them exists within you right now. This is vast because we typically only think of the infinite nature of us being all these different versions of me within me. But a version of me is tied to different versions of everybody. So everybody is within me. All the infinite versions of those people out there exist within me. Every timeline, everything exists within me right now. Okay? So what the present moment is, it is all that there is within me, and I'm taking one moment. I'm choosing a perspective to look at all that there is right here, okay, through this moment. And then in the next moment, I'm taking one small other perspective of all that there is. In the next moment, I'm looking at another perspective of all that there is. So I'm always shifting moment to moment to moment to moment. I'm getting a drip, right? A drop of the ocean of who I am every single moment. So the trick is, well, if I know that I'm all of that, then what is there to heal? Even healing, me thinking I have to heal, is just me taking one perspective of all that there is. So instead of taking that perspective, what do? Well, I put my focus on who I am right now. Instead of thinking that this person has to change, putting my focus and consciousness and attention on this person has to change, which is basically me saying that I have to go through time and this person has to change and evolve through time to be the version that I want. I simply decide that right now I take the perspective of they're who I want right now. I am who I want to be right now, and I am treated. So even instead of saying they're that person, yes, they are that person, but they're the person that treats me like this. So right now I assume the identity, I put my focus on me, and I say I am the person that gets treated like this by them. So I collapse time. I no longer make it, oh, I have to go through time to get it. I go into the divine understanding of who I am right now, and I assume who I am in this moment, because right now is the only moment that exists. Anything else, right, having to go back to the past and change it to get to what I want, that is an illusion. There's no past to go through. All I'm doing is saying I am not it right now. In this moment, when we talk about the nature of time, it's really not even that important to understand the mechanics. What is important is in this moment, I'm making a declaration. I am who I desire to be, or I am not. If I'm saying the past has to change, I have to go to the past and change it to get something in the future, I'm saying I'm not it. I have to work through time and they have to evolve to get them. Well, I'm not it and they're not it right now. But when I realize this is how I am treated right now, and I put my consciousness on me, boom, now, all right, now I allow time to collapse. That is the magic spot, right? The present moment is always the magic moment. It's the sweet spot. All right, this is the manifestation spot. You know, they talk about the G spot. This is the M spot, the manifestation spot, the present moment. This is where all of your power resides. All of your choices reside right here. Okay, that makes sense.
Alex, I'm sorry that you just spoke like for 3 minutes, and I don't know if it's the lack of my English or the lack of my understanding, but I only understood like 2% of what you said.
That's fair. Okay, that's fair.
I was like, is it in English or is it the understanding? Like,
That's fair. That's fair. I said a whole lot. I
I think time is hard. Time is a hard one to.
Sorry guys, and then Yabby using all these fancy words, and I'm like, man, my English doesn't go that far, okay?
I'm sorry. All right. What is there a certain? Okay. Do you even know where to start asking me questions? More questions, or do I just need to re-explain it all in a different way?
I mean, I just don't really understand. Like, I do understand, like, I don't know, like, the only understanding that I have is, like, okay, well, we cannot go to the past, we cannot go to the future. Like, we all just, like, you know, if you think about a past experience, well, you don't really go back to it, you are, like, experiencing or remembering it now, right? Also, too, whenever you're, like, thinking about a future experience that you would like to go through, it's now too, but it's just like I would like to know more, like more behind, I guess, what time truly, like just how you went now and you went behind it and explained it more in depth. That's when I get lost.
Okay. So, but you do want to know the behind the scenes mechanisms, or you don't care?
No, I do. That's why I was asking. Like,
Okay.
I don't just want to stay with, oh, this is what it is, but I'm like, but why? Like, what's behind it?
Okay, basic. All right, let's think that. All right, so any time that you have existed in life, you've only existed in the present moment. Okay, so the time when you had your first heartbreak, when did you experience it? You experienced it right now. Okay, the time where you bought your first car, when did you experience it? You experienced it right now. So everything that you truly experienced, you experience right now in this moment. So this moment is the only time of existence. Whenever you think of the past, okay, you're still in this moment. You're thinking of the past, but the past is just a thought that you are thinking about in this moment. When you're thinking about the future, it's just a thought that you're thinking about in this moment. Let's go a step further. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's how I understand it. When I think about it, I understand it like that, but I didn't know if there's more. Like I said, I wanted to go more in depth about it.
How much
But
more
I
in
don't know
depth?
if there's more in depth. I don't know if there's more behind it, you know. Or,
Well, there is, but
okay.
to what end? To what end? Is it just information, or is it to connect the dot to you?
I know. I just want to know. I just want to know why time doesn't exist. That's it. Like more information. That's it.
That's really why. It's because. So, do you understand when I say that everything, that infinite versions of you exist within you right now?
Yes.
Okay. And so, if infinite versions of me exist, infinite versions of other people exist as well. And if infinite versions of them exist, and everybody's a reflection of me, then all of those versions of them just exist within me. Does that make sense? All right, I got you. Okay. So, reality is just me, right? Okay, reality is just me. So, there's infinite versions of me that exist right here. And if I change my perspective, right? If I say I am prosperity, then reality changes out there, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. So if reality changes out there, but it's just a reflection of me, there's no out there. There's just inside of me. It's just getting projected into this illusion outside of me. Does that make sense? So everything is inside of me. Them out there, they're all in me. They're just tied to a perspective that I have, and that perspective is then projected outside of me. Yes?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So if everything is within me, that means, and here's where we expand. If everything is within me, that means all of existence, because every version of me in every time, in every lifetime exists within me right now. Every version of you in every existence, every timeline exists within me right now. Every version of everyone in your life, the SP, the boss, the child, the parent, they all exist within all of us right now. So as we are going, does that make sense so far?
So just to make sure I'm understanding, you're saying that, I mean, every version of me exists right now, and every version of everybody out there it's right now too.
Exactly.
I can tap into it right now.
Exactly. There's no separation. Oh shit, my bad. I didn't mean to drop y'all. Yeah, there's no separation. Everybody exists. Everything exists. Every version of you. Every version of me. Yeah, you requested. You don't want to be up here?
Hi.
What's up?
Hello.
What's up?
How are you? Smiley?
I'm good. Hold on.
Thanks for sharing all your insightful thoughts.
Absolutely. I appreciate you for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. When I scroll, I see it, I'm like, hey.
I appreciate your appreciation.
100%. Look. Thank you.
It's the best. Every time I was grateful for the little things, I got blessed on blessings on blessings.
That seems to be the beautiful part of life, right? When we actually relax into
Life is beautiful. I wish more people dwelled on the beauty of life than just the negatives.
Yeah, that's the truth, right? When we accept the perfection of right now, we can receive more perfection.
because it took me a while to fathom the idea of yin and yang, because I was always a positive light being, but you have to accept that there's equal balance in the world of negative and positive, but with your choice what you want to dwell on, which path you want to, it's equal amount of energy to go negative path or the positive path, so it's up to us. We have to stay united.
That's a realization right there. It's equal amounts of energy to take the positive or the negative path. It's the same choice, different directions, same amount of energy. Yeah. See, we gonna finish that. But hold up, y'all. Hit mute real quick. Let me finish this train of thought, and then we gonna get right to it. Thank you.
Stay on top of it.
Appreciate y'all. All right, so here we go. So when we talk about all that there is, let me see if I can mute. All right. When we talk about all that, oh shit, did I forget where I was? Let me think about where I was. I'm about to do the fake thinking. Did I forget about where I was? Dang, where was I, y'all?
You were talking about every version of that person exists right now.
All right. So appreciate you, man. All right. So every version of every single person exists right here, right now. Right. Every version of them, every version of me, every version of the circumstance, all of it exists within infinity. Because you are infinity, source, God, all that there is, the universe, whatever you want to call it, is infinity. And that kingdom is within you. All right? So infinity is wrapped up. If you think of all infinity, every possible combination, every person, everything wrapped up in one moment, that is God. Make sense, Jesse?
Yes, sir.
Cool. And it's all within you. So it makes no sense. If all of this is within me, it makes no sense for me to try to get from point A to point Z. It makes no sense for me to try to work through things to get there. It only makes sense for me to take one perspective of all that there is, allow that to be me, and then allow reality to just reflect that. Make sense?
Go hear crickets in the back? Or that's just me?
Oh, was I not talking?
No, I get what you're saying, but I mean, yeah, go ahead. I feel like I understand it, but I don't understand it to the in depth that you guys do.
Well, you don't have to. Oh, go ahead.
The way I look at it as is the more you embody who you are in this present moment, the stories about what happened in the past will automatically change because your perspective of them changes without effort. So when you're a child and you have the perspective in the present moment, oh, my parent is being mean to me or they don't love me. As you get older, your perspective of that past scenario changes because you change. You're like, oh, they were just busy working. They didn't dislike me. They loved me. You are changing, so therefore your past changes. But it all happens in this present moment. So the more you embody love, fulfillment in yourself, you'll look back at past experiences and your whole perception of that person or that situation will change. You'll be like, oh, I was tripping. They actually didn't mean it this way. That's just the way I saw it at the time.
100%.
So the more you are empathetic and loving and caring of yourself, your idea of that person, that specific person, that scenario will embody that love and empathy and understanding in the past, in this present moment. You are different, so they are different.
And it's still kind of seeing it within, like, I guess, time, right? When we're talking about time.
Yeah, there is no time because all you can be is who you are in this moment. So therefore, when you change right now, you automatically change the past and the future without doing anything, just because you are different in this present moment. And the more embodied you become in this present moment and who you are, you collapse the gap between the distance of how you saw that person. You'll start to see them as more love and who you are now, which condenses our linear time.
Okay, I guess now that you put it in that perspective, I can see that a little bit more. So I wasn't raised with my parents, and I always like I feel like I never kind of hold anything against my mom or anything like that. I didn't never met my dad, but my mom, I did get to meet her before she passed, and one thing that I will always say, like I'm like damn, like your kids are supposed to be the thing that you most love. Like why would you do that? Like how could you do that, right? But now as all this has gone on, I understand that I was like, well, how bad was she within herself, or like how much hurt or how much was she going through to actually do that to her child. Like I don't see myself as a victim. I kind of just see like where she was at before, and I see her. I seen her different, or I see the experience different. It's like it wasn't that she was trying to be malicious to me. It wasn't that she didn't care for me. It was just at the time that's all she got. All she had within herself, you know. So she was trying to figure herself out. She was trying to make it some one way or another, and maybe that was the only way she was able to handle me at that time.
Right.
So they would put it that way. Like now people tells me like, damn, like you don't hold resentment towards her. I was like, no, she gave me the best she could have gave me at the time, and maybe giving me to my grandma was the best she could have done, right?
Yeah, so you change your perspective in this present moment about something in the past. So the time distance really doesn't matter because all we have is the present moment, which you just did. And the more you realize it's all you, it's all based on your perspective, you shorten the gap between you and whatever you desire because you realize it's just you. And all you have is this moment.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I understand that now. Okay. And another thing I wanted to ask you guys was about like last time that I spoke to you, Alex, you know, we were talking about like, you know, being is like just doing what you feel like doing at the moment, right? But one question that I had today was like, how can I know when I'm being? Well, I feel like I kind of know based on I kind of do follow like, I guess, quote unquote emotions at the time. Like, why am I, when I want to, because a lot of the times you want to do certain things, but they're coming from lack. They're not coming from an actual being into your highest self. So I wanted to kind of hear behind that, like, how can I know, like, oh, like a lot of the times it's like, oh, I want to do this, but it's not coming from a good place. I guess I'm judging it that it's not coming from a good place because it's just something that my higher self or my new identity, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that because it just doesn't feel like I'm keeping myself at the highest. That makes any sense.
It makes sense. It makes sense. I'll answer that. So the first thing I want to say is Shadia on YouTube just made a great comment. It was, if any of y'all want more information or insight on kind of the concept of the past and the future not existing, Tom Karen on Be Something Wonderful talks about, the YouTube channel is called Be Something Wonderful. He has a concept called the vertical, right? He'll talk about a concept called the vertical, where he speaks about how when you change the present, it changes the past and the future. I can't give his explanation, but you can definitely check that out. But when it comes to being, like you were talking about, Yessie, I would say the person who really kind of opened my eyes to it with what being was, because I struggled with what being was for a while, was a YouTube creator called Joseph Rodriguez, right? But I'll give you my definition of it. But if you want to check his stuff out, it's very, very, very insightful. But
Do you mind sharing that with me through message eventually? That way I can look into it.
absolutely,
And I'm sure his name or whatever. That way I can look. So I just want to make sure I'm watching the right person.
absolutely, yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll send it in the Telegram for sure. But all right, so when we are being, okay, we tend to, from a human perspective, we tend to think of being as some state that we have to get to, when being is effortless. Right now, if you could simply relax and take your awareness off of the external world, take your awareness off of the phone, and put your awareness on yourself, right? Put your awareness on your body right now. And if you were to simply relax and just exist. Just be aware that you exist. What you would realize, right? This is even what I'm doing right now. What you would realize is that the words that you want to speak, they flow effortlessly. The things that you want to do, they just happen effortlessly. It's almost as if those things automatically happen just from a state of you being. So it's not necessarily about judging things as right or wrong, or if it's from lack or not. When you simply exist, you just exist. When you just are, you just are. Leslie had a beautiful comment earlier that said she likened it to floating in the ocean, right? Just existing in the void that you are already in, right? Just relaxing into this present moment, melting into this present moment, and allowing yourself to do whatever is best next, right? If you need to make a call, if you need to do work, you'll do that. If you need to have a conversation and connect with someone and be present, you'll do that. If you need to rest and sit back, you'll do that. So if we're in the mindset of judging things as right or wrong, or from lack or not from lack, well, that's not being. That's not being in the present moment, right? That's still trying to judge, if I do this in the future, is it going to be in alignment or not? That's not being, right? Being is, I'm here right now. I'm fully here right now. And from that being here right now, I simply flow. I just exist. There's nothing to judge, right? There's really nothing to do except for whatever shows up for me to do next, whatever is the next thing to do.
Okay. But the thing about it, I guess, is kind of like, you know how we've always identified with the emotions and the thoughts itself, right? So like us knowing that we're not them, right? A lot of the times your mind and your body's gonna tell you, we need this, we need to do this, and like at the moment you feel like you need to, but your higher self, your awareness behind it, you know that you don't need it. Or you don't need to do it. Because it's not true. Right?
And then you don't have to do it.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go add to it.
Yeah, I think the constant conflict of what is right, what is wrong is the disconnect, or allowing your mind or your thoughts to control you. When you are kind of in a flow state or in a state of presentness, not saying you're not going to have any thoughts at all, but you kind of can, it's like you're having an awareness, like an observant. So you're observing what is yours, what is that, what is this. So you're kind of like pulling your awareness into an observant state. That's when you're kind of in the present moment, because you're aware that you're going to have thoughts, you're going to have this, and that's going to come up, but you're more observant. And I think for me, that's, I don't know how to explain it. One time I experienced it, it was like, it's like I always do things in feelings and sensations, so it's kind of hard to explain.
Yeah.
But it's like a separation. You're literally separating yourself from those thoughts and the things that sometimes aren't you. And your consciousness just kind of laser in and focus on just the present moment. So when you're in the present moment, you allow the thoughts to come and go. You just realize, that's not mine, that's not mine, that's not mine, and just remain in the present moment and realize that this is all that's happening right here. Like, I'm sitting right here, this is the present. I can't control tomorrow, I can't control the next day. I can just have control, or I can just be present in this moment. Don't allow your mind to control what is now. I don't know if I explained it right, but you'll know when you're in a present state. It's like they said, like a floating. It's a sensation that you'll feel when you're in the present state. So it's no, what is this, what is that? It's no guessing, because you can feel it. And I think for a lot of people, looking for those feelings help too. Like the sensation in your body is just becoming aware of your physical body as well. So once you get to that point where you start being aware of how your body feels, you'll know, I'm not worried about that. I'm in the present moment. So you just have to pay attention to your physical sensations as well. I know I'm rambling.
No, you know,
but
you on
you just
point.
have to pay attention to your body and how you feel, and you'll know what state you're in. You'll know if you're in a slow present state. You'll know if you're in a anxious state. Just pay attention to how your body feels as well.
I think sometimes you have to. Who's to say that what you're doing is wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Like, who's to say that? I think sometimes you do have to bump your head and do the things that you may retrospectively look back and be like, yeah, I was tripping. I was trying to force something, or I was going off of my emotions, or I was ego. You almost have to like touch your hand on the stove to realize, oh, yeah, this probably wasn't it, but I needed that to see what is it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So the more you're led by your desires and less, like I literally just did that. I saw an Indeed job thing pop up, and the minute I started the assessment, I'm like, why am I doing this? I don't want to do this. This is stupid. I don't want no job. This don't feel good in my body. But I started the process, and I was like, yeah, this ain't it.
Yeah.
I needed to do that, so I wasn't judging myself in the moment, saying that this is wrong. It was like, oh, I see that this doesn't feel right. This isn't what I really am leaning towards, so let me get out of it. And not everything is like instant like that. Sometimes, like I said, you kind of have to go through it, and those things are not wrong. What you're doing is not wrong. It's the unfolding of and the letting go of things that don't match your embodiment.
That's exactly true. And being like getting to the present moment as well will, you'll start identifying those sensations. So the more you practice being in the present moment, the more it becomes a little bit more effortless for you to identify certain things. So just be in the present moment. Like when you were asking about time, just be. Just allow yourself. Don't even think about what time it is. Just have a day where you just like, I'm not even. What is time? And be in the present moment. Like the wondering, like what's like that. That's as your human mind is going to constantly seek questions. But when you get to the point where what is time? Time is right now. The time is now. Right now. It is just, I don't know how I explain things really, but I hope that brought a little bit of insight.
Yep.
Yes, being and present are actually connected. Being is being present. You're being.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what it is. Your being is. You're not looking at yesterday. You're not looking at the next day. You're just being as you are right now, and this version of yourself is the only version that like Alex was saying, that experience the past, that will experience the future. Like when you think about a traumatic emotion, this version of you now is the only person feeling that. Even though it happened when you were younger, but this version is the only version that's actually feeling that emotion right now.
That actually makes sense now, because now that I kind of bring it back to like the mind and the body, like the emotions and the body itself, it's like a lot of the times when you're feeling all these emotions and you're feeling all this, or you're having all these thoughts, you're actually not even at the present moment. The mind is taking you to a past experience or a future thing that could probably happen, but in reality it's not even happening at the time.
Exactly. You're not just here right now. And so yeah, you're correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's up?
What's up? How you doing?
Good. How's everybody doing? Happy to see everybody on the live.
Hello.
Happy Saturday. I thought it was Sunday all day though. This whole day I thought it was Sunday.
Time don't exist. Came up here and it's Sunday.
Right. Well, I wanted to add a little something that helped me so much on space and time. And this clarified it for me in an instant, that clock time is man-made. And so that's just something that we use, another tool that we use so that we can actually have plans and meet each other for coffee and dinner. But when we look at it, it's not real. So that helped me with the whole purpose of us being on this planet, for me, is to just become my most authentic self. We're all just like becoming our most authentic self. So we meet things, troubles, problems, whatever in our life on a loop with a different level of awareness, a higher level of awareness, and we move past it and shift it to basically conquer it, to become a better version of ourselves, a higher version of ourselves. So that helped me. I don't know if that helps yes y'all, but clock time is just another human made thing. It's something that was made up. So it helped me kind of like look at it just to like meet up with people, be at work at a certain time and do things at a certain time, but it's not real. So I don't know. That helps me a lot. I don't know if that helps.
Love it.
I think we get caught up in time too because we think we're missing out on something. And even with that, you realize nothing exists outside of you. So you can just decide, you're really not missing anything because everything is you.
That is so beautiful, like right there. It's just like, it's crazy. Like right now, I've been on the live for a while and I just forgot that everything is me for a minute, for a second, you know?
Yeah, like you just decide, like, if it's about an SP, about a job, nothing that you want is ever going to miss you because it's all you and nothing exists outside of you. No one can lead your life. No one can come into your life. It's all you. So you're not missing anything. Not the job, not the house, not the opportunity, not the person, not even the time. You're not missing anything.
Yeah, that's crazy how often we forget that.
Yeah, and if the more present you are in the moment, I think you bring everything else in. And I'm someone I guess manifested or my specific person 4 times, and like that was another indication of like everything is me because every time I showed up a different person, he just showed up a different person. I'm like, this is so weird. How does this keep happening? Yeah. How does he keep rising to the occasion every single time? Every time I level up, he levels up. It's weird, but in those gaps of time, quote unquote time, I didn't miss anything.
Yes,
Mine that existing right now that my SP just been missing for some time now.
He doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
I'm wondering about if my assistant actually exists now.
Yeah, we done so many people that they don't exist because that rabbit hole is no. Absolutely no.
Yeah, they don't exist. I just tell it doesn't exist outside of me. So it really doesn't even matter what's going on. I don't have to create a story because it doesn't matter. Because I am the center. I am the main character. I literally have a t-shirt that says main character energy. I'm all that matters.
Yeah.
There is no competition. It's one of one. So it doesn't matter what's going on outside of me. It's all building a story towards me.
Sorry guys, those are my Frenchies in the back snoring. I apologize. I know y'all hear the snoring. I'm sorry. I don't have no men in my house or anything like that. It's 2 Frenchies, I swear.
Is that your SP over there snoring like that?
No, it's 2 Frenchies, 2 dogs.
Dogs are welcome here. I do have a question for the group. And I know that my procrastination is perfect and my anxiety is perfect. I have a lot of things that I need to do that would make my life better. I'm taking all the time that I need to rest, but deadlines and like even right now, like I could be like, this was a great talk. Like I'm gonna go because I'm gonna go fill out these forms and do these things because these things are important for my health and like yeah. And I also want to get paid. Like fun fact, I lost $800. Like I just lost the debit card, so I need to find the debit card. But like these, like there's just like a list of to-do things that like I'm not attacking, and just other things are happening. So I also oscillate between like everything's fine, but also I have so much to do. But okay, I'm gonna rest because I come first, and so again, there's a lot of oscillating that has been happening in my life, and so I want to hear like and get everyone's perspectives. Yeah, like I'm resting. I'm looking for a little bit of direction from some of the smartest people right now.
She talking to y'all. Somebody help my girl go out.
Are you? What do you? I'm trying to understand your question. So you're saying, can you just rephrase it?
I think it's like, at what point am I making excuses and I'm like procrastinating? Like that's like, cause like the movement is me. Like these are things that I need to do. So it's like people owe me money. Like that needs to get taken care of. I need to find my debit card. I need to fill out these forms so I can get paid. And every day I'm waking up like a little tired. I took a nap today. It's like, okay, I feel good. And then things happen. Like other things, like my best friend is like begging for my attention because he's going through a breakup. My other friend wants to meet up today. I'm at work, like I'm doing all these, like it's just too much. And I'm just
But you said you were tired, so that means that you're basically, your soul is saying, I don't want to do that. You're rejecting it for a reason. So maybe it's just not in alignment with what you should be doing right now. Maybe you should be resting. Maybe you should just put a little bit more time into yourself and not, on other things. Not saying ignore the physical things, because if those things have to get done, they have to get done. We don't want to just be like, oh, I'm not going to do it. The papers are going to magically sign themselves. No, not that reality. But maybe it's the time where you just need to relax, reflect, rest. If that's what your body's telling you to do, then maybe that's what you need to do. You don't want to talk to your friend right now. Maybe exerting too much energy. Just pay attention to what the dominant emotion is. And if it's resting, rest.
Yeah, I agree. You keep saying it's procrastination. Who said it's procrastination? Who said it's anxiety? There's a lot of things that I put off, and then miraculously it gets done by somebody else. Like, oh, that was nice. I didn't have to do anything because I didn't feel like doing it.
Yeah.
So pay attention. Just whatever you're feeling that you should do, do it. And I don't say that because I had a problem with being too, I would say, in the spiritual realm, that I would just kind of let the physical go a little bit. And I'm like, girl, the bills ain't going to right. You know what I'm saying? But you have to find a balance in, doing worldly things and taking care of your spiritual body as well. So if it's saying rest. And those things you will have the energy to get those things done. Or like you said, somebody may offer assistance to do it, but you listen to what was in alignment for you to be doing right now, and that's resting and prioritizing yourself right now. You don't have it to give to anybody else because you can't pour from an empty vessel. Just focus on self. That's what it sounds like you're supposed to be doing, focusing on yourself and putting back into yourself. And then those things become a little bit more effortless.
Let me add to that. So Glow, let me ask you a question. When you say that you have things that need to get done, which of those things do you actually even have any kind of control over when it comes to the process of getting that done, right? Because you named certain things, you lost the debit card. Well, the truth is that you can never find what's lost, right? So is it truly lost? Well, because you say it's lost, yeah, it is. But you can make the declaration now that that's taken care of. It's never lost. Nothing in the kingdom can be lost. I am all that there is. Therefore, what is there to lose? You can make that declaration right now. You can rest, right? You have these other things to do. Which of these things do you simply need to do? And which of these things do you simply need to know that they are done? Isn't that where the rest is? So we can say things like, okay, I need to do all of these things. But really, you're just talking about things that need to be taken care of in some kind of way. What is stopping you from simply assuming, going to the end and knowing that all of those things are done?
They're not. I think I understand understand, like, feeling, like, okay, so what is, because it's not the things, it's the feeling that I'm chasing. And the feeling that I'm chasing is, like, I'm worthy, I have these things, like, I'm a responsible person, and, like, I want to feel, so the feeling I'm chasing is I just want to feel relaxed. And even right now, like when what I have labeled as procrastination, I'm not resting. So even when I wake up from my nap, I immediately, like as soon as I wake up, I jump into guilt and shame of like, that was an hour. So I took a nap today, and it's like, that was an hour that you could have gone through your stuff to find that debit card. Like that was an hour that you could have gone through your receipts. Like that was an hour that you could have filled out your medical forms. Yeah, like.
Okay.
Chasing, that word that stood out. You're chasing something. So if you're chasing it, it's running. Anything you chase, I mean, some things might stand there, but you're chasing it, so it's running from you. You know how when you stop looking for something, you find it? Like, it always happens to me. Like, when I stop, look out, and look, and then I'm just like, okay, whatever. I magically find it.
Let's even get further than that, right? It's look, who is the one that is judging you right now? Right? Who is the one saying that you should be doing this, or you should be doing that, or you should be chasing this, or you should be looking for that? Who is the one that's saying that things are not done? Now, I can say that they're done, and you could say, well, they're not done. But who is the one saying that, right? Either way, that is simply a story. And you can argue and you can judge or base who you are on the circumstances and say, well, these circumstances look like this or they look like that. We can all do that. But what is truly stopping you from saying that it's all going to work out, that it's not lost, that it will show up, because nothing can be lost within the kingdom which you are? What is stopping you from walking in that power? What is stopping you from simply relaxing into who you are right now, being in this present moment and just doing what's best? Whether it's filling out those forms right now or filling them out tomorrow. What is stopping you from simply assuming that you are fine right now?
It's fear. Yeah, like it's just so easy to see that it's fear. So it's the losing the debit card is. So I got a letter from the bank saying, hey, you haven't used your debit card in a year, so now we're going to start taking money from you because you're not using the card. So it's like, that's why so the past, I would say 3 months, I've been trying to look for this card because it's not lost. Truly, it's not lost. It's just buried under my things. And I've said this on the live before where I'm in my car right now. So like, I just don't have an organized life right now, and that's okay because I still have shelter and I still have safety and security, but like, yeah, like, so it's not lost. I just, like, it's somewhere there, but it's the fear of losing money. So we can attack that, like, just like head on. And then also like filling out the forms, that's also money, because like I'm gonna get money from filling out the forms, and so I'm scared. Like, yeah, I think it's also the time, and I know we just talked about how time is not important, but I've been like resting for 3 months and not doing these things, and so now it's kind of at a point where it's like, you've been resting for a really long time and you've been making excuses. Can we do the things so you can actually feel better, please? Like, I've been like having these like inner conversations of like begging myself, like, can we not like scroll on TikTok today? Can we please just do the things that you know are gonna make you feel better?
I got you. But still, even, okay, yes, do all of those things. But even right now, it's this crippling like judgment that you're going through of yourself. That is what's really, I wouldn't say slowing down the process, because nothing can really slow down that process. You already are the person you desire to be right now. But it doesn't even make sense to sit around and judge yourself instead of just accept that whatever step that you take is perfect, right? And It's several things that we could talk about that we could reframe right now. Sure, number one is the fear, but even when we talk about fear, if we want to look at it from a practical way, the only way to conquer fear is one step at a time. If you pile everything up in front of you, it always is going to look like a mountain. But you can only eat the shark one bite at a time anyway. You can't swallow the whole thing. So can you take one step? And when you take that one step, you begin to judge yourself saying, I should have done this earlier. I wish that I hadn't put this off. I've been doing all of this for 3 months. Well, you haven't really been doing anything for 3 months. You're just claiming that you haven't done anything right now. You're just assuming the identity right now. That's all that there is. So can you take one step and say, okay, that's fine? And then could you rest and say, okay, that's fine. Well, in this moment, I should do work, so I'm going to do it. Can you get away from just judging everything and simply attack things one step at a time, doing whatever you think is best next, right? That one moment. Now, next when we get to the money, right? I'm going to say it again. Nothing can be lost. Money can't be lost. Even the money that you quote unquote lose simply comes back to you because the same money that you seek is the money that you are. You're not getting money from anything outside of you. Money's not coming from some magical, mysterious thing out there, right? Even if the bank says they're going to take it, right? You're going to make more. You're always going to make more. It's done. Even when we talk about the card isn't lost. It's just the story that you're telling, and telling the story that something's lost keeps it from being lost. If you're wearing glasses and they're on your face and you're saying that they're lost, you can't find them because they're lost. If you lose your quote unquote lose your keys, you can't find them as long as you declare that they are lost. Right? You can only find them when you drop that story and then they show up out of the blue. The same way this is going to happen, right? So it's about dropping that story. Even the thing, it's as if, okay, you lost the card, and then it leads to you losing that money because the bank calls and they're going to take money and yada, yada, and I'm going to do this. All of these things are simply stories, and it's an avalanche of stories. But you can only do one thing at a time anyway. Just focus on what you can do next. That's perfect. Just focus on what you can do next. That's perfect. Just focus on what you can do next. And that's perfect. Because that's the only way that we can handle life. You're only going to live in this present moment. One moment at a time.
Okay, I'm excited to bring back some more success stories the next time I'm here. Thank you so much for making space for me, and you're absolutely correct in that I've been telling all my friends, it's like a quirky story of, now all my friends are also manifesting it for me too. That's the friend that lost $800. So dropping the story one thing at a time, it's really not lost. And also for just a reminder to me that every time the bank has ever taken money from me, I've always just called them and they've given it back. So
yeah, absolutely. Right. And what is $800 when you are the money, right? You are the prosperity. So what is that?
And I think time is actually playing in your favor in this situation, because you wouldn't even realize your attachment to money and all this if these things were not occurring, if these threats were not occurring, that you were seeking security outside of yourself. You were seeking security outside of money that is already just you. Case in point, I own a business and I had 2 other partners, and one of the partners, I realized over time, it just was not a good match. And we decided to part ways. Well, right before we're about to basically take her out of the business, she steals $25,000 out of the business account. And of course, from my ego, I'm like, we're going to sue. We need this money. And the longer it was taking the lawyer to give us the paperwork to do it, the more I was thinking, hold on, wait a minute. I am money. I don't care about that $25,000. I am money.
Exactly.
I don't want to keep her in my reality. I don't want to keep this process because I'm attaching my security to this money, but I am money. So why do I need that? And I'm looking at it from a legalistic, she was wrong, I am right. And I don't live in that world anymore. So that prolonged situation helped me to see my security is not in what someone else does or what the mayor does. It's not in the money. It's in me. I don't need the money. I'm that times 100.
Oh my gosh, we came full circle to talking about fighting the mirror.
Yeah, I'm not fighting the
I'm
mirror.
fighting the mirror, but
I'm not fighting the mirror. Initially, I wanted to, and I wanted to put a lien on our house and everything. And I was like, no, this is a lot. It's not even worth it. I'd rather not even have her in my reality because that just keeps her around. I just want to be done and know that the money's going to come back tenfold. She didn't stop the business. We're still doing well.
Yeah.
So I don't need that money.
Yeah.
I've never
Happened. I could not stop. Like, this is how unbothered I was initially. I could not stop laughing. I was like, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Like, this is like a TV show. She initially stole property. We got that back within literally the week we're supposed to end the business. She stole some money out of the account. And I'm like, are we being punked? Like, is this real? Is this real life?
No, because you said she wasn't good for the universe. I'm gonna show you how not good she is. I'm gonna show you how really not good she is for this.
Right, but I looked at it, which sealed the deal for me, but I looked at it as we are elevating, and this is the old reality trying to take a last-ditch effort to pull me back in.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not. Keep the money. If that makes you feel better, keep it. Because I'm good. I'm 10 times that.
I'm still like shaking. I've never heard the phrase "time is playing in my favor."
Oh, yeah. It's all you. So I feel like anytime there's a delay, I look at that like, why is this something as easy as writing up this paperwork? Why is it he's not responding? There has to be a reason why this lawyer who's going to get paid for this is not responding. And the more I sat with them, I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to sue her. Cause like, to what end? Like for what? Like lawsuits are expensive and they can take up to a year. Why would I do? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
I mean, you still can, but that is your choice. Like, I do think this is such, like, that is so weird. That, like, although I've had an immigration attorney, I sponsored both of my parents' green cards. That is another crazy successful manifestation story. But, back to you. Yeah, lawyers are interesting. Like, isn't this your job? Isn't this, like, money for you? But, I completely agree with you. I think it would be, like, an easy cut case, like so easy, because you are so in the right here, and you're right, it's laughable. Like, it's so laughable. Like, you really think that someone wouldn't notice you took $25,000 that you legit just straight up stole? Like, ooh, that tells me a lot about you. Like, man, I hope you have a good life.
Yeah, and I'm trying to step outside of like
It's crazy.
judgment of the situation. I know that she's hurt, and this is, not what she foresaw of the partnership. I mean, because going into business with someone is like marriage. You don't foresee that going into it. But I don't want to put any energy towards that situation. If I know that I'm money, I know that it's going to come back to me in the business. And if anything, it's a springboard. Like, contractions are a springboard to birth the next level.
Guys, sorry, how do you guys deal with whenever you get annoyed with someone? Like, there's certain people that I feel bad for being annoyed by them. Like, there's just people that just kind of hit that little nerve that I'm just like, I am love, I shouldn't do that, I shouldn't feel this towards this person.
Slap 'em.
Just be annoyed. If you're annoyed, they annoyed out of you.
Yeah,
But
what
I don't know,
ass
it
you want?
just doesn't,
I don't know. I feel like if we are love itself, that I don't feel like it's being connected to love. So if
Being
there's
just honest to yourself is disconnected. If you felt annoyance in the moment, you were annoyed. But to try to turn it to something else, it's the opposite. It's just being disingenuous. Like, you were annoyed. Okay.
but like, what I question sometimes it's like, I know I should allow myself to feel what I want to feel, but it's like whenever I'm annoyed by someone for the way that they are, for the way that they speak, or anything that may be overall, I just it makes me question, like, why should that bother me? Like, why am I being annoyed? So I don't feel comfortable even being annoyed by them, because I I mean, people could be however they want to be without it bothering me. So why is it bothering me? So I feel guilty for feeling that way towards an individual. Like, I don't know, like I just don't feel like I don't feel comfortable feeling that way.
For me to get to where I am today, I had to get annoyed by who I was. So I've been annoyed with myself. I've been annoyed. I've been tired of my own BS. I've been in that space where I was sick of my own stuff. So if I can be sick of my stuff, I can be annoyed by your stuff. You're not an exception to the rule. Like, okay, I can be annoyed by myself. I can be annoyed by, it's just like the love and light, I get it. You want to be on this journey and everything be, positive and la-di-da. But the reality of it is you have shadow sides. You have things about yourself that sometimes you're not pleased with. And I said stay there, but it is what it is.
Well, how will you guys perceive this as of if everybody's me? Like, if I'm annoyed by someone, it's that saying something about myself, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be saying that you need them to show up a certain way for you to be okay, right? Instead of understanding that you have the ultimate power and control over who you decide to be in each moment, right? So, yeah, you can get it.
Before you continue, sorry to interrupt you, but sometimes it can be just people that I don't even know, and I'm just annoyed by whatever behavior or anything, and that's what I mean. It's like sometimes it's not even people that I know or anything like that, and it's like, oh my gosh, she's annoying, and I'm like, wait, hold on, what?
Well, it's the same thing, right? It's your expectation of how people should be and believing that everybody should be a certain way, and if they are that way, then you'll be okay. Right? It goes to the same thing. It's wanting something outside of myself to be a certain way to allow me to feel satisfied when you are the only one who can control if you're satisfied anyway. What other perspectives y'all have?
Yeah, I agree. It's just allowing yourself to feel the annoyance and ask yourself, well, what annoyed me about it? And you can kind of pinpoint what annoyed you, and you just don't feel it and then bash yourself for feeling annoyance. Like, it is what it is. The same way you can feel love, the same way you can feel any other emotion or feeling. You don't have to let it consume you, but just allow yourself to feel it and ask yourself why and learn from it. Or if that person really annoys you, yeah, they don't have to be around you anymore.
Yeah, I also think too, it's like, what do you do with the information of like the feeling of like if you're annoyed, if you're unhappy, or if you get upset? It's like you have all these emotions, but it's really about what you do with them. Are you reacting to it? Are you responding to it? And like what I do now is, like, for me, an emotion that I would deal with is like when I would get jealous of somebody or jealous of, like somebody doing better than me, or I felt that they were prettier than me or had a better life than me. I started to switch my awareness to it's an indicator that that's what I want. So I turned it into something in my brain to just be like, oh, I just want that. It's not negative to be jealous, or it's not negative to look at somebody and be like, wow, they're so beautiful, or I like their outfit or their hair. It's like, oh no, I envy, I want that. And it doesn't control you, right? But when you respond in jealousy or annoyance and you react in that moment and lash out or say something mean to somebody, then it's controlling you. It's controlling the way you react to it. But if you are aware and you just go like, oh, that's just an indicator of whatever, and you just move past it, it's fine. Like, you could just move through it with awareness.
Yeah. Alexander, do you have anything to say about that?
Absolutely. So when it comes down to us facing our annoyance with other people or even with ourselves, right? Here's the important thing is that when it comes to all of these things, we're all going to have these different perspectives, right? These different ways to handle it. whatever way works for you, okay, is perfect. It's realizing that you are still perfect throughout it. Realizing that person is still perfect. However you want to deal with it is fine. That yields the results that you want in your reality. You are source, right? You get to make up the rules and make up the meaning of all of those things, right? Same way that I'll say, well, I can decide that my state of being is not dependent on theirs. This is the same way that I could decide that maybe that is showing me something that I need to work on within myself, and all of a sudden that is something that can push me forward to getting the reality that I want. Both of those stories are fine. Both of those lead me to the same place, right? But it's about looking at reality. Begin to look at reality as the creator that you are, and allowing everything that you walk through to simply become a reflection that you use to push you into where you want to be. My bad. I was responding to this long ass trolling comment on YouTube. Dude just left me like 4 paragraphs about how, you're not God and all that.
Yeah. I have something to I have kind of a question, also kind of a little bit more clarity on the mirror thing, right? And I love this concept so much, is that everybody is just you. And I also find it quite interesting of what you notice about someone is the indicator that it's within you, right? Because you may not even notice a certain thing about somebody, and somebody be like, what? If you mention it, be like, oh, this person is annoying, or this person is this. And another person might be like, oh, I didn't even see that. I don't even get that about that person, right? So I feel it's so true that things are mirrors. But when it comes to the definition of mirrors, isn't it also things, kind of like Alex just said, there are things that you need to work through in yourself too. You need to get past it. So if you're in a relationship with somebody and the mirror is reflecting back to you your weaknesses, is it something that you need to work on, move past, or leave this person? It's not I guess I'm kind of confusing myself, but what I'm saying is that it's not that you're marrying the behavior of the person. It's marrying back to you what you need to work on and move past. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the things we get mad at our significant others or spouses are really things that we're upset about within ourselves.
And sometimes what they'll do will trigger an emotion in you. It don't even have to be related. It can trigger something in you that you're like, oh, I need to,
It's all you. It literally is all you. And the minute you dispel the lie and you change your perception, the mirror will reflect so fast. The change in that mirror, that person, it usually changes pretty quickly. Man, I didn't even say anything to them, and now they're showing up completely differently. Because I haven't experienced that yet with with Yessie said, when people annoy her. Okay, I have a prime example of this, is that there's somebody that is in my immediate circle that starts to scream in my ear when I'm on the phone with them. They scream, and I've called them out over it. Through the years, I'm like, whoa, you're screaming so loud. My volume's all the way down on my phone, and it's wow. And so it still annoys me about this person, but I've accepted it. So now what I do is I just tell them hey, you're screaming. I try to say it very respectful and just tell them hey, you're screaming. So that personality trait doesn't change within them. They still scream in my ear, but I just react different to that. Is that the same thing?
No, you're speaking to the mirror though in that
Situation. You're trying to get them to change by saying something to them instead of just changing how you see them. You don't have to say anything to them. All you do is change. Okay, so what do you suggest? Yeah, but see, here's the thing. It hurts my eardrum, and I want to talk to them, and I love this person. It's not a thing where I'm I love them to death. It's just I have sensitive eardrums, so it actually aches my ear on the phone. So I'm hey, could you? And I'm I'm gonna be respectful. Just turn down the. I would just turn down the volume until they change. I don't know, but I think that you're fighting a
No, it's already down.
Say stuff to them.
I'm sorry, sorry girls to jump in here, but let me share with you.
Yelling.
I had a Zoom call with Alex the other day, and I don't know if it was a good idea or a bad idea for him to share that video with me. I was so annoyed with my voice and myself of how loud I was that I kept turning down the volume on that video, and I was like, did Alex really hear this for an hour and a half? I was so annoyed of how loud I was for no freaking reason. No reason. I was like, oh my god, that was so annoying.
No, but yes, that's what I'm just. You just accommodate until the person changes, but you don't have to actually say anything to them. You just say, they don't annoy me at all. They're perfect. They're amazing. And then eventually that mirror will change.
No. What I'm saying, I'm saying it's not about it being annoying anymore. It's like it hurts. And I talk to this person quite often. Is what I'm saying. My value. What I'm saying to you is this: my value is all the way down, and this person screams in my ear, and I'm like, "Hey, I love you," but like you're screaming, you know. So that was my question. I get what you're saying, but so you're saying it's still a thing where like just don't acknowledge it. Just be like, okay,
change your perception of them.
It can also be a boundary. It can also be something with boundaries, because you know, I look at like I've said something, girl, you're irritating my ears, and I get it. You have a high pitch, because a lot of my friends and family say when I get passionate about something, I'm loud. I didn't know how loud I would get when I was passionate about something. They're like, girl, you're loud. I'm like, I'm not loud. Until like my uncle played a video for me, and I was like, oh my god, I am cringe. Like, it's cringy. But I also, when everyone's not gonna do this. You can't expect everyone to kind of, if you tell them something to automatically do it. But it's a boundary, because it can be like, okay, I'm gonna limit the amount of times I talk to you. That's just what it is. If you're hurting my ears physically, maybe they'll get the point then when you kind of set a boundary, like, minimize how often I talk to you, because it's something that's paining you. It's not even annoyance. It's something that's physically hurting your ears. And they're still like, oh, well, that's just me. Like, it could just be boundaries. Just setting that strong boundary as, girl, text me. I'm going to change my communication with you. Just text me, and we can talk through voice notes, whatever. But I don't know. So people sometimes won't conform and see what you want them to be all the time. Sometimes people just like, that's me, that's my voice, and that's what it is. And sometimes you may have to put up a strong boundary and limit communication. Text them. That's just me.
Text them.
Well, thank you. No, I appreciate it, because I was like, I don't want to come across as that type of person who's always trying to like correct people's behavior. Like, that's not cool. I don't like when people do that, in general, to be trying to correct. It's like, then just don't talk to me, or just don't be around me then if you're trying to correct how I am, it's not cool. So I just wanted to make sure that I was looking at it from a different lens, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like I've seen more changes in the people I interact with, and even, my kids and everything, just by making the mental decision that they show up differently without saying anything to them.
I just want to jump in.
Persisting in that.
Yeah, I want to jump in really quickly, because, by the way, these are fantastic conversations, and they're answering a lot of the questions that even I was thinking about. Because I mentioned, like, that my friends have been annoying me, too. Like, I love how much they love me, because I love me, but also, like, leave me alone. But just really quick, because Alex answered my question indirectly, something very similar, where I was scared not to tell my SP, like, you're annoying or your voice is too loud, but just in general, I was just scared to reach out to my SP, and, like, talk to him. But Alex just reminded me, like, whatever you do or don't do, it's perfect. So you're hearing from a lot of different perspectives of like, oh yeah, just let it go, like just accept it, or like no, or it's a boundary. Like you could tell her and you could let her know. But whatever you do or don't do, it's gonna be perfect because you're perfect. And I mean that so genuinely, and also as a thank you to remind me that I am also perfect, no matter what I do or don't do.
Aw, Oh, you're so. I like you. You just have like this warm, like hug, like. Oh, I see how your friends annoy you. You're just like, oh, rainbow. I love it.
Thank you. Also, like, I put it in the comments because everyone was just saying such wonderful things. But I think Yessie mentioned like I feel bad, like I feel guilty for like feeling like annoyed, and I just want to point out also that not feeling it is not love. Like actually feeling annoyed and telling them is love, because if you swap it, which somebody already said this, but like if I was annoying someone, I actually would want to know. I would not want them to like tiptoe around me. I don't want them to and this is like outside of spiritualism or manifestation. This is just like me. Like it's literally just me. Like I would want to know. Like please tell me I'm annoying. Like yeah. And if I want to, and if I value our friendship, then yeah. Like I'm willing to make adjustments because you're that important to me in my life. And if I'm hurting your eardrums, dear God, I cause you physical pain. Like I would be so upset if you did that. I would be really, really upset. Like. Because then that's also an insult. Also, that's like not love. Like that's insulting that you don't think I can handle that information.
So
yeah, granted, like so. Here's the thing. Like, sorry, Alex. Go ahead, Alex.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna completely drop a wrench in this, but go ahead.
Do it. Just do it.
What I was gonna say. All right. So if you have a situation where, because I like what all y'all are saying, but all of it is talking from a very third dimensional perspective where it goes back to putting people in a box. We believe that there's certain things that we can choose to change in reality. We can choose this money to show up. We can choose this thing not to be lost. We can choose this thing. But then we're going and we're saying, well, there's certain things that we can't change. There's certain things that this is just the way people are. People are difficult. People are like that. People need boundaries, right? So what is the difference between you choosing the things that you want and then coming into certain areas of your life and accepting things that you don't want? Why is there this difference between these things?
I think to answer your question honestly, for me, I think it's out of habit. Like that's why these lives are so important, and like having a community based off of like spirituality and manifestation in your life is so important, is because we forget so easily because we have been this version of ourselves longer than we've been trying to change. So I think things just go over your head and over your awareness, and you're like fuck, I'm doing the same shit, and it just goes over your head, and you're like, why did I forget? How did I forget that quickly? You know?
Yeah, because this is the path of divine remembrance, right? Nothing is outside of your control, truly. In your reality, it's everything, right? So why does it matter what I do or don't do? Why does it matter what I tell them or don't tell them when I can simply choose how I want to experience this person? I can simply choose who I am in this situation and allow that to unfold from within me, right? I don't need to sit here and discuss all the ways that, you know what I'm saying, you yelling in my ear hurts my ear. I simply choose a different version of you. I see you as perfect. I just flow through this conversation. I can tell you to shut up. I cannot tell you to shut up. But I can choose to persist in seeing you in love. I can make the decision. I can give myself permission to love you and see you the way that I want you to be, and allow that version of you, give you the energetic space for that version of you to show up. And in the meantime, whether I call you out on it or not, it means nothing, because I don't have to do anything, or I can do whatever I want, and whatever I choose shows up in my reality anyway.
So if she chooses to, or a person chooses to say, hey, I don't want to experience that yelling in my ear, so I'm not going to experience it. Is that using your human brain? Like, if somebody decides, okay, I don't like this, I'm not going to choose that. Like, you have that capability to say, I don't like something.
Yeah.
And not saying just throw your friends and family away. I'm just using this for example. But I don't like the way this makes me feel. I don't like this. So I'm choosing not to deal with it. I feel like when you a lot of times when people are speaking in terms of manifestations and things like that, we kind of block out the, I'm not gonna say negative, but the things that don't make you feel so good, like deciding to remove a person out of your reality. I don't like this person in my reality, so poof, bye.
Yeah.
Is that necessarily
No.
No,
you're doing it right. Like it's whatever I choose to do in that moment, but I can still okay. So let's say that I'm in this situation and I choose to see you differently as somebody, or y'all choose to see somebody differently as someone who does not yell in your ear. That's fine. In the meantime, I don't have to put up with you yelling in my ear. I can tell you to stop. I can tell you, hey, look, chill out. I still have to abide. This is the conversation. I'm about to do a long spiel, so I'm warning y'all ahead of time. So this is the conversation about whatever you choose, you still abide in the script, in the current script that you're in, until that new script overtakes reality. So Neville Goddard has a beautiful story about this. And the story is that him and his wife moved into a new home. Okay? And when they moved into a new home, Neville made an intention. He said, this is how much we are going to pay. And of course, when they got the first rent, it was higher. And his wife came to him and was like, oh, you're supposed to be this manifestation guru guy. Look at you proclaiming that you're God and we're not paying the same amount that you said. All right. So he still made the intention from this point forward. This is how much I want to pay. Okay. The second month, it was still high. But the third month, the landlord came to him and said, hey, look, we made a mistake on the payments. It should have actually been this. And we're going to retroactively give you back the old payments that you made. So it all worked out to where he was actually paying the right price the whole time. But in the meantime, what did he have to do? He simply had to abide by the script or the film roll or the timeline that he was in while persisting in how he said reality truly was. Now, just because I make a declaration and say, you no longer yell in my ear, does not mean I just don't do anything in this script. It doesn't just mean I just put up with whatever. I could not. But eventually those film rolls have to merge. So right here, I could tell her, no, stop. Don't yell in my ear like that. You have to get more quiet. I could have somebody that might disrespect me. And I put these boundaries on them and I say, okay, well, I'm not going to be around them. I don't need to see them. I can do whatever in the meantime. I don't have to become a doormat for anyone. I still abide by the rules of this script, knowing that if I see this person a certain way, with love, it'll change. And the part of that of seeing somebody with love and seeing them as perfect is sometimes I might not need to be around you 24/7 so I can continue to do that. That's a decision that I'll make. And I'll continue to walk through life and make that decision knowing that I don't have to see you change to know that you've changed, but I've already chosen that version of you, so it must step forward.
I like that.
Me too.
Alex, guys, everyone, I guess. I have a little, I don't know, it's a thought that just came in. So the other day I was at the gym and I was double setting, so I was using two machines at the same time, right? And I was working out and I was coming back and forth from each machine. They're right next to each other. So there's a guy working out next to me. There was two guys working out in front of me. And as I'm working out, I went into the other area where I was gonna do the other set. And the guy that was next to me using a cable, like he asked, he pointed out the thing. He was like, if he can grab it, right? And I was like, yeah, go ahead. Like, I didn't think anything of it. I just said, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. I was like, maybe he's gonna use it while I'm using the other one. I didn't think about it, right? But the man that was in front of me, which, I don't think he meant any harm or anything like that, but he's like, he did not just came and take your machine like that when he sees that you're working out. So he brought down the other cable from the other side and brought it down to me. He's like, but I got you, no worries. I was like, no, it's okay. I was like, it's fine. Like, I didn't think anything of it, right? So, the guy just kept working out and he took over the place where I was at, and I was like, that's fine. So the next day, like 2 days later, I'm working out and I'm doing the same thing again.
And that same guy comes smiling. He's like, "Can I take that?" I looked at him and I said, "Oh hell no, you're not gonna take that from me this time, right?" But at that time, I was like, did I just let the 3D tell me who I was? Because at the first time, when he did it the first time, I didn't care for it. I really didn't think anything of it. But so now, since this other guy came and told me, well, he took your machine or he took the area you were in, now I'm like, I had a different reaction because now I perceived this guy different and actually did think about it. Well, I'm like, I am actually working out with this between these two things, right? So I don't want you to take it this time, you know? But I was like, I was wondering if I would have perceived it the same way if the guy would have just not said anything. So I was like, did I just allow the 3D to tell me who I am?
What if, can I offer you a different perspective real quick? So,
I'm sorry?
can I offer you a different perspective real quick? So,
Yeah, of course.
all right, cool. So the first guy came, so let me make sure I get this right. The first guy came up and asked for the equipment. You didn't think anything of it. You could have just given it away, right? So any other time you would have just given it away. You just gave it away that time because you thought that it was for one rep or one set or whatever the case may be. So that was cool.
I gave it to him. I didn't think about anything.
Exactly.
I was just working out and I was like, yeah.
Exactly. Cool. All right. So now the other guy, right? He went out of his way to inform you that the person took your set or took your machine or workout space.
Yeah, basically that was taking, he was like, he didn't just take your workout space like that, seeing that you're working out.
Gotcha. But he didn't have to do that. The second guy didn't have to come and warn you, right?
Correct.
All right, cool.
I didn't care. I hadn't even thought about it.
So you ain't think about it, right? You didn't care. But this guy, this second guy, right, went out of his way. Didn't have to do that. He broke his back, right? To show you something, right? He went out of his way, went out of his workout to take care of you, right?
I did perceive that too. Also, I've been thinking about that. Yes, I have.
It sounds like an affirmation, right? It sounds like something that we've been talking about, right?
Yeah, I did think about that too, but
okay. Then what is it? So okay. Think about this. Yes. So you have these two conclusions that you've drawn. One of them doesn't make sense. That you've let the 3D. You didn't even care about the first guy taking your equipment. That didn't matter. That was just an unfolding of an assumption. That was just a bridge to the unfolding of this assumption that men go out their way to take care of you. If the second guy didn't come up to break his back, to try to help you, to go out of his way, to get out of his workout to help you, you wouldn't have even thought anything about the first guy. So it couldn't be the story that the 3D is trying to do something to you. It only has to be the story that people go out their way to help you.
So no, the only thing was that because so this actually happened before I spoke to you. I think.
Okay.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
The thing about it is that after like this guy again, he did the same thing. I think it was yesterday, but this time my reaction was different. I was like, oh hell no, he's not gonna take my workout space, you know. So I kept it. But then I was like, man, maybe this guy's just chasing me around thinking I'm cute and just trying to work out next to me. But no, sir, you're not going to take it.
Did he come up to you smiling?
Most of the time he did. He just like, he smiles and he's like, kind of like, can I take it? I'm like, no, you cannot.
So yes, here's the thing though, right? The situation means whatever you say it means. So you're conflicted in between these different perspectives. Which perspective do you prefer? The situation is meaningless until you give it meaning. Which way do you prefer it to be?
Yeah, well, I guess it was I was just kind of questioning it just because the first time I had a reaction where I didn't care, but then this next time I actually did care. So I was like, am I going based on what the other guy said, or I don't know? I was just overthinking it.
You are, but you're. What I'm trying to push you towards is you could ask me. You can ask anybody what it means, right? But it wouldn't matter what any of us said anyway. The only thing that matters is what you accepted to be. That's what I'm really trying to push you towards. Is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like it, from my perspective, I could say you already know exactly what I think it means. But you get to decide what it means. And when you decide what it means, now you can allow more things like that to show up in your reality. And this is just you making a decision on what something means. Is just you giving reality or yourself a permission slip to continue giving yourself more of it. So this is a process of creation. Me looking at this external circumstance and naming it something is simply a process of me creating more of a similar type of this circumstance. So it still goes back to the same question. What do you want it to mean?
I honestly don't want to go in depth about it. I really didn't care. This time that the guy just came through, I just reacted a certain way, but I was like, I mean, I shouldn't even be annoyed by the guy. Maybe he just wants to work out next to me. I don't know, and I don't care. I just dropped it and kept working out. Like, that was literally it, you know? That was just that.
Okay.
But,
it could be.
It was just kind of that. It was more like, you know, I just had a different reaction, but I mean, neither one, I wasn't rude to him or anything like that, you know, but I was actually using both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, I don't know, just, I overthink stuff too much sometimes. I'm just like, why did I do that? Why did I do this? And blah, blah, blah.
I don't even know what overthinking means.
Okay.
You're
just
not
always think it's in your favor. Just always think it's for your benefit. Whichever way it goes, it's always for you. Like, I think about, did any of you guys ever watch The Parkers?
No.
Oh, shit. Nikki Parker was obsessed with Dr. Ogilvy, and it did not matter how this man rejected her. She was like, he is in love with me. And by the end of that season, or the show, they were together. Like, he treated her like crap. He always perceived it positively.
He crashed her wedding to confess his love.
A master manifester.
Like, he shaded her every season, every episode, and she just kept seeing it in the positive, kept seeing it, oh, he loves me. And I think that even now, when someone is insistent, even if it's negative, like, quote unquote negative, like, I'm like, oh, they just want to be around me. Oh, they just want to be in my space. Like the bad kid at school who acts up to get attention. They actually are seeking love. Like, oh, okay, they just want me. So if you see everything as, no, this is all love towards me, then that's the decision that's always going to work in your favor. It doesn't matter what your reaction is.
Exactly. Like, why would we ever say that something is against us? Why would we ever assign a story or an unfavorable opinion of something on anything, right? If all of it is from me, if I have these things I desire, why would I ever say anything is against me? Why would I ever say that I did something wrong? Why wouldn't I just use everything to affirm that I am the person that I decide to be right now?
Yeah, I've always had this thing where, like, when I'm coming to a new job or something, it's always this one, it never fails. It's always this one person who just has this distaste for me, like, immediately. And I'm just like, oh, okay. And then by the end, like, a little time passes, that's the same person that always reaches out, like, hey, I really want to be my friend. You really like me, but you just can't, you can't express it right now. But I've learned that, yeah, a lot of the times, people, places, and things can't really express it. So you just gotta give it time.
I literally had a friend call me today, and he was like, my significant other says that I need to move. Like, he's kicking me out. And I was like, that's amazing. This is movement.
Right.
It's positive. Everything is great.
Facts. 100%.
And I said, how did you feel? And he was like, I felt so unbothered. I'm not leaving. I was like, even better. Like, just keep deciding it. Nothing is ever negative. Mm-hmm. Ever. It's always in your favor. Everything.
100%.
And I wanted to say that just clicked like when you said something about Nikki Parker, I realized just now that the moment that he confessed his love for her is when she let go and was about to marry someone else. So it was just like let it go and just didn't care about the outcome. Is when he came and was like, oh no, I love you. So when she was on him so happy, like he was just like repulsed by it. But the moment she just let it go, it was just like, okay, well.
Right.
It is what it is.
We have a others above ourselves. Like, they're outside of us. No, they are us. So you don't ever have to put that thing, that person, that situation above you. And that's when you get into, like, when you're concerned about the how and the time and the, you know, what are they doing? I just decided they're not doing nothing without me because I'm it. So, doesn't matter.
Alex said she don't like it. Yeah, she was about to get married, but she ended up being with him anyway. She didn't care. Like,
she did. I mean, it was funny. I mean, back then I was like, this is annoying, but now I get it. Now I completely understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that the end of the conversation, y'all? Y'all got some more questions and topics?
I do know the fidget spinners. My son likes those things. He was obsessed with those things at one point in time. Like, oh my God, they used to be so expensive back in the day when they first came out. Like, he was obsessed with those things.
Yeah, I've had this one for so long.
PTSD.
Yeah, I've probably had this for about at least a good 5-6 years. It's broken, it's cracked up, but I just keep it on me, man. It's just fun. It's something that keeps me occupied, keeps me grounded sometimes, brings me back to the present moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaliyah said he chose so many women over her for years. That's a part of the unfolding. That was a part of the unfolding. He needed to see that she was it by, you know, maybe by contrast. I mean, there's so many layers to the whole SP thing, but
absolutely.
Because if you're looking at it from a manifestation framework, she chose other women over herself. Ooh. She chose other people in comparing herself, and we've all done that. That's how this culture breeds on competing against other people. So it wasn't really about him choosing other women. It was really her comparing herself to other women. Yes. And once she realized she was one of one, and she didn't have to do that, there is no competition, then that illusion dissolves.
You said a mouthful. Because that's one thing that came up in my journey. It was like, I was so, oh my God, it was so bad. Like, with the comparison to other women, I was just like, oh, it just got draining. Like, okay, girl, like, let it go. But it's definitely once you just realize that you are her, it's a beautiful feeling.
Yeah.
You guys, not to be annoying, but the whole SP thing is like quite new to me. I don't really understand it, but like, how does somebody become your SP? Like, what does it take for somebody to be your SP to where like you manifest them as like a thing? How does that? Yeah.
You just decide that they're yours. I mean, before.
So it's like a crush, but like on steroids?
I think I don't know, because I feel like before I knew about this whole journey, it was like, even for my situation, it was like I had dated other guys. I had dated, I was kind of on this, like, I'm not going to date. I'm just going to go from friends to fiancés because I don't believe in dating. I don't believe in boyfriend, girlfriend. That's stupid. You're not anything if you're not a wife. And then I met him, and it was like, he seemed so much different than everyone else, and I couldn't, even after we stopped talking, it was like I couldn't get him out of my system, and I kept running into him, and it was like this desire that wouldn't go away. And, you know, that's how mine was.
I think everybody's journey is a little different. I think everyone's different.
Your story is intriguing. So are you married to him now, or did you ever end up with this dude?
I know, I think you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, we ended up getting married in 2017.
And then how long was he your SP before y'all got married?
So I met him in 2013. He wasn't ready to start courting me, because I was like super Christian then, and I was like, I'm only going to be courting for marriage. And we stopped talking because I was like, he's not ready. He ended up moving away to date someone in New York. I moved to Atlanta,
And then we reconnected in 2015 and did long distance for like 8 months. And then through a course of events, I got a job back in our home city or hometown. And then within 2 weeks of me moving back there, because we had broke up long distance, he reached back out and was like, I'm ready for marriage. And we were married 4 months later.
That's great.
So it was like multiple times we kept coming back together, and he was a different version. Every time he rose to the occasion. Every single time.
He had no choice. He had no choice.
No. And even now, technically, I mean, we're separated now, but once again, it was me. It was all me. It was, I got to the point in life, because, you know, how.
But you kicked him to the curb, like y'all are like married,
we're separate. Yes, we're married but separated.
Oh, okay.
It was my rock bottom in my life was getting to the epitome of everything I've ever wanted. Financially, kids, house, travel, job. And I'm like, I feel so empty up here. Like I'm missing something. Something isn't right. So of course, you know, society tells you it's the other person. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. And it was almost like a crumbling of self-sabotage externally, of everything kind of falling apart. And then once I made the decision we were going to separate, in my mind I said, we are separating. There was like nothing that mattered. No amount of like begging or pleading or good times stopped that decision. I was like, nope, I'm not dealing with this, because I thought it was him.
So are you done? Are you done now? Like, are you done with it?
Done with what?
Well, since you're separated, are you done with it now?
No. No.
She couldn't even register the question that you asked. She was like, that was what? What you talking?
No.
This is why, this is my thing. Okay, this is why I have issues. Because, like, I be so done with people. Like, I guess that's why I don't understand the SP thing. Is like, I fall in love. I love people so much. But then, like, I'm just like, when it's done, it's done. Like, I don't think of it as that. Like, I truly feel like I don't want to manifest somebody.
No,
like,
when you realize it's actually all you.
Yeah.
You know, there's obviously been points in the separation that I wanted to be done, quote unquote done, but I knew it was coming from my ego. It wasn't coming from my heart's desire. Because when we separated, it was never to be done. It was to get relief from this quote unquote treatment that I was receiving, which was all me.
Oh, dude.
I was the driver of that treatment.
Do you believe that there's somebody else out there that will give you all of that, and you don't have to do
100%.
anything?
But if it's all me, the same situation will happen again.
Exactly. That's
Because
the magic. That's the magic right there, is that we're the ones that travel from relationship to relationship. We tend to think that we're going to find this other person, but we are carrying our perspective and who we are from place to place. So we're just going to keep running into ourselves, veiled behind the mask of somebody else out there. Right? It's all us.
See, I don't think of it that way.
Well, I'm saying from just all the, and I'm so grateful for this journey, because had this not happened, I wouldn't be where I'm at now. That I'm so, my whole perspective on the world, life, myself is completely different from that crumbling. And every other aspect of my life that needed to be rebuilt, that I had no idea was a factor, changed as well. Every other relationship, my attachment or my lack now of attachment to money, career, all the things all the labels that I thought gave myself value, all crumbled at the same time. It was like everything fell apart. But it was the most life-changing, beautiful.
Huh? Was it like you went through another stage of your spiritual awakening and a higher awareness of self?
Oh yeah. Every stage of the process, everything that they talk about in this whole, from structured legalistic Christianity to questioning that, to quantum physics, to healing the inner child. I've been through every phase, every freaking phase, to get here, to be so unbothered by the 3D, because I know that it's me. So yes, anybody can be your SP, but if you are the common denominator to all of those situations, so everybody on the surface seems glittery and shiny and new and nice, But once you get down to it, it's still you.
Exactly.
Well, I have a question because I see your perspective, but can you answer this for me? Because I guess my belief system is I do think that there's people that are supposed to be in your life for a certain period of time, and some people are, some people do like last forever and they're in this marriage or they're in this relationship. But I also think that there's a lot of people that you meet and they have purpose and they're only supposed to be in your life for a certain amount of time and then you do move on. And so I guess that's why my brain doesn't look at the SP situation that way, is that I've learned some really good lessons with people and like they have broken up with me and they have wanted to move on or vice versa, where it's like there was no angst, like we don't hate each other, there's nothing bad, but we kind of sort of, our paths shifted and we grew apart and we went different ways. And so I ask you this, like, as far as the marriage thing, like, it's always you. Yes, I agree with that. You're always going to have to continue to grow, work on yourself, and people are going to bring about things that you need to deal with internally. But I guess that's where I'm confused of, like, are you saying stick with the same SP because it's about you? Or is there a time frame for...
For me, it's about desire. For me, it's about desire. There, even in this journey, I had girlfriends. One in particular is very codependent friendship. Like, I was closer to her emotionally probably than I was my husband. And that needed to fall away. And the reason why that is gone now is because I have no desire for her anymore. She was there for a season, but nothing about even the separation has decreased my desire for reconciliation with my husband. And that is something that even in the first segment or the first year of our separation, I was trying to fight. I was trying to fight the desire that it was still there. I was trying to ignore it. Even when I moved to another state, even when he moved away, I was suppressing it, ignoring it, trying to stay busy, going out with other people. It would not go away.
But I'm going to say this, but if you say it's always you, then wasn't the desire just to meet a deeper version of yourself and not him?
I think it's both. And I think I'm more driven by desires when it comes to everything. So if I don't have a desire for something anymore, I don't do it. And trust that if it's not for me, if it's for me later on, that could come back. But right now, I'm very desire driven. So even in the midst of my partner taking, $25,000, taking equipment, I still quit my other side job because the desire's gone. I don't want to be there anymore, and I don't care what the 3D looks like. I don't want to do it.
So I get what you're asking, like what you in terms of kind of being a little bit confused on that. But I think the separation was her honoring that, wanting to be or becoming that better version of herself in order for him to become that. So I think that she probably, I'm not speaking for her, but realized in that space that she was at, she wasn't who she wanted to be, so she couldn't expect him to be who she wanted to be because she's not. She's right there. So
the separation wasn't to be done. It was to take a break in order to figure this out. And boy, did that happen. Like, really. So it was never because of lack of love or lack of desire for that person. It was kind of like we're saying, like setting a boundary. Like, this isn't what this cycle that we're in is not conducive to either one of us.
Yeah, I guess my question was, like, I get what you're saying, I respect what you're saying, and then maybe it's just, like, the way that my brain works is that I was just confused on the fact of you being like, well, it's always just you, and you're always the common denominator in every situation, but then it's also not, because it's also this other entity, this other person that is a deciding factor of, and then when you said that it's about your desire for him, but really, truly, I feel like that desire for him is just a desire for yourself.
True. So
The
it's a
paradox.
desire to experience something with a particular person. Just like I desire chocolate ice cream and not vanilla. I have a certain desire for this thing, and the beautiful thing about this whole process is the more you stand in embodiment, like I was saying to Yessie, like you start to have memories and you see see things completely different. Like, oh my God, he was trying to be loving. Oh my God, why didn't I see it that way then? And this was me tripping about this, or this was, my whole perspective on a lot of the quote unquote contractions or issues that we have was because of who I was in that space. That's why I can look at him now with empathy and love and grace, because it was never him. He was just mirroring me. And even during the separation, he's mirroring me. Like, the whole first beginning, he was busying himself, going to tons of football games and doing all the things. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing that. And I'm like, crap, I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it.
So in this process, you're still very much detached. So like, let's just say like he came to you and was like, hey, like I do want to go ahead and get a divorce or whatever. You would have 100% trust in that in yourself to know like, I can let this person go. I guess that's the thing with this SP thing, where I feel like people are manifesting these people that are clearly not. Now, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying your marriage. I'm saying other people that manifest SPs. They're not interested in you. So it's wild that you're trying to like affirm and be with somebody that's like in a relationship with somebody else. And this is not your marriage. Obviously, it's completely different. But do you still believe in being detached? So if he was like, I don't want to, would you be like, cool, I'm okay with that? Would you still want him and manifest him, or would you just let it go?
I don't see him as outside of me. Okay, so he is no different than money. He is no different than a career or a job. When I was told, I had gotten a job, I was told, oh, we don't have any way to hire you at this, or you start working at this point, even though I had decided to move across the country for this job. And I went anyway. And then it worked out that I still got the job. It's the same situation. If he's showing resistance, I know that is not real, because there's also so many other factors that you have to look at. Like, just to give you an example, like when I started really loving myself and not waiting on God in this scenario, because once I realized, hold on, he's me, because in the physical, if he really wanted to file for divorce, he could have done it a long time ago. So there's something to this. Like, I think that this is all me. The minute I started loving on myself and not waiting around, that's when he pops up. And I'm like, he's me. So any resistance that I'm seeing from him, regardless of what things that I've created, because any resistance is something that you've created, is trying to shed something. I don't see it as he doesn't want me. I know he wants me. How could he not want me? I'm me. It's all me. He can't not want me.
Preach.
I don't care what he says. That's like if you have a child and they get pissed off at you and they yell at you and say, I hate you. Do you believe them? Because they're angry? No.
I love this.
Yeah, so you don't look at them as they have their own free will. No, I just choose to see him as the highest version of himself, and that highest version has shown up like clockwork every time I become a different person.
Yeah.
Wait, so he doesn't have free will?
Girl.
Hell no.
No, he's in my reality. So he doesn't have free will in the fact that like this is my reality. So I choose how he shows up. And if I'm saying he's showing up at the highest version of himself, I don't really give any energy to the lesser versions of him. I don't put my cloud. If he's coming to me and,
Oh, maybe that's why I'm still single. Because I never thought about it like
because
that.
think about it, when you're married, that means
too much free will.
No, that means for better or for worse. That means when that mirror is not showing you what you want, you still show up.
That's a great perspective. Let me expand on that, right? Because let's even think about this, because we've talked about the metaphysical meaning of the story of Job, right? And Job's wife at one point says, why do you still have integrity? Curse God and die. Job's wife represents our marriage to the third dimensional reality. So that for better or for worse part is actually true, right? For better or for worse, I still choose to see whatever is going on out there as absolutely perfect so it can unfold perfectly, right? When I choose it, I'm about to answer this for a little bit. All right, so when it comes down to me believing that certain people come into my life, right, to do right by me, to teach me a lesson, that is a story, right? That is just a story. It's no different than me saying that I'm experiencing past life trauma right now. It's no different than me saying I have subconscious reprogramming. All of it is a story. It's all a story, right? But when I understand that I meet myself in every single person that I meet, on the surface, they could have different shiny bells and whistles, right? This one could have, big bells and whistles. This one can have smaller bells and whistles. It's whatever the case may be. But at the core of them, they're just me. They're just a reflection of me. So eventually, I'm just going to continue to find myself in that other person. That's why people go through the same type of situations over and over and over, or a different remix of the same song over and over and over again, because it's just you. When it comes to this specific person journey, we can talk about, well, why would you want this because of that? Or what about this? Or what about that? But the most important decision, no matter what you want, right? Or the most important reasoning behind whatever decision you want is a choice, right? It's mine because I choose to, right? From an ego perspective, we're always going to try to justify it and be like, well, what about this? What about that? Why don't you do it this way? Why don't you? You can have whatever you want in this reality simply because you choose to. No one has free will, no circumstance, no situation, nothing. Like the same way that we create and choose our reality in one area is the same way we do in every area. So that choice, the only person who has a choice in my reality is me. If I want this person, if I choose this person, that's what it is. And I choose to continue seeing them as I want them to be. And so they must show up this way because this is just universal law. Right? The same way if y'all choose someone and you choose to see them a certain way, they must show up like that. They must be your mirror because everyone is your mirror. Right? It just simply is law. But when we give other people that option, or like, all right, well, they're just here to teach me certain things, then they disappear. Well, when I'm telling that story, guess what my reality becomes? A continual out picturing of that same story, where I'm having these situations like this. If I have a story where women treat me a certain way or men treat me a certain way, that continues to get played out. Right? It's all me. It all starts with me.
It's like the saying, teach people how to treat you. So I don't know if I have time to go into it, but yeah, I tested the theory, and I do that just for my own sanity. I'll test this theory, I'll do something, and then I'll just watch and see how it plays out. So I remember when I met this SP, whatever you want to call him, I met him in a place where I did not care about myself. I really didn't. I did not care about myself. I was people pleasing. I was just giving and giving and giving. And I realized how he didn't treat me wrongly. He just treated me how I was treating myself, like a second option. And it's not like he was treating me bad. The energy that I was giving off was what was reflected back to me. And I was just like, okay. But I knew he was interested, so I'm like, this is so weird. It wasn't like I was just stalking him, but I knew it was a mutual attraction. But when I say the moment, I called my friend, I was like, I don't know what's going on. I wasn't very heavily into certain things at that time. I was just like, I don't know what's going on. So the moment I started really pouring into myself and when I say this man was just like, it was just like night and day. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, it's me. I am controlling this. I am in the driver's seat. So how I see myself and the things that I want to see in my reality, it's like, I can't limit myself to just even one person, one thing. Anything that I want to see in my reality, I can see that in my reality. Like today, I woke up today and said, I'm going to have an intentional day. I got up in the morning early. I watched the sunrise. I had some tea. I washed my clothes. I just had and then randomly two of my friends just started confessing their love to me on Facebook. Like, oh, I love her. She's so, she's been an amazing friend. And I'm looking like, God damn, that quickly.
Yeah.
When I told myself, I'm going to have an amazing day. You are amazing. My reality reflected that immediately. It's not even about another person. It's just like, that is power.
Mm-hmm.
Like that type of power just shows up just like when you just believe. And it wasn't something I had to force myself to do. I just got up and did it. And my reality responded that fast. So if with another person, another human,
you can move around the pieces, the chess pieces, whatever way you want it to move. Like, you don't even have to limit yourself. Even if it is SP, it may be somebody way better. It's how you interpret that. If you feel like it's somebody better, it's somebody better. It's just, it keeps going. It's no limitations. I think the thing is putting a limit and a cap on it. Once you really remove that cap, then it's endless. But this particular person, in this lifetime, my hands is on it. So I want that. But if I don't, then I'm okay too. I'm okay with that. So it's all in your perspective. But I get what you're saying because it gets confusing. But if you're constantly saying something in your reality, that means that's how you're really manifesting that in your reality. Like you said, if you're constantly, people are leaving and it's not no animosity, you keep telling yourself these stories over and over and over, and it has no choice but to give you what you think.
And you don't ever learn. I think you don't ever learn on a deeper level what the lies that you've been believing without the contrast. You have to see the contrast because literally, like, you know, we base our SP stories off of rom-coms and Disney, and it ain't that. It is the mirror is so close. All the dark, negative things that you have, cycles that you have done or created have to be confronted. So if you say, I want this amazing love, this unconditional love, you have to be able to confront all the lies that do not match up to that. And that includes if you've been competing with other women to make yourself look better. You're going to be confronted by that for you to transcend that. If you have, in my situation, I was like, my whole premise on why he should be with me or stay in the marriage was all based on the external. All the things I do for you, all the things I've done, it wasn't me, but that was just a reflection of how I felt about me. My worth is in my doing and not my being. But how would I have known that without contrast? How would I have known that without this beautiful mirror standing in front of me showing me this is the lie that you've been believing? So I genuinely look at him as a messenger. He has no choice but to show up as exactly who he's supposed to be in that season to show me who I am. And to help me to not, settle for less. There was a time even recently that we're doing all this like heavy flirting and all this. And then I got to where I was like, this is below me. Like, I'm not doing this with you. I don't have to. I don't have to settle for this. No. Either you're back or you're not. I'm not doing this. And immediately, I'm telling you, the minute I made that decision, he pulled back. Like, I control the mirror. So if you have to do a recalibration because I'm getting anchored in, this is not enough, you're showing me my power. You're showing me that I actually am in control. So any communication that happens after that point, I flip it. Just like we said yesterday, like everything is positive. Oh, you just want to talk to me. You're just finding a reason to talk to me. You want to go to parent-teacher conference. You know our daughter's fine. You just want to talk to me. You just want to see me. Because it's all me.
Yeah. It's a beautiful experience.
I feel like I understand what you guys are saying and I get it, but I guess I just never heard it from an SP perspective. I just didn't know that was like an actual thing. Like, it's like being in a relationship with somebody and them being your mirror, or relationships beginning and ending or whatever for whatever reason. I've never had the perspective of trying to call this person back into my life or keep it sort of going. And people have come back into my life and tried to get back with me and tried to rekindle, and I just don't get back with exes. I just don't do that. But it was never I just never gave it that much thought. It wasn't a story that I was telling myself. It was just I wasn't feeling it, or if I am feeling somebody, then I'll date this person or whatever. And I guess I do believe that not everybody is supposed to be in your life forever. And I do believe that. I don't think that there's a specific person that is supposed to be in your life for the rest of your life. And maybe there is and maybe there isn't. I don't give it that much thought. So I love the conversation because it's definitely something that I'm going to reflect on, because I have literally zero experience in manifesting a partner or an SP or whatever, but I like the conversation. You know what I mean?
And I think that too, it doesn't have to be a conscious, but that's what I said when I started life. It doesn't have to be a conscious, like, we're getting back together and I want to be with you. It could just be, I am love, I am chosen because I choose myself, and then my reality has to reflect that. So whatever underlying desires are deep down that I'm not even acknowledging, they're going to show back up. I've had exes show back up. I've had other, and I'm like, nah, I don't want you. You know what I mean? So it's really just my choice because I'm embodying someone who is loved and chosen and is irreplaceable. And then I choose if I want to deal with this version of my husband.
Corinne, do you desire to have one person just, like, far as marriage, like one person that you spend the rest of your life with? Do you desire that? Is that something that you want? Like, just one person that you can just spend the rest of your life with? That's something that you even desire?
Yeah, I think I used to look at marriage when I was in my 20s from a very different perspective. Mm-hmm. And I just look at relationships and marriage so different now that I'm in my 40s. And I truly love connecting with people in general, like men. Like, I love men. I'm not a man hater in any sense of the word. But for me, it's more the alignment than the marriage or the relationship. Like, I want to enjoy someone's company. I want to be with somebody that we can laugh and connect on a spiritual level. And so now the label to me doesn't really, because I look at it as more of like a man-made thing, like a marriage contract and all of these things. Like, it's beautiful. I'm not knocking it. I think it's a beautiful thing to have a family and a marriage. But the value of it for me has changed. So I now love the connection and the full parts, and I want to experience that. But I don't think it comes in a one-size-fits-all package. I think it can come in a different, way. And so I'm just more open to it now that I think I was very straight-lined when I...
So I think that's what you're getting.
It has changed. So, yeah, would I get married, to answer your question? Yes, I realigned and, like, I could grow in, and I could be fully authentic in that relationship.
And I think that's what you're getting.
Growth don't feel good.
I just wanted to say this before I got off. I think that because your perspective has changed and you're more open to connections and to more, free and not being more attached, then that's what you're going to get. So the more you say, like, I'm open to, different connections and I'm open to them, that's what you're going to get. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that, because if that's what you choose to want, who says it's bad? Okay? You don't, you see marriage and things in a different perspective. So it's nothing wrong with that at all. I'm not saying that. So I think that's just what reality is showing you, is giving you exactly what you want. Mm-hmm. So that's just it. It's just giving everyone what they want. So what I want is what I want. What she wants, whatever you want is what you'll get. So the moment you just say, hey, I do want marriage, I do want somebody that I can spend the rest of my life with, you get that. The moment it's just like we're all just getting what we're being.
And I think your perspective is great too, because what we tend to do is put all the burden of getting love and validation and that mirror only showing from that person. But when you recognize I am love, so I get it from everybody, then you take the burden off of that spouse, that only he has to show it to me, only he is responsible for that burden. And that's literally, once the doing kind of simmered out and I was done being an accomplishment junkie, it was like, then all the focus on him, like, you aren't giving me what I need. This mirror is not fueling me. Because I was putting all my validation or expecting all of it to come from him. But now I'm like, wait a minute, everywhere I go, I get love, from the bagger at the store to the sun shining on me to whatever. It's not really about him per se. I want to have experiences with him. And the crazy thing is, like I said, memories will pop up and you're like, damn, he did say that. I used to tell him, like, our marriage is not built on going on trips all the time, okay? It's not about fun. Because I didn't realize, no, it is really about having experience with this person. I would fight him on that. Like, you are my emotional dumping ground. That's how it was. Like, you have to give me what I'm not getting internally.
That's so funny.
And And that's what we do in this culture. That's a setup for failure because it's just you not being fulfilled within yourself.
Yeah, but it was great, Corinne. You have an advantage too because you're not attached to the outcome. It sounds like so you do have an advantage there as well. So I think whatever it is that you beautiful ladies want, you shall get. And thanks for having me. I'm about to go to bed.
Appreciate you
I'm
guys.
eating granny tonight, but good night.
Thank you so much for joining, man. I appreciate you.
Good night. I'm gonna learn how to get off here tonight. I'm gonna ask you to kick me off.
Nah, you gonna be stuck until you figure it out, then.
Hold on. Oh, actually, I got it.
That was mean, Alex. You're like, you gonna be stuck.
No, I was gonna get her out. I was gonna let her out. I'm not holding anybody hostage.
Yeah, I think just for me, it's been just the first part of it was just surrendering to the desire and realizing like there's obviously, at least for me, a deeper reason. I mean, even I saw your lives a long time ago, but and your page, I never logged on, and then I was like, let me just log on, and I saw your name is my husband's name. And I was like, there's something to this.
Yeah.
I can't get away from this nigga.
Right. God damn, this motherfucker everywhere. Shit.
Right.
You're damn right.
No, here he is.
You're
It's
damn
like
right.
everywhere you go, you are. There you are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you carry yourself everywhere. Absolutely. Y'all been preaching today. I've been absolutely preaching today.
I'm learning. I'm learning so much about this.
Yeah, it's definitely been a journey, but it's been so worth it. And even this last contrast that I went through, because I noticed that I was even basing my perspective on it from my ego, like, oh, this is a natural progression. This will be the next step. And then I'm hit with another contrast, and I'm like, damn, I was basing my confidence off of what I'm seeing externally. That's wrong. That's not it.
Yeah.
And the contrast, thankfully, pushed me into just being completely detached and into almost like digging my heels into the knowing, like I don't have to do anything to get to be who I am. Nothing. I can just be. And I don't think you get there without contrast.
Exactly.
Agree. She said she has a question about the version you want. What's the question? Bye, Glow. You Glow. Because you don't fight the version that they are now. But you also don't succumb to it either. Like, I just make it in my mind, the way he is now is perfect for the unfolding and it doesn't have to change, so I don't fight him on that. But I also don't accept that as the final version. Because it's not what I want. So I just continue to operate and, be, I don't know, I just be whatever I want to be in that moment and I interact however I want to interact, knowing that this isn't the final situation.
That is it.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
And however I interact with him is exactly who I'm supposed to be in that moment.
Exactly. That's the key, right? I've already chosen who they are. So in the meantime, I simply flow through life. I simply handle the conversation to the best of my ability. I do whatever I feel like doing in that moment, knowing that I've already made the choice and it will unfold in that way anyway. Ooh, one of y'all answer that one. What should I do as a beginner?
What should I do as a beginner manifester? This is a good question. I think the thing that I've learned on my journey is that you are never not manifesting. Your whole life is a manifestation. And so you're just now aware that you're manifesting. So you think you're a beginner, but you're not. You've been manifesting your whole life. So I would say the things that help me is to gain clarity about what I wanted my life to look like. And I would just like write in my journal of like where my life is now, what I want my life to look like. And for me, it called in a spiritual awakening, and I started to lose everything, right? But when it started that way, I didn't know that it was because I literally asked for it. And so when you ask for to be enlightened and to move into a different stage of your life, you will start to lose things, and then you're like trying to control the outcome and be like, why am I losing everything? But maybe I went too far ahead. But I think the first thing to understand is that you have always been manifesting. And so to gain clarity about now what do you want to manifest would be the first step. And yeah, I started to just read books about manifestation, go on YouTube videos. Alex obviously is amazing at teaching manifestation, so lock into Alex's lives and his videos. Huh?
No, I just said thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but that's the tip, right? I mean, what would you add to that, to the manifestation thing?
Yeah, I agree. I think just make a decision. You make a decision of, like you said, what you want, and then just keep believing that decision, no matter what the mirror looks like.
Yeah, like for me personally, like I didn't realize the reason why I was losing everything was because it had to go for me to make space for what I was asking for. So I started clinging on to stuff because I was like, whoa, my life is being disrupted. Why is everything leaving and going and burning? And it's really hard to loosen your grip on your current reality when you're trying to call in a new reality, because it's all you know is everything that's around you. So it becomes to be scary when things start to shift, for sure.
Alex, do you believe that you have to lose things?
No, I don't.
Because I feel like things fell apart for me too, but that's before I knew what I was like consciously doing.
Yeah, I believe.
I didn't know the power that I held.
Yeah, precisely, right? I think that can be something that a lot of us experience, because that's something that a lot of us are taught, right? Is that we have to go through things or lose things to make space. But I also just believe that that's a story. I believe everything. Everything is a story. I could just as easily tell the story if I don't have to lose everything. Everything changes instantly. That seems like a better story to me. So it's when coming down this path, that's one thing that I'm constantly talking about. And that was a big realization for me is, damn, everything that I say is just a story. Everything that I say is just me in my mind mentally creating a law for God in my reality. So I can just as easily say that it all works out instantly and things immediately begin to transform to add on to me what I am, right? So, well, that is how I feel. Even that.
So can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know are you getting tired? Do you want to end the live?
I'm cool, man. No, y'all know I'll end it if I feel like ending it. It's Saturday, I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow.
Okay, so my question is this.
Appreciate you.
You said everything is a story, right?
Yeah.
And I think I know what you're gonna say, but I want to make sure. What's not a story that you tell yourself?
Well, the only true truth from my perspective is that God is everything. It's I am, right? I am that I am. I am whatever I decide to be. Reality is whatever I say it is. That is the only truth. That is the only law. Is I am. And I am is simply awareness. It means God is me, God is this mic, God is you, God is every version of me, every version of you. Everything after I am is a concession or a reduction or an organization of all that there is into parameters for me to experience the illusion of separation, to know myself as source. That is it.
So everything is a story besides the I am statement. And like, so to me, like I am is like you are decreeing something. It's a declaration. Whatever you put after is what you're calling it and what you are in your current reality, right?
So even beyond that. So it's not just that.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So I am represents God. I am is what you truly are. It is the awareness over all things, right? It's the first manifestation of God, right? God is all that there is. And the first manifestation is, in the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God. The Word was God, right? And the Word is I am. I am is a statement of just, I am source. I am all that there is. I simply am. I exist. I am aware, right? So I am isn't the declaration. The declaration is us taking I am and then adding a statement to it. But I am is just pure existence, pure isness, right? It's just God. It's the spirit of God. It's everything.
So can you define what the story is? So when you say everything is just a story that you're telling yourself, right? So if that's the story, is that the manifestation? That is the literal manifestation, is your story, because it's whatever you said.
Mm-hmm.
So when you tell somebody that's your story, are you just saying to them like, well, that's your manifestation?
Yeah, you could look at it one and the same, right? But the story leads to the manifestation, and changing the story leads to a different manifestation or a different organization of God into your physical reality. So yeah, when I say that's just a story that you're telling, it means, yeah, reality may look like this, but it's just because you're telling a story that reality is like this. Therefore, if you change that story, you change your reality.
Okay, I got it. So it's necessarily like a bad thing. Like
Yeah.
we tell ourselves stories. They're not bad. They're not good.
No.
They just are stories, and we're just painting a picture in our head, right?
Exactly. The only reason that I constantly will point out stories is for the expansion. It's for us to understand that, well, yeah, everything that we say is a story, but I always have a choice. I can tell the same story. I can choose a different story. It's always up to me. There are some stories that we'll cling to, right? I could sit here and we can talk about food and say, right, it doesn't matter what you eat. It's more your belief about what you eat that leads to the results that you get, because everything is God anyway, right? And someone could say, no, I prefer to eat this way. That's fine, right? You can cling to whatever story. You can cling to the story about working out. You can cling to the story that we tell about relationships, about how our parents are, about whatever it is. But we always have a choice to change it. So highlighting or pointing out the stories is just to make sure that we're kind of staying in that expansive mindset where we see that we're never trapped. We're just a byproduct of what we've been telling ourselves.
Can I ask you, like, some indicators are sort of triggers that you use in your mind to sort of snap yourself out of it? Like, let's just say, like, you're going through your day as Alexander, and you start to tell yourself a story that you don't align with, and you're like, oh shit. Is there a trigger for you that you use to be like, oh, this is a story? Like, so you know it, like, so it doesn't like start to take over your mind, and then you go down a loop or go down like a road of like feeling bad or feeling like you're believing in the worst possible situation, or do you just let it ride?
Okay, why this is a difficult question is I really don't walk around with that many thoughts these days. I just am kind of floating through life. I more so observe life. But when I am speaking and things come up, it's not necessarily that there's a specific trigger. I just try to stay aware as much as I can through the day. Maybe it's 60%, 70%, 80% of the day. But I'm simply aware of the stories as they pop up, right? My constant thing is, am I seeing this person or this experience the way that I would like to see it? And then do I care that much, right? Because that's another question as well with any kind of stories. Yeah, I can experience these different people, these different versions of myself. Now, do I actually care to choose to see this situation differently? Right? If I choose to see it differently, then I choose to see it differently. But the only trigger that I would use to bring my awareness to it, that really just is my awareness. Do I have a certain feeling? Where is that feeling like anxiety or nervousness or anger or just frustration at a situation or at a person? Well, that's a clear indicator right there that, what story am I telling about this situation? Right? Well, let's say, okay, what do I have to believe to be true to feel this way right now? And so if I see this, or if I believe this, or if I tell this story, well, I can just as easily tell a different story. So I guess there's not really a true indicator or trigger, but I do pay attention to my emotional state, like what feelings are coming up as I'm walking through life.
Yeah, but you're gonna say that.
You can go ahead, Corinne. I also wanted to say, just randomly, my daughter's middle name is Corinne and my aunt's name is Corinne, so.
Wow, how do they spell it?
Korrine.
That makes sense why people always put an E on the middle, like right after my name, and it'll be like, because my middle name's Ellen, so it'll be like Corinne, and it'll be like EELL. And I'm like, no,
Yeah.
just one E. It's cool though. Now I just let people call me whatever they want now. Like I don't give a shit.
They mess it
I just
up.
like people. Oh man, people call me all kind of stuff, and I realize it doesn't matter as long as you call me. I don't care. I'll just call me whatever you want.
Just call. Just call. A lot of people thinking that way about their SP right now. But just call. I don't care what you say.
No. Yeah, I was literally saying, if it doesn't feel good in your body, if it doesn't feel good, then you know it's a negative story that doesn't align with who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I guess the thing that I have been like going through and realizing is that I've always been a very sensitive person emotionally, and I've always been like sort of empathic, and I can pick up on people's energy, and people just tell me shit my whole life. Like even as a kid, people would just like dump on me and tell me their whole life stories, and I'd be like, what prompted you to tell me all this stuff? And I realized like I have these gifts, right? And people latch on to me. It's always been sort of a thing. And so I feel very deeply, and I have a lot of emotional ups and downs throughout the day, but one thing I realized that has helped me in the past 2 years is not running away from the emotional highs and lows and feeling them, and sort of like comforting it and being like, yeah, it's cool. Like I feel like this right now. And like Alex said, like being an observer of your emotions instead of like, like actually having separations from your emotions and being like, those are my emotions, but I still just am me. Mm-hmm. And it's helped a lot, but I still do have a lot of emotional ups and downs. So is that a good technique? Is just to sort of like be like, well, this is just how I feel right now. Like I just feel down. It's fine.
How else would you handle it, right? Yeah, you're gonna have these things that pop up throughout the day, and that's just part of that human experience. Now they could be triggered by something that happens. They could just be a random burst of emotions within you. Either way, they're just simply something to look at and say, okay, well, this is just part of my human experience. This does not define who I am, because who I am can't be defined by anything temporary anyway, right? What sense would it ever make to try to manage or suppress or change our emotions all the time when they're going to change all the time anyway? It's like chasing our tail. So yeah, I think that's a perfect way to handle them. That's just part of what I'm going through right now. It's something that I can accept. It does not define me. I'm still the perfection behind that, and I'm going to continue to be in alignment with everything that I desire.
Yeah, I think before I got into the I am awareness, I was a part of the frequency group, energy started to recognize that emotions are literally just waves of emotion, like they pass through. And sometimes I would always think, if I'm sad, I must be doing something wrong, or if I'm sad or angry, I'm off. Like, no, it just is something that's passing. Let it pass. And I even find, just letting it pass or letting it be there and then passing on its own is a lot better than trying to stop it. Because when I'm trying to stop it, it comes back stronger. So it's like, just let it be there, acknowledge it, let it be there, and it will pass on its own. Whether it's anger, sadness, guilt, shame, just acknowledge it and back then I used to look at it as a different person. Like, just acknowledge it, say, hey, I see you, I'm gonna let you be here, and then it just kind of passes on its own, and it's not something that I have to take on like it's a problem.
Hey, good night.
What's up? What's up? What's
Can you
up?
hear me?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. My name is Onifa. I'm living in Barbados.
Beautiful.
I'm from Guyana, but I live in Barbados, yeah. I have a question about, like, ego. Like, when it comes up, I know that my thoughts is not real. I don't listen to them in terms of, like, feeding into more of the stories. And I feel like I'm in a good space now in terms of I'm very relaxed. I don't overreact and react to certain things. But the other day, I was questioning myself, like, why I'm not seeing what I want? And my mind was like, because you're not worthy. And that broke me down. I was like, what do you mean I'm not worthy? And all the stuff that hurt me in the past or stuff that I do that I think that make me feel that I'm not worthy. Everything just came up and that broke me down. Like, what you would do in situations like that? Or see it?
How long have you been telling that story that you don't believe that you're worthy, and that's why you're not seeing things? How long have you been telling that?
A month now?
So I want you to think about it like this, right? You mind muting when I'm speaking so everybody can hear, or else it'll be an echo.
Yeah.
Can you hit that mute?
Pardon?
Oh, can you hit mute, or else nobody will hear. The mute button. I got you.
Oh, you said.
Appreciate you. Y'all gotta call me sir, by the way. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't that goddamn old. No, I'm just playing. But reality can only mirror us, right? In all places, okay? So the thing that we always have is a choice on how to see ourselves, and then reality responds. If I decide that I'm walking in my worth, I'm knowing who I am, I'm in the present moment, I have everything that I desire. If I make the proof of the changes that I'm looking for, if I make the proof that all of that is happening myself, right? I judge the change on myself. The manifestation is done because I have become that person. This is when everything happens quickly, right? But when we're basing things on the external reality, right? Oh, I've been doing this, but nothing's changing. Everything, how I identify, what I'm saying that I am, that is an affirmation, okay? So what I'm actually saying is I am a person who does not have what I want. When I'm saying I don't feel worthy because I don't see these things, all right? We think that we're just making an innocent story. But it's really an affirmation of what we are because there's only right now. So if I'm constantly telling the story that nothing has changed, then nothing can change because reality is just saying yes to me because you are reality. Right? So are you basing the manifestation of getting the things that you want? Are you basing it on the knowing that you have changed? Or are you saying that you've changed, but waiting for something out there to prove to you that you've changed?
feel like I was, because I came into this entire thing for SP, and then I recognized that it's not about the SP, it's about me coming back to self and loving myself and knowing who I am, because I was a Christian before I came into this, and I wanted to be so-called perfect for God. I wanted to feel and know what is love. And I finally understand love is me. I am love. And knowing that I could create reality and I actually have a choice. At first I was spiraling, freaking out, being a normal human. And then I finally get to this sweet spot in terms of, I'm not reacting, I'm not listening to thoughts, things don't move me like before. And I was like, wait, why this magical change is not happening? I I don't know what to expect from the outside.
Hold up, but the magical change has happened, right? You are the magical change. So I hear what you're saying, but sometimes the answers or the answer that you're seeking is lying right there in the explanation. So you saying, why is this magical change hasn't happened? But the magical change has happened. And when you accept that it has changed or it has happened because you have changed, now everything outside of you can change because it's just you. But everything outside of you is waiting for you to accept that the magical change has already happened.
I get you.
But,
I totally understand where you're coming from.
But
at this moment, I feel like the other day when the thought came up in terms of I'm not worthy, and everything just came back to like it so-called proof to show that I'm not worthy. It feels so real to the point that it hurt me, like if somebody was outside telling me, only if you're not worthy. Or my mom was like, only if you're not worthy because of this, or you're not worthy because you did this. That's how it feels. It hurt me that deep. And it made me wonder, like, why my own brain or ego don't want me to win or release me from stuff that I no longer want to be anymore.
But it's not, there's your ego is not stopping you, right? It's not in your way. It's not trying to keep anything from you. All right. I'm going to probably talk for a while. I'm going to ask you one question and then I'm going to answer it, all right? What do you base your worthiness on, right? How do you determine that you're worthy? What makes you worthy? In your opinion.
I guess for now, like people outside liking me, I don't know.
Okay.
That's the best answer I can come up with.
Okay, perfect. Okay, wonderful. All right, so let's start right there with worthiness. If you're waiting for something outside of you to determine that you're worthy, you're always going to be waiting. So this is going to help everybody. This is a good question, right? Because I think we used to talk about this maybe months ago, but then I kind of veered off because the conversations have changed. But this is a very, very important foundation. If y'all want a little bit more information on looking outside in reality for things to change, there's a Bible story about the pool of Bethesda. Okay, so in this pool of Bethesda, what actually happens is there's a bunch of sick people, crippled people, and they're sitting around a pool. And what's happening is that they believe that at a certain time of the day, there's an angel that comes into the pool. And when the angel comes into the pool, they will mysteriously see the water start to stir and move. And this is a sign. And the first person that jumps in the water, when they see that stirring, will be healed, right? So this was the belief of those people, right? Obviously, it's a ridiculous belief, right? There is no angel that is coming down into this pool, all right? But this was their perception. What does the actual stirring of the pool represent? Well, it represents us looking outside of us and thinking when something changes out there, then I'll be worthy. So how the story goes is Jesus, who represents your I am awareness, showed up at the pool and was talking to one of the crippled men. And he said, what are you doing? And I said, hey, look, I'm trying to get to this pool. He explained the whole story. When an angel comes and gets into the pool and stirs the water, then the first person who gets there will be healed. All right? And you say, well, what do you want? And the man said, well, are you going to take me to the pool? And he says, no, I'm not going to take you to the pool. The pool is meaningless. What does this represent? The external circumstances, people telling you that you are worthy. The breadcrumbs out there is absolutely meaningless, right? All you need is me. And what Jesus said, all you need is me. And Jesus represents your I am awareness. All you need to do is decide that you are the person that you want to be. Okay? And the man said, well, I've been having a bad day. Jesus said, it looks like you've been having a lot of bad days, waiting for something outside. Huh? And so he finally tells him, okay, well, what do you want, right? What do you want? And the man says, okay, I want to be healed. Do you want to be healed? We'll pick up your mat and walk. We'll get up, assume your healing, and walk away. We can insert whatever we want in there, right? Do you want prosperity? Okay, we'll pick up your prosperity. Assume that you are prosperity. Oh, let me change this. Pick up your prosperity. Assume that you are prosperity and walk. Do you want love? Okay, well then know that you are love and walk and pick up, because your salvation is tied to you, right? So as the story goes, of course, the man finally gets up and he is healed, right? Simply because he accepted that he didn't need anything outside of us. The purpose of this story, or the point of this story, is that we can get caught in this loop, thinking that I am worthy when things outside of me change, when people outside of me show me that I'm worthy, when situations show me that I'm worthy, right? But here's the actual truth in this. Here's the actual truth. You are simply worthy because God is within you, because you are the manifestation of God. This is what makes you worthy, is that you are made in the perfect image of the Creator. So your worthiness is not based on a feeling. Because you don't react to a certain situation, or because you react, it doesn't matter. Your worthiness is inherent to you. It's your birthright. You are worthy because you exist, because your heart beats. What this means, if right now your heart is beating, this means that God, Source, the universe, all that there is, loves you unconditionally enough to keep you alive right now. And that right there is your worthiness. You are love because you exist, because Source flows through you, because God flows through you. You are prosperity because God flows through you. We start to base our worthiness, our love, our prosperity on things outside, thinking when those things outside show up, then I will be worthy. When I feel good, then I'll be worthy. When I don't feel good, then I'm not that worthy. When I see things change, then I'll be worthy. When they don't change, then I'm not worthy. Well, we're basing our worthiness on the wrong thing. You are worthy whether you feel worthy or not. If you feel worthy, you're absolutely perfectly worthy because you are the manifestation of God. If you don't feel worthy, you're just as worthy because you are the manifestation of God. When we are looking outside for things to prove to us that we're worthy, that we're loved, that we're prosperity, we will constantly be chasing, constantly be striving. We will constantly be exhausted. We will constantly feel less than. This is the trap that the world puts us in. But the true power is in remembering who you are. It's knowing that I am worthy. I am prosperity. I am love, no matter what. No matter what I feel, no matter what thoughts, no matter what the circumstance looks like. And once you begin to accept that you are these things unconditionally, now reality changes to match you. Because if you're making it conditional, saying I'm only worthy if I see this or hear this, I'm only loved if I see this or hear this, when we make it conditional, we are denying, we're going against the unconditional power within us. The unconditional power within us. So if I'm making it conditional, what I'm really saying is I'm only this if situation looks like this, which is really me saying I am not what I desire to be. And if I'm saying I'm not what I desire to be, the only thing that can show up is something that proves that I am not. So this is the great forgetfulness of us. This is why this whole journey is not about doing more. It's not about trying to be more. It's about divine remembrance of who you are. It's when you're in these moments of contrast, when the ego is telling you you're unworthy, when the circumstance looks a certain way, when you don't feel good, when you feel like your own mind is betraying you, when your emotions are all over the place. This is when you give yourself grace. You forgive yourself and you remind yourself that you are still absolutely and utterly 100% worthy, 100% love, 100% prosperity in this moment. Why? Because God flows through you. And from that perspective, right? From that perspective, relax. Come into this present moment. Let your mind do whatever. Know that you are not your thoughts. Let the situation look like whatever. Know that you are not the situation. Let yourself feel whatever. Know you are not the feelings. And behind all of those things, you are still perfect, worthy, whole. Give yourself grace, right? And when you can sit in that knowing, everything must change because it is law. We get into kind of this issue, especially when we're beginners on the I'm not saying that you're a beginner, but when we're beginners on the manifestation journey, we can get caught in this trap of trying to control all of our emotions, trying to control all of our thoughts, and basing our worthiness and our love and our prosperity on the external world. When the external world is simply waiting for you to accept that you are all those things no matter what. And so when we go to that deeper truth and we remember, hold up, I am the manifestation of God. The Spirit of God dwells within me. I'm the identity of the Spirit of God. Right? When I start remembering, hold up, that must mean that I'm always in alignment. I'm always worthy. I'm always prosperity, no matter what I feel. This is a very freeing remembrance. Because now I don't have to spend all of my day battling my thoughts and emotions, battling the external circumstance. I simply remember. I seek ye first the kingdom. Right? It's one of the most misinterpreted pieces of scripture, right? I seek ye first the kingdom. And the kingdom is within me. And the kingdom is everything. The kingdom is God, right? I seek the kingdom. I know that source is within me. And when I remember that, all things can be added to me. So, long-winded answer. But the bottom line is that you are absolutely worthy no matter what. Don't judge or base your worthiness of things outside of you. Because those things are always changing anyway. They're always changing and transforming to give you what you want. And sometimes when they're changing and transforming, they might look like whatever, but it's still the perfect path, right? Your job is just to remember that you are the perfection within everything, no matter what it looks like, no matter what you feel, no matter what you think. I know I said a lot. Thanks.
No, that actually helps. I appreciate it. So basically, what I was hearing that I am everything, I am God. When feelings or emotions come up, just know that everything is still yet okay because I am God. And the thoughts are not me. No matter what, I'm just go about my day because everything has to be perfect because I am God.
Absolutely.
And He's with me. Okay.
Absolutely. It must be perfect because you are source, because you are God, and because you say so, right? You are the power. You are the perfection. Let me say it in a different way because I really want to hit this home for everybody, right? Whatever situation you walk into, whatever it looks like, because you are God, you are the perfection within it. Beautiful, right? Whenever you feel an emotion, it's fine because you are the perfection behind it. Even when you think a thought, whether you quote unquote think that thought is positive or negative, you are the perfection behind it. It's all perfect because it all flows through you, and everything that touches you, everything that you look at is perfect because you are by extension. Right? It's that divine remembrance.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That was amazing, Alex.
Thank you. Thank you, Corinne. I appreciate it.
That really made me like want want to cry and also just like a memoir, you know? You know how people listen to affirmations when they go to sleep, or what it is to like frequency with the affirmations over it?
Yeah.
I feel like I need that for like my like nighttime frequency with your voice over it. You know? You are the person behind the emotion. I'll just wake up and be like, oh. Wake up.
Matter of fact, I'm glad you said that. I'm gonna clip that piece of the video and probably make it because I did like the way that I
Can you
flowed
send
through
it to
that.
me?
I can. I'll send it to you. I got you.
Or just
I got you.
when you upload it so I can, because you have so many videos.
Look at you settling for less in your reality. Just at you now. I thought I would send it to you. Well, I got you. I'll probably
Okay, I have a question for you, for everybody on the chat. It's very serious. Why are you laughing?
I'm reading. I am the sauce comment.
I see you sending everybody those messages. Good morning with your divine ass. Okay, so, you know, like, remember, I don't know if I told you guys this, but I walked away from Christianity too in my late 20s, like 27. And I'm on TikTok too, and I post a lot about what we talk about. I am, and God, we are gods. And so my family is starting to send me, particularly, my aunt sent me a video about, like, that I'm gonna go to hell. Like, a YouTube video, because she's like, this is where you're gonna end up. She's like, she's like, you're preaching to people that they are God. She's like, this is what happens to those people. And she sent me a YouTube excerpt of, like, hell water. Okay. I got a question, y'all. What do you do? Like, do you block them on your TikTok, or do you just let them follow you?
Man, I ain't blocking nobody. I'm anti-blocking. Oh, go ahead.
No, I agree with you. I let them follow me, and I don't get offended by stuff like that because that is where they're at, and I don't argue with them. I just don't get offended by it.
Right.
Because I remember thinking that way too when I heard this. Like, there's no way. That feels so wrong.
Yeah.
So I understand where they're coming from, so I don't care that much.
Yeah, I agree. I don't care too much either. It's God's not condemning anyone. The only people that are the only entities that are condemning people and trying to send them to hell are other people. And the interesting thing is that everybody's you, so you're not really talking to anybody else besides yourself, right? So, you know, it's the thing that always. Anyways, I ain't gonna go down that rabbit hole because I'll get annoyed. But it's about giving people grace, right? Everybody is where they are on their journey, right? Where the spiritual ego comes into play is when I think that I have to convert you to my belief for us to coexist, or you believe that you have to convert me to your belief for us to coexist, right? That's like no one spoke to God for me, right? Nobody's coming down to report like, hey, God just told me to tell you this, right? They're just explaining their own interpretation, which we're all entitled to because there's 8 billion of us and we're all taking different perspectives of the whole. We get on here on these panels and most of us or a lot of us might have the same core foundation that, okay, I am source or God dwells in me or some variation of the type. But then when we start talking through all of our philosophies, we all have different ways of looking at things, right? What is right? What is wrong? Well, it's up for everybody to choose, right? So we're all simply taking one perspective of the infinite. How I look at my like family is because my family is mostly Catholic, Catholic, super Christian, right? So my goal was never to meet them halfway with religion or spirituality. I have no interest in that, right? I believe what I believe. They believe what they believe. My goal was always to simply choose to have a beautiful relationship with them. And that's been my experience so far. Even to the point where now they know my beliefs, right? Matter of fact, the other day, my mom saw one of my lives and she was like, you need to go to church with me. But I can joke with her and our relationship is still perfect, and that's the only thing that I ask for. It's not for them to convert me or for me to convert them.
Yeah, I was gonna say this because this is how I truly feel about it, is that I already knew when I stepped into this space that I was gonna get a lot. I come from a big family. My mom is one of 10. She's one of 10. So everybody in my family is really strong Christian. So I already knew that I was gonna get backlash for starting my own practice in this, right? And the thing about the video was like her saying like I'm going to hell and being like, well, you're teaching people this, so you need to know what that looks like. It's like my thing was this, like, you don't think I know the concept of hell by now? We grew up in the same family. Like, we went to the same church. You don't think I know what hell is? And the thing is that I can't wrap my head around is this, like, no one knows what's gonna happen when we die. Like, this, I believe in this space because it resonates with me. Christianity and religion never resonated with me. I never understood it. This, I understand, and it's the closest thing that, like, for my heart, like, it's my heart center, right? And so I believe it. But I can't sit here and tell you that I know that all this shit is true. I don't know what's gonna happen to me when I fucking die, bro. Like, but people wanna say that, give you a definitive answer. They want it to be definitive, right? And so I can't argue with you because it's like, hey, maybe I will burn in hell, but I'm gonna fuck around and find out. Like, I'm gonna find out when I get there. I'm not saying you're wrong, but it's the judgment of being like, you're wrong. It's like, no one knows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree. I would try to also look at it from love. Like, let's say that. So this is how I also try to perceive it is, if my strong belief was that anyone who doesn't believe what I believe, right? Anyone who did not win the lottery at birth and wasn't born in a specific place where they were teaching Christianity, right? Because if you ain't born in a Christian place, you're just screwed, apparently. But if you win the lottery and you are born in some place that teaches Christianity or teaches this concept, well, if I believe that anybody who does not agree with it is going to burn in some place for all of eternity, well, then perhaps I, on the outside, might see it as arrogance, but they see it as the greatest act of love that they can do, is preventing me from experiencing that situation. So I understand, right? I understand, right? Thank you for looking after me like that, right? But I can look after myself, and I can still choose to see you doing it because it's out of love, right? The judgment, of course, it feels whatever, and I'm gonna tell a story based on my perception of it, but I don't really know what's going on. I can choose to see it in a different way and say, okay, well, perhaps all this hostility and this passion behind it is because they simply want me to avoid this this perceived torture that I will perhaps experience.
And I say to that, the only time you hit me up, you didn't ask me how I was doing. You weren't like, hey, how are you? How's it going? You just sent me a video about hell. I'm like, yeah, you really care about how I'm doing.
Right,
Nah,
right.
I'm gonna stop.
Right. I know, like, for real. And it's often this misunderstanding as well, right? It's my relationship with God is closer than it's ever been. I feel like I'm in an intimate walk with God in every moment, right? With every experience, with every person. So even that assumption often bothers me, where it's like, well, just because I don't believe in God in this way, right? Who's to say that my faith? Who's to say that my faith is fragile or? I get you. There's so many different ways that we can dice this up and slice this up, and it's like all of a sudden, I'm walking through life and it's not even a hey hello. It's just hey, Alex, you're gonna go to hell. Why are you believing in this? Right? It's
Right.
yeah.
So I guess the question is, should I block them all? And the reason why I ask this is very serious is because you know how you could just like feel like people are sending you like negative energy? Like I could feel it. Like I know they're watching me being like, oh my God, I can't believe she posted that, saying that about, you know, shit, we're all extensions of God. Like I can feel the energy, but I'm like, do I just need to block it out and worry about myself and worry about what I'm doing? Or should I just block them so that it's just done? Like, you don't have to see my stuff. You don't have to see what I'm posting, and we're good, you know?
Whatever you do is perfect. Whatever you do is perfect. Whatever you do, who's going to be the one judging it, right? You'll be the one judging it anyway. Why not decide that whatever route you go is perfect? In my opinion, I wouldn't block because I just don't. You got to really do something to me for me to block, because I don't believe in blocking like that, right? I believe that even in contrast, right, I can find some way to use it beneficially to foster expansion. I believe that a lot of expansion is in the contrast. So I simply see pushback as an opportunity for me to solidify my beliefs, to challenge my beliefs, which I accept. And I choose to see even family members or people that I know that say certain things. I just try to see it as, oh, I get it, you love me, but you ain't got to worry about me. I'm a grown man. Right? So personally, I wouldn't. But if that's something that you want to do, shoot, go ahead. Right? But base it on what is the best decision for you to make. Anyone else want to add?
I think for me, it's about investigating why it bothers you that they have this opinion. Because at least in my experience, you go and block them, you're going to get confronted in some other fashion, because that trigger or whatever you're experiencing is going to come up in another way for you to anchor in that these people's opinions outside of me actually don't really matter, because they're just an extension of me, or a past version of me, or a past judgmental version of me, or something. So you can, to what end are you going to be blocking family members? To just avoid being confronted with contrast of something that's actually trying to help you.
Okay, so I think you're so right, but can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so the video that she sent me about going to help, she was like, please watch it. And I'm like, I already know what it's going to be, but out of respect for my aunt, I watched the video, right? It was quite disturbing. It disturbed me. I didn't like the feeling that I had about it, but I was like, and I just was like, okay, now I should respond. And maybe that was a story that I was telling myself, that I should respond to her. I respect her. She's my aunt. So all I responded to her was, thanks for sending. Wow, what an interesting video. And that's all. But what I wanted to say was, why would you send me that shit? I hated it, and it really triggered me. And I wasn't true to myself. I definitely abandoned myself and was just like, I don't want that energy in my family to be like, oh, she said this and I said this. So I guess you're right. I do care about how my family feels about me, but I do stand on my beliefs. So should I have just said, please don't send me this anymore? Like, it's so confusing, you know?
Yeah, I think like he said, I think anything you do is the right move, but I think if I would have been in that situation, I wouldn't have watched the video. Because I already knew what road it was going to go down, you know? And in these situations where we're met with contrast, I think it really is to release attachment to things outside of us. Whether it's opinions of others, how we're perceived, our image to people, our attachment to our kids, our attachment to our money, all of it is to release those attachments, that nothing outside of you actually determines who you are. So I think, you dealt with it however you deal with it, and then something else is going to pop up that's going to be contrast, that you have to stand 10 toes down. Like, I don't give a rat's ass what they think about me, and really get to that point where I can love you and still not really care. And I think that is the beautiful thing. Then you'll start to see reality shift towards maybe a family member, at least in my situation, when you're not even caring about it anymore, a family member pop up like, oh, I saw your post, and can you give me more information about it? You'll start to see a shift in their behavior. And to me, that's confirmation, like, oh, I'm growing, I'm changing, and I'm not really attached at this point. I don't care what you think about me.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I think I'm struggling with it, but this is super helpful, because I always want to be respectful. And I always, they're like, she's my aunt, she's like older than me, and I'm always like, you respect your elders, respect people. But there's boundaries that I need, and you're right, I need to work on that and just stand on business with that.
Respecting yourself comes before respecting your elders.
Yeah, fuck that respecting the other shit.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Shit, I respect me first.
Spend a holiday with my mother because I'm first.
I don't know. I just
society
have,
that
my
sounds
grandmother
cruel.
had really strong Southern values. Like my grandmother was Southern, my grandfather was Southern. So it's just another paradigm that I gotta get past of all of that shit.
One of the other things too is the more that you respect yourself, the more others will respect you anyway, right? So, it's exactly right. It's it's something taught to be in our story, right? But the world is just a reflection of me. So is it about respecting others and neglecting myself? Well, what am I going to continuously get in my life if I choose to go down that path? Instead, why not respect myself? Therefore, others can actually respect me, right? So I don't have to sit around and allow people to do anything to me. Right?
That's so true. Really, when I put up a boundary with my own mother, and I was like, you can spend Thanksgiving with yourself. I'm not entertaining that because contrast had pushed me to that point. She has literally never been that version of her since. We have a great relationship. She shows up as the best version of her because I put myself first.
Absolutely. And that's what life is about. That's what it's always about, is putting ourselves first. This is how you get that specific person back. Put yourself first. This is how people show up differently in your life. Put yourself first. So it always comes down to you. This is the whole, what good is it to gain the world and lose yourself type thing, right? What good is it to please everybody else and not show up for yourself? Because the reflection is just going to constantly show you a bunch of bullshit anyway, right? So put yourself first. If you feel like blocking them, do that shit. But you can choose to see yourself a certain way and say, I'm not putting up with anything that you do. And the paradox is people show up differently when you start doing that.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate the feedback. Thank you so much.
We love you. We love you.
I like this conversation because I as well live in a Christian household, and like I said earlier, I wanted to know what is God, who is God, and I wanted to follow everything. Like he said, to not steal, not lie, have sex before marriage, all this good stuff, because once upon a time, growing up in church, they said, this is what God wants you to do, and once you follow these rules, he will bless you with everything that your heart desires. So I wanted to be that perfect child. I wanted to be different from everyone around me. And then I came to know this, and I was back and forth, is this of God? Am I going to hell? What's gonna happen? And then I was no. I mean, you are love. God is within you. You always wanted to know who is God. And some part of the Bible had said, if you can't love the people around you, but you can't love me that you never see or know, physically. So I was well, I never see God. He never came down and speak to me personally, so I am God because he said I'm within you. And I only can see myself here when I look in the mirror or people around me. So I love that. And I want to talk about family. Instantly, I have a story that my mother don't love me or we don't get along with. And some part of me, the cruel side of me, would be I don't want to change this story because a lot of hurt is behind that story. But at the same time, I want good and love and peace to be between us. But sometimes, I don't care for it. How will you deal with that?
How I would deal with it is, I love this question, right? Because let me give y'all an example. And I've told this story 3 times. So the other day, matter of fact, maybe 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months ago, something like that. It was a long time ago, maybe a year. There was a woman that I was dealing with. I wasn't really dating her. We don't stay in the same place. but we were conversating over the phone. Okay. And then we fell off. Okay? We just fell off. And later on, okay, I made the intention or this decision, because I just came across her, that, you know what? She's still interested. She's still absolutely interested. All right. So this situation passed, and she ended up hitting me up out the blue a couple weeks ago. Right. And asked me if I could talk on the phone. She would call me. All right. So that time when we talked, she was just talking about, other dudes and all these things. Right. So the intention I made was, she's into me. Okay. When I made that intention, did it immediately change right there? No. Okay. The conversation played out. I just decided to go with the conversation. I've already made the intention. So I went with the conversation. She was just telling me about other dudes. We were talking. All right. So then we had another conversation. This was not too long ago, y'all. Okay. This was not too long ago. And so she was talking about other dudes again. And so I just went with the flow of the conversation. But as the conversation progressed, and just could feel her changing to be focused on me. By the end of the conversation, he was asking me to see me, etc. Right? Of course, didn't oblige, but it's just the power of your perspective, right? So why I say that is, you can choose to see people however you want. I can choose to see my mother as in this great relationship with me, even though our relationship might be quote unquote sour right now. I can choose to see this SP, a specific person, the way that I want them, even though they're not talking to me right now. What do I do in the meantime? Well, I simply exist. I handle the conversations as best as I can. I stay present knowing that I have them, and then I just deal with whatever shows up. If they want to talk, I talk. If not, okay, cool. But I already know who they are. And so when I know who they are, even though I'm on this current timeline and things might look a certain way, this is who I really am. And this is the timeline that's actually merging into this one and overtaking it. So in the meantime, you simply see them as the perfect version of them that you want them to be. And you allow everything to unfold on that way. You just do the best, right? If you need to block them in the meantime, do that. If you need to interact with them because that is your family, then do that. Right? But you simply handle it the best way that you can, knowing that you've already chosen who they are. And you see everything as the perfect unfolding to that. Everything becomes proof that you've already changed, that they have already changed. Everything becomes proof, right? You start to see everything righteously. Make sense?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes, I did make an intention of, my mother loves me, she's perfect and amazing. And a period of time, I was seeing that because I was just looking at her different. Then it changed back to the old ways, and it just made me kind of bitter in my heart. I don't feel like looking at her love and perfect and whatever that I need from her at the moment. Sometimes it does get draining and frustrating, but I understand that's a story that I'm telling, and I need to recognize it majority of the time because I live with her. And sometimes it's so uncomfortable that I do not even like to go outside when she's outside because I have this rooted story, she's so miserable, she like to argue, she like to roll, all sort of stuff. But I did change the story once upon a time. But I didn't keep looking at her in that favorable way, so definitely see I could change it again.
Okay. Well, Sue, all right. So what's stopping you from changing it again right now?
I guess because it is easy to, care for her or not look at her as love and perfect. Because I had that in my heart for so long, so it's just easy to be like that. Yeah.
But what would you prefer, right? So I hear you. why I'm asking that is because I hear you, right? We tend to make that excuse and be like, well, it's just easy because I've been doing it so long. But there's only right now anyway. And I would argue and say, how is it easier for you to stick in a story that you don't want versus actually go to a story that you do want? You don't want this version of your mom. Why not simply accept the version of her that you want? That would be the easier thing. And then stay in that story no matter what shows up. Right? I hear what you're saying, but why do you think that's the easier story when you don't even like it?
I honestly don't know because it's comfortable there. But
Yeah.
I definitely see what you're saying.
Right.
Choose a better story.
I'm only
Stop
saying
choosing what I don't like.
Exactly. I'm only saying that to push you. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying this out of love, right? It's because you get to make the choice. And I'm just trying to point out the reasoning behind the choices, right? Like if we reframe it from, oh, it's easier because it's comfortable to, well, no, it's easier to choose this one because this is actually what I like, right? It's not fun for me not to want to walk out of my room. It's not fun for me not to at least have a decent relationship with the woman that birthed me. It's not fun to where there's going to be a point in time where because I am source and I am prosperity, I'm going to have the opportunity to take care of my mother, take care of my father, and I'm not going to have that good relationship. That's not fun, right? So when we start reframing things and we start saying, all right, well, I'm going to choose this path then. Well, now it becomes much easier to choose that path than to go back down the path that you don't want, right? You always have a choice. Always have a choice. You've already seen it unfold perfectly in front of you. Okay. One of the things that I'll constantly remind myself is whenever I'm interacting with another, right? I am God gazing at God, right? Your mother is still the perfect expression of God. My mother, the perfect expression of God. Every version of her, the perfect expression of God. Within her, there are infinite versions of her that don't get along with me. But there's also infinite versions of her that do get along with me. And I get to choose how I perceive her. And just understanding that she is God allows me to love her more. Understanding that I actually want to have this experience allows me to persist in that story more and persist in it in love, with love, right? You have that opportunity right now, right? This is, your mother is still God and you are God, right? And every time that you interact, you are honoring God by honoring the version of her that you want her to be.
I totally appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at her with love and feeling the love right here, right now.
Absolutely.
I do appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Y'all want to add to that?
I just think like the mother wound thing is really hard. Like relationship with your parents can be the biggest mirror ever, is because they're, the first person that you love. They're the first person that you see in this world, and they give you life. They give you so much, when you're a baby and all that. So I feel like mother-father relationships are the biggest, hardest mirrors. So give yourself grace, like going through that and like really trying to build a relationship with your mom. It's difficult, but everything that Alex said makes so much sense. It's like you just have to view it from a different lens and view her very differently, and then the relationship will change in that for sure.
I have a question for you, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
So I recently, can I be honest?
Of course.
When I first came across your life, I was like, this guy talks a lot. And then I was like, oh, you could just sit with it and listen. And I was like, damn, he got so much wisdom. So, I want to ask, like, what made you, like, believe in this? Like, what made truly understand that, yeah, I'm God. I have a choice. I'm choosing right here, right now. Like, yeah, I just want to hear a little bit about your story.
Oh, first of all, thank you. Right, I know I talk a lot, right? So yeah, that was funny, but it was personal experience. Personal experience led me to this realization. That's a crazy first impression. Like, God damn, this motherfucker talking, ain't he? Let me get off of his page. But it was just direct experiences. I had direct experiences with. So to tell y'all just kind of my story is my first taste of spirituality was not with regarding manifestation at all. Right. When I was younger, when I was a child, I would have mystical experiences where I would see things, entities, beings, etc., whatever you want to call them. They evolved as I got older, right? So as a young child, they were like stuffed animal type things. And when I got older, they were like different types of things. I guess they kind of matched my consciousness because they were just, they matched my consciousness because they were just me anyway. But I forgot about these experiences due to whatever reason. Maybe it was the food. Maybe it was whatever. Maybe it was just me just wanting to forget. Who knows? But in 2014, I was in a fire. Right, I was in a house fire when I was cooking. Anyways, long story short, it was a house fire. In the process of that fire, I was in the hospital, and in the healing, I was in a hyperbaric oxygen chamber. Okay, so it's this big chamber that you go sit in for hours, and it just pumps pure oxygen, like stronger oxygen in you. So athletes go and sleep in this thing, right? And so it heals you faster because you have all this oxygen. So in that process, like the healing process of burning is pretty brutal, right? The heal, like a fire, like getting burnt is just a brutal process because you can't. Let me go into some detail. You can't scab. So if you get a regular cut, right, it might scab up. But for a burn, in order for that scar to heal, they have to do what's called debriding. If you've ever been to the dentist, they have that metal pick, right? That metal pick thing, and they'll pick between your teeth and get all that nasty ass shit out of your mouth, right? So think of it like the doctor has a tool like that where it's like this metal point, except the point is a circle. Okay, so it's a circle, this very sharp circle at the end of the stick, right? So every day I'd wake up, I would get into this chamber and I would just sit there for hours, and there would be different TV shows on. And in that time, I started like having memories, but the memories, I was so in pain all the time, it didn't really matter. But when I got out of there, I would have to unwrap, and they would take this thing, and every day there would be like this film, this nasty ass film that formed over the wounds, and they would have to scrape it all out. They would use this pick, and they would just scrape the shit out of you. So they would scrape my stomach, my arms, you know what I'm saying, my legs, my foot, all the stuff that got burnt. Whenever I was in that like the nurses would leave because they didn't want to watch that shit. They would just fucking leave, and I would just be back there cursing at the doctor while he did it. So I did that, wrapped it up. By the time, if y'all go through a lot of pain, right, you're not really hungry afterwards. So I wasn't really eating. It's kind of like inadvertently fasting. So I would drink water and stuff like that just because I had to, and have little tiny meals. But then I would get home, or before I was even released from the hospital, then I would shower there, rewrap it, and I would do it over and over and over again. So I was there for about a month. And so in that time, I was starting to get memories of when I was younger. Spiritual memories. I was starting to remember things. And so after that, of course, I got a job because somebody there offered me a job. But I also started just researching spiritual concepts. It wasn't about reality creation, but it was more so things like aliens, the Anunnaki, and, you know, melanin, and like Emerald Tablet. I was reading things. I was even reading the Bible at that time. I was trying to understand things, but more so I was just trying to hoard information. I wasn't really concerned with reality creation until and I was with the woman, and she passed away. Okay, and so whenever she, whenever she passed away, I was honestly, I was like, okay, well, if anything is possible, then I can actually manifest her back. Okay, this is my thought, right? I can actually get this person back. Because obviously death isn't real. Now, I didn't physically get her back, right? Because the body has to pass. But I had a very profound experience through a dream where I communicated with her and got a whole bunch of closure and insight and was just pushed down a different path in my life. So even then, though, I didn't really go back to law of assumption, law of attraction, things like that. It wasn't until I was, I wasn't doing well financially. I got evicted a couple of times. I was getting my cars repoed. I was homeless for a little while. But then when I finally thought I got it together, I kind of fell back in the trap again. And that's when the quote unquote eviction situation hit. And when that situation hit, I didn't know how I was going to make the money. And the only thing that I could do is I could ask people for money, but they didn't have it because they were just reflections of me, and all I saw was lack. All I saw was nobody's going to have the ability to pay for me. No one's going to be able to help me, right? So, of course, they couldn't. And when I was in that process, I was just telling myself the rent is paid, the rent is paid, the rent is paid. I had the notice to go to court, right? I had the court date, came and went. Had a final notice, had the constable, right? I remember every day just being like, this is going to be the day where they fucking knock on my door and they kick my ass out. But I constantly kept saying, no, it's paid, it's paid, it's paid. Even if they do that, it is paid. I was going beyond logic because I had no other thing to do. I had no other option, right? It was like, it's either going to happen or I'm just shit out of luck. And even if I'm shit out of luck, it's going to happen because it has to. Like, I did that. What else was I going to do? So whenever I made that decision, as I told y'all, right, the day that I was supposed to get out, I went and checked the balance. And even now, like I say I went and checked the balance. I don't know if it was paid before then, after then. I just know on the day I was supposed to get out, it was paid in full. $7K. $7,200 actually. Paid in full. And it was only because I decided that it was paid. I didn't pay anything. I didn't have the money. Even though it was paid, I still didn't have shit. I was still broke and I'm up. I was still broke. But that opened me up and I said, wow. Even if I don't see it, I am it. I don't have to see the money to know that I am the money. I don't need to see it paid to know that it is paid. I don't have to know that you've changed to know that you've changed. I don't have to see shit to know that I am everything, right? So that sent me down a different path where I was like, oh shit, I'm going to get my life together. I'm going to dedicate my life to the law. The rest was history, right? Now I can truly say that, I'm living the life of my dreams. Like right now, like everything is absolutely perfect, right? The things that I've been able to do for my family, I love it, right? The money that I make, love it. The everything. The way my days go, every day is the way that I want it to be. So that's what it was. It was those two big experiences. Right? But why I have these discussions is because why I speak so passionately and why probably a lot of people scroll on my shit and are like, damn, this motherfucker can talk, ain't he? Goddamn. It's because I truly do believe that this is the savior that we're all waiting for, right? It's just that the world preaches that this savior is going to come from the sky and save us, but this savior has been within you this whole time, and you can liberate yourself. You can resurrect yourself from whatever situation that you're in by remembering and realizing who you are, right?
Thank you for that. Your story is amazing. I'm sorry that you had to go through that traumatic experience to get here now, but you're here.
Yeah.
And you're living your best life, so that's the amazing part. I'm happy for you.
I appreciate it.
What I could say, right, I just love the story and definitely made me feel more comfortable. Like, whoever you're seeing, just decide what you want. If that's not the end being of what you said, like, if I see tomorrow my mother gets up around with me, no, she's perfect and amazing, she loves me. That's from love, you know? Like, that is not what I choose. Why are you keeping it, like, if that's what you want? So I love that. And I really appreciate it. And I definitely can see that you're passionate of what you believe and what you're saying. And I do appreciate it. And I'm here for the long talk and the stories.
I appreciate you, man. I'm grateful to be on this journey with you. As I'm grateful to be on this journey with all of y'all. Like it's constantly say, right? We're all in this together. We all want the same thing, right? You all want the life of your dreams, right? That's why you're here. That's why you have went down this path. So that's what we are. That's what we are here to do. Do together. So I'm grateful that we're. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say like the one thing that stood out to me too about your story. Like, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hear you perfectly.
I love that story so much because I wanted to add to that. Like, I feel like with religion for me, the one thing that didn't resonate me was that my life never changed. Like, it was always the same on a loop. Like, the same financial problems, the same, like, issues with my family and, like, not feeling connected to myself. And I was on the loop. But when I transformed into more spirituality and realizing that, like, you always say this, you're always like, we're not beggars. Like, we're not here to beg for the things that we want. We just have to remember our power. It really always resonates with me so much because when you make the decision and you just detach from the outcome of like how it's gonna find you, you know, like money or love or respect or all that, like these things are already within you. We already have them, but we just forget. And we think like, oh, we have to ask for these things. We need to beg for these things. So yeah, I think down this path too, like financially has changed for me too, where it's like, I don't even like worry about money like that anymore. Like I don't worry about paying bills. And that's all I did when I was like religious space. I was, oh my God, I don't have enough. I'm always struggling for money and it sucks. So your story like really hits home for me too.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Same with me, right? When I was considering God to be this distant being, it was very difficult. Life just seemed to, I just seemed to be a victim of God always, or a victim of reality, always just waiting for something to happen, right? So not only has my relationship with the Creator expanded because I understand that the awareness that, you know, I truly am is God, right? The being that I'm praying to is myself, right? The source within me cannot be separated from me. It's the omnipresent source that animates all things, right? If it's omnipresent, it must be all of me, or else it's not omnipresent. It goes against the definition. So not only has that relationship expanded, but yeah, like you said, right? Like I've been able to walk into the realization that no, I'm not seeking anything out there. I am that prosperity. So just by me deepening and knowing the Creator within me, it is automatically added to my life in all these ways. And that's why, that's why I'm just very passionate about it, right? So we're all in this journey together.
Yeah, it's also like the embodiment. To you, like, can you speak a little bit about like the process of embodying that person before it shows up? And like, is it the Neville Goddard method of like playing the scene out? Do you do that? Do you play the scene out in your head? Do you go through the scenes, or do you just know it and you're just like, I don't have to do like the deep meditations and the scenes and all that? Like, what's your process?
Yeah. I don't have a okay, if I had to explain the process anyway, I simply have the awareness that I'm source. I don't affirm for anything. I don't visualize for anything. When I do affirm, I affirm simply general things, right? The remembrance that I am God, right? The knowing that that I'm perfect, that I am the prosperity that I seek, that nothing outside of me defines me. The same type of affirmations that we talk about or that I do at the end of lives, which aren't specific to a certain SP or money or anything. Those are the same type of affirmations that I always say. So my entire process is knowing I'm source. From that knowing, my belief is, well, knowing that I'm source means that if source animates me, then all the aspects of source are what? Money, love, prosperity, right? Abundance, you know what I'm saying? Peace, love. All those things are simply qualities of source. So all those things are automatically added to me by me doing nothing, right? I simply have to exist, to be, to enjoy this moment, and then everything is just added to me automatically. I just move through life, right? I'm always in flow. And so when I have the desire, I know it's done. The desire is the fulfillment because I'm the fulfillment. I am already the manifestation of God. So why? It's interesting because that's been my process probably for the last year and a half. But I have not really had clients get to that realization until like the last maybe 6 months, 5 months, where all of a sudden people are like, yeah, I don't even ask for anything anymore. I just know that I'm source. I am the fulfillment. Like what I seek is seeking me. I have the desire because it's desiring me because there's only oneness. There's no separation. Absolutely, right? So when we say there's only one, right, it's more profound than I imagined it was 3 years ago to my understanding of it now. No, there's literally only oneness, right? The desire that I have is that item desiring me. So why do I need to affirm for it when it's already pursuing me? I am everything that I seek, and everything that I desire simply is flowing through me to me, right? It's all me. So yeah, that's my mindset. So no, I don't affirm. I simply enjoy life. I don't visualize for anything. I just enjoy life, and I accept the desires as what they truly are. It's that thing desiring me.
Love it. That makes sense. What you said, like throughout your day, you're like, I don't really have that many thoughts throughout my day like that.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm always in flow. Probably why I'm talking so goddamn much because I literally come on here and I just pick a discussion and I open it up. A lot of them I don't really read through them before. I just start talking and a couple minutes in I am in flow state and we're on here for a couple hours and then I go off and I just go about my life, and when I'm back at the computer and when I'm trading I'm in flow. When I'm with my family I'm in flow. When I'm relaxing I'm in flow. When I'm watching TV I'm in flow. When I'm reading I'm in flow. My number one objective probably in life is knowing that I'm source and being in flow, just being, existing, knowing that everything is perfect, right? That's it. That's it. And from that perspective, everything is lovely.
Yeah, that's cool. That's where I'm trying to get to.
You are it. You're already there.
I personally see like affirmations because I know it makes me feel good. I know it's not doing anything for me, but it gives me
Whoa.
a vibrant feeling.
Who said it's not doing anything for you?
That's true.
I simply say I don't do them because I don't believe that I need them. But all affirmations are powerful. Everything that you do is powerful. So do them because they feel good, but also know that they are powerful. So I just had to call that out. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I mean, only up to tonight I was driving home and I was in a bubbly mood. So I was just telling myself all the wonderful things like, Olivia, you're love, you're amazing, you're perfect. I just hyping myself up in my head and it just made me feel extra good.
Good.
So I love saying affirmations personally. I would like to share a little bit about my experience, how I came to. But I wouldn't say not believe that God. Okay, I would say how I came to believe that God is not outside of me. And once again, I came into this about being an SP. I'm 21 years old. This SP was my first love ever. And I'm a person, once again, I want to be perfect for God. Like, I was this girl just like to script about love, like how my life would be. I used to, even before I know about manifestation, I used to get up saying affirmations to myself, not knowing I was doing something. And knowing about this now, I know I manifested my SP. Because some stuff that I write down, like simple stuff like, I wanted my SP to like bread and cheese. My SP had like bread and cheese. I wanted to somebody that a little bit tough of it because I could get carried away sometimes because I just love talking and bubbly, and he was a little bit tough on me. And
Yeah.
I liked it that because that's what I wanted. I was like, okay, this is the perfect guy for me. But no, I manifested this guy.
Yeah.
And a little bit fun fact, my SP is my neighbor. Like, I can look through my window and his bedroom is right there. And another thing, I used to always say I don't want a long distance relationship because I cannot deal with it. Oh, my SP is my neighbor.
Yeah.
I didn't know I was manifesting all these things. And
Yeah.
when I came to know, like, I did this, I was like, whoa, I created this. But at first, I was on my knees crying because once again, he's my neighbor. I could see everything. I could see third party when she was going over there. I could see everything. And I was on my knees like, God, you know I love this man. Why are you doing this to me? Like, I'm on my knees crying like, God, please don't do this to me. Please don't let this happen. And I was like, the next thing, nothing never happened. Like, God, you don't love me. You don't understand what I'm feeling, right?
Yeah.
And I just came across a video like you could manifest your SP, you could get your SP back, blase blase. And I was down a deep and bad hole that I recognize now, like, it wasn't about Mario, it was always about me.
Yep.
It was always about loving myself first. Because before, once again, this is my first love. I was obsessed with him. I wanted to make him happy. I never used to worry about my feelings. I used to always make sure he's good. And I used to be like, no, even if I'm not good, I used to be like, no, I'm fine. I just want you to be good. And I had a came to realization that Olisa, that is not right.
Mm-hmm.
That is not cool. Everything's come from you. And once you love yourself, Mario will eventually love you and come back to you. And I had to learn that. It probably might be hard on me, as that was my first love, but that's what I wanted to learn. What is love? And who is God? I am love and I am God. And I feel like that's the best gift I could have ever gotten throughout this inside thing, just loving myself and knowing myself the way I always wanted to. So yeah.
That's so beautiful, right? So beautiful. Everything, even because I've been on the SP manifestation train, so I had manifested a couple SPs, right? But that in itself has always been a bridge for me to a deeper understanding of who I am, right? So even the struggling in quote unquote manifestation was what? It was just leading me to a better knowing of myself, to the deeper truths, to a true realization of who I am. The path of reality creation is one of the highest levels of self-actualization, knowing that you are source. This is truly getting in touch with the divine. Let's be honest. Most of us get into this. Why? Because you want some shit. That's fine, right? That's why we're here. Because I want some goddamn money. Because I want this person. Because I want this. Because I want that, right? But the path, right, and why we point you back to your power so much, to the source, that you are source, the God is within you, yada yada yada, is because it's bigger than all of that. This is a radical path of self-acceptance, of self-actualization, of understanding or seeing the truth of who you are, which actually allows you to live a greater life in all areas, to be more fulfilled, to be more blessed in all areas. So I feel you, right? I think a lot of people come down the path for an SP, right? That's what triggers them to be like, oh, I want to manifest, right? Manifest your SP in 30 minutes by watching this YouTube video. And a lot of people fall for the bait. But it's all beautiful because it still all leads down this path of really knowing yourself.
And I love that because at this moment I could say like I will see Mario and it's like whatever. I know he's my guy. He loves me. Every time when I see him, like I know he loves me. It's whatever. And I'm so happy and grateful that I made to that neutral point of he loves me because I decided so and I said so. When he used to pass my house, I used to be so anxious, like, oh my god, I want him back, like being a desperate girl. And making to this point now, knowing that I am everything, and just by deciding that he loves me, I'm fine. Seeing him don't even triggers me anymore. I'm happy that don't trigger me anymore. I will see third party like whatever, bro. I don't care.
Yeah.
Because
you are the love
I
you see.
know that it has to unfold perfectly. It just has to, and I just have that rooted belief in my heart that it just has to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It has to. It has to unfold perfectly because you are perfect, right? The love that you seek is already the love that you are. Anybody want to add?
Crickets.
Right. The crickets are my cue. Them crickets my cue. I got a couple more minutes with y'all.
No, but for real though, like, do you have crickets outside of your house? Because I literally hear crickets, like, for real.
No, that's
in the Caribbean.
that's
I'm in
cooking.
Barbados, so yeah, crickets would definitely be outside.
Yeah, that's cooking.
That's so funny. So, Alex, I think before you go, and this is not to make light of your situation at all.
No, of course not.
It's respect. Like, you were in a house fire, but we have a poll about what you was cooking. Was you cooking fried chicken? Or was you cooking a pot roast? What were you making?
So I was just frying some French fries. That was it. I had a bag full of French fries, pre-cut French fries. And I'll tell you all the whole story. So back in the day, I did a mentorship program where I used to mentor kids, right? So one of the kids that I mentored, he used to always come over, and his grandma would come pick him up from my apartment at that time. It was an older apartment. Right? I mean, when I say older apartment, I'm talking about the rent was like $500, and that included internet and cable. Right? It was a lovely deal. Right? Might have been a roach here or there, but that was fine. Right? So the stove was old as hell. Old as hell. All the appliances were old as hell. And matter of fact, on that day, they were doing a fire extinguisher test. So we were supposed to put our extinguishers outside. So I had put on TV and I was like, I'm finna put something on the stove. And I went into the freezer and I got the fries. So I turned on the stove, put the pot with oil on the stove, and was getting ready. Went in, found some shelf. I don't remember what the hell it was. And then I went back in the kitchen. Now, here's the thing. Before I even started cooking the fries, there was a fire there. Okay? Now, what happens was on that stove, there was two parts of the stove. There was actually the stove and not two parts, but there were two fires. All right? So we had the stove, we had the pot on the stove, and there was a huge fire. Matter of fact, the fire was so big at first that there's typically those fans or vents over the stove, and the fire was actually already touching that. So when I had walked back to the kitchen, the kid that I was sitting was behind me. So I immediately was like, all right, take your ass back to the living room. So I guided him back to the living room. I was going to sit down, and I went back into the kitchen. So when I went back to the kitchen, I could not reach behind the pot to just turn off the stove because the fire was too big at that point. So I had grabbed a towel, I had wrapped my arms, wrapped both of my arms, and I had the gloves, and I took the pot off. When I took the pot off the stove, that's when I realized the pot wasn't on fire, the fucking stove was on fire. Right? So the stove is on fire and it's still burning through the top. And the pot is on fire with all the grease in it. So when I pulled it off, now all of a sudden it hit the cabinets. I said, no, it cannot hit the cabinets, because if it hits the cabinets, I'm screwed. Keep in mind, now we have the fucking sprinklers, and this is a grease fire. If you know anything about grease fires, if you're ever in a grease fire, do not use water, because it will make the fire explode, right? Everybody in that building is deceased immediately, all right? So I pulled the pot off of the actual counter, right? When I pulled it off the counter, the wind, the air hit, okay? The air hit the fire and it hit my stomach. Boom. From that point, I dropped the pot. From that point, it was an out-of-body experience. I heard myself grunt, like a loud, like a grunt. And from that point forward, I felt nothing. Okay, I felt nothing. So time slowed down. The pot ended up falling and it was already on fire. So my foot caught on fire. Boom. So my foot's on fire. So I immediately turned, don't have a fire extinguisher. I immediately said, I can't put water on this, right? Because I'm still thinking, I'm conscious, right? Thank God. thank the good Lord, right? So I walk into the bedroom. I had 2 blankets. I always keep 2 comforters. I took 1 comforter, stomped my foot out, wrapped my foot, stomped it out, right? Boom. My foot's already fucked up anyway, right? So now I go back to the kitchen. I take that comforter off. I put it over the pot on the floor. That one's over. I take the other one. I put it over the stove. Boom. That one's done. I turn it off. Now, by this time, it's full of smoke. So then I go, I'm talking about the whole ceilings are burnt, right? The sprinkler, thank God it did not go off. Thank God it didn't go off, right? So I take the kid, I don't want to say his name, but I took him and put him outside, right? And I'm in there coughing, but before I could, he's just looking at me like something's wrong with me. And that's when I look down. So I have this one scar right here, and I have some scars on my stomach, I have scars on my leg, I have scars on my foot. But like this scar right here, right? If you ever like fried chicken, if you've ever fried chicken, sometimes the skin will pop up, right? So my skin on this arm was just like puffed up, right? It was like you could just pop it. And I had all of these burns up my arm, right? And that's when I looked down, I said, damn, right? I'm on fire. So I realized my shirt is stuck to my stomach. It's burnt to my stomach. So I peeled that shit off. I just pull it off. All right. Threw that shit down, right? And I told him, I said, hey, call your grandma, tell her to come pick us up, pick you up from the hospital. I have to drive to the hospital, right? And so I got in the shower for a second until it hurt. I just got a cold shower until it hurt, and then put on some clothes, got into the car, actually drove to the hospital. The hospital wasn't too far away. By the time I made it, as soon as I walked in, like Superwoman, right? His grandma was already there, right? Thankful for her. And as soon as I just walked up, because by this time I'm in pain. I'm in pain. So by the time I walk up, the nurse immediately took me back, and then the rest is history. I was in there for several days, several weeks, right? Even that first day, where like the pain is coming back. The interesting thing about 3rd-degree burns is that it hurt initially, but apparently all the nerves are burnt out. They're all burnt out. So after that first day, I was cool. Right, I was just cool. Like after the first day, I was cool. It wasn't until it really started healing in like a couple of days where I was like, "Oh shit, this is serious." And at first, right, nothing is growing back. It's odd. Like the burn was very odd. Like And then after those couple of days, once everything started connecting and the pain came back and it was crazy, and then they started doing the debriding, like when they had to start scrubbing down your body, that's when, it was just constant cycle of, God, I gotta do this shit again, right? But to be honest, without that situation, I'm not who I am now. Because I met somebody in the hospital that was like, if you get this certificate, I'll give you a job. At that time, I really didn't know what I was doing with my life, right? It was just a different lifetime, completely different lifetime. To be honest, I don't 100% even really remember who I was that clearly before that fire. But I ended up just studying, learning how to do some stuff with computers, getting my CCNA, learning like routing, switching, and I ended up getting a job in tech, and then that was history. Right, that was a wrap for me. Even though I never really liked tech, I was always in and out of jobs and stuff, leaving places. But even that was perfect because it led me to who I am right now. So that was a canon moment. But I will lie, like everything is very clear in the first part of that story until the fire hit me. When the fire hit me, it's like I remember it in this movie. It's like it's as if it felt like it took a long time, but I know that it didn't take a long time. And even my perception of the fire, right, is different. Because now when I think about it, I don't believe the fire was that big. There was a small one on my foot. The pot, it was cool, but I got it on the floor. It shouldn't have touched the ceiling. I don't remember it touching the ceiling. But the entire ceiling was burnt. The fucking walls were burnt. The hallway from the fucking kitchen to the bathroom was burnt. And so even the apartment, they came, they were like, hey, you're gonna have to pay for all this. And I was like, hell, I'm not paying for shit. Like I had mentioned, because at that time, like my sister wanted to be an attorney. And, she was still, but it was still before she got it. Was it? I don't know. But she had helped me with something. I had basically told them, like, I'm not paying for shit. Like, all this stuff, like, this was out of date. This should have been fixed. This yada yada. You didn't have the fucking things. Matter of fact, why don't we take this to court? And I remember when I sent that, I'm still, like, in and out of the hospital by this time. And as soon as I sent that, they just had somebody come to the place and fix everything. Like the next day while I wasn't there, and I didn't even respond. I was like, look at y'all. So, of course, for the freebie. So there was a lot going on. Like I know that in that moment, on a soul level, I made a decision to continue walking through this reality. Now, I can attach whatever story that I want to it. I can say, oh, it's because I still had things to do. Sure. Oh, it's because you still had an experience that you needed to do. Or whatever the case, I can make whatever story up. The bottom line is that my memory of what happened, I don't remember there being a fire in the hallway. And I don't remember it being high enough to touch the ceiling, but I do know that if it did touch the ceiling, then those sprinkler systems went off, right? So they would have went off, and that it was a grease fire, so I shouldn't be here. So there was something that happened in terms of realities and timelines that has allowed your boy to stay on, and I'm eternally grateful for it, right? So yeah, that's the fire story. That's the fire story.
Thank you for sharing.
Appreciate y'all for asking.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm so glad that you're still here with us and you went through all that pain physically, but you made it on the other side.
Yeah, for sure, right? Yeah, that shit was. I remember there was one moment in the healing, cause my mom, like I was out in Louisiana when it happened. My mom came out there. And I remember I would have to, after I got released, I would still have to change the gauze. And we would get, like, I'm talking about 30% of my body was burned. So even in that experience, what's funny is I remember telling my dad, and he had called me immediately. He was like, "Did you burn your face?" I was like, "Nah." He's like, "Did you burn your dick?" I was like, "Nah." He's like, "Okay, good. You're good then." It's like, "Thanks, Dad." I'm glad you care about that. But no, I get it. And then I remember one time in the process where my mom had came out there, and when she was out there, I'm like rebandaging myself, and it shit hurts, right? Because you get scraped, and then even when like the pads are sticky, the gauze is sticky. It says non-stick, but it sticks to you. So even peeling it off, it peels off like not even the scab, but whatever this shit is that grows over the thing, it peels that shit off. And when it peels that off, it just hurts. And then you got to get in the shower. And that was a whole experience in itself too. So I remember being back there cussing in the bathroom and opening the door pissed off, and just my mom was just in the doorway just crying. She's like right by the door. I guess she was listening to me, and she's crying. I felt so bad, but I was in so much pain. I wanted to cry too, but I was like, I'm not in front of my mom, not in front of my mom, not in front of my mom, not in this situation, right? But I just told her, I was like, man, Mom, I don't feel like I'm ever gonna heal. Because it was just day after day after day after day after day. Right? But of course I did. Right? And it was almost like it hurt until one day it just didn't anymore. And that was the day that I was healed. So that was cool. My bad, I keep rambling. Go ahead.
Wait, but I have a question about the whole situation. Do you feel like you were in like shock for a while, where it was like not registering like what happened to you? Like you're like, I'm in shock, where you knew what happened, but you still were like, did that fucking happen? Like for real?
Yeah, it still doesn't make sense. I was in shock a little bit, but so, all right. When it happened, the first day I was cool. Like I was fine. Because everything died. It hurt for a long time. But like by the time that I was in the bed that night, I was okay. The shock was when I came back to my spot and I started looking at everything and saying, this doesn't make sense. This is not what I remembered. I think that's really where the shock came from. It wasn't like I didn't know what happened in the situation, because I still feel like that's clear. Right? The only part, it's not that any part isn't clear, it's just that the first part was like that and the second part was just drawn out like, oh shit, my foot's on fire. It does not need to touch the water. Don't touch the water because it's a grease fire. Get that shit out. Okay, what can you do? Get the blanket. But it was like all these thoughts just bomb, 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 bomb. I was just in extreme flow state. I don't know if it's because of the pain or because it was a situation that I perceived to be extremely dangerous. I don't know what it was, but I felt very clear. It wasn't until later on looking at everything, I was like, oh shit, something ain't adding up, Alex. All right. Yeah, grease fire, don't use water, for sure. You use the fire extinguisher, or you smother it. That's it. Fire extinguisher or smother it.
I just want to be very strong for that situation. And I definitely learned something new tonight. Like in case something
Yeah,
crazy
for
like
sure.
that happens, do not put water in it.
Yeah.
So
Don't.
because I work in the kitchen and I don't even know that. Like, and I fry stuff and different things. So imagine me, because all I know about, like, if a fire to happen, you put it out with water So I definitely learned something new today. So thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think that's important, right? If you ever Google or YouTube like water on a grease fire, like a little water on a grease fire, you'll be like, oh hell no, I will never do that. Because when I say explode, I'm not talking about like a little explode. I'm talking about the fire will. You ever seen those fires that are so intense? It's as if they're like traveling or consuming the walls, right? That's how it would be. Like that fire would just immediately consume every fucking thing around it. So just that is what I thought happened whenever I went back to the apartment and I saw the ceilings just burnt, the walls burnt. I said, damn. It was as if the sprinklers did go off and the fire just consumed this place from here to there. Even if it was a little drop, it was like the fire. But that didn't happen when I was there. So perhaps it happened in a different reality or a different time. I'm sure it did because all possibilities exist. But that was just very interesting. But yeah, if you look at that, if you look at putting a water on a grease fire, you will immediately, it will be burned into your mind never to do it again, or never to do it, period. But all right, so how much battery I got? Oh, I'm on 1%. I'm on 1%. So I'm going to bid y'all good night. I appreciate y'all, truly. Thank y'all for tonight, and y'all have a great evening. We'll probably talk again early tomorrow. I'll probably do two of these again tomorrow. All right? Peace, love, blessings, prosperity. Love y'all. All right? Y'all have a blessed evening.